Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Sorry about that. I forgot to I turned Lumia off at some point. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I did. Anyway, welcome to TNT Tabletop, everybody. I hope you're all having a great Sunday afternoon. Yes. Closing in on evening, I guess. But anyway, uh day. Anyway, welcome to TNT Tabletop. If anybody who's not familiar with the stream, I'm your host Tony, and on TNT Tabletop we primarily play a game called Shadows of Brimstone, which is a dungeon crawler board game made by Flying Frog Productions. Sorry, I almost goofed there, but yeah, it's made by Flying Frog Productions, and it's a dungeon crawler where it's basically the old west, feudal Japan, and Vikings, conquistadors taking on like the horrors of like Lovecraft, a whole bunch of different types of sci-fi. So if you love stuff like Mad Max, there's like a world for that you can take on. Basically, yeah, post-apocalyptic scavengers and stuff like that. There's a lot, and we're about to see a fourth Kickstarter come in at the end of the year, and possibly more content before that even comes out because we got Roll to Move coming up. Is it? I think next week. I think it's the end of next week. We get Roll to Move, and Roll to Move is a big board game event where Flying Frog Productions usually releases more content, and also they build this really awesome looking game board for some Shadows of Brimstone scenarios. Uh, Definitely looking forward to watching that. Definitely looking forward to seeing what more they're going to be adding. And if you want to see what's coming up with the new Kickstarter, definitely pay attention to it because they'll probably give us some hints and clues as to what we're going to be seeing, especially with models. They'll probably have some example models or sample models to display. Very excited for the new Kickstarter. Very excited. I've always for the longest time been like Egypt. Egypt would be awesome to have. I've always been like it'd be cool to go into the Egyptian temples, not temples, but like the pyramids and scavenge around in those. And we got it. We actually got more than that. There's like several worlds that they're going to be giving us with this. I think we're getting the lost city of Ferox. Ferox. Well, anyway, it's pretty cool. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Cosmic, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. I knew I forgot something. It is hot in here, and I don't have a fan. I might have to take a break later just to get the fan and have it running, because yeah, it's gonna get hot in here. But anyway, good to see you, Cosmic. So yeah, we got Roll to Move coming up. Sorry if I'm not like super energetic. I'm like a little bit tired. So, but anyway, so yeah, we had a busy week this past week. We had 2 different sessions with streamers. So we had the D&D Bros on Tuesday. We're gonna be picking that up again on Tuesday from the sound of it, because it seems like they're hooked. They seem to enjoy it. And I think we're gonna be adding Shock Blazer to it, and I'm trying to see if I can find somebody to fill in my slot, because I'll probably be playing Tuesday, but eventually I would like to fill in that slot and do what I'm going to be doing with the Thursday stream, because we're going to be on Thursday. I'm going to be taking there he is, Stelios, and I'm going to be sidelining him for quite a while, to be honest with you, because it's going to be turning into a stream of 4 streamers. We're still going to have Mad Arts Treasures. We're going to have Geek Out Corner. I believe Gonzo's World wants to play, and we also have the Sinister Queen, who's going to be creating some new characters. So we'll see 2 new characters. One's going to be a samurai, so it's going to be yeah, we're going to be seeing some pretty amazing close combat or melee with the 2 characters that are going to be in there. And then, of course, the father. I was pretty excited to see that the father can do quite a bit, especially with sermons. But yeah, we'll probably start the stream character creation, and then they'll probably pick it up after the town stay that happened on Thursday. But Sundays will always be my season 2 characters. So I'll always bring Hosho Rio, Chiyo, Lester, and Abbie out on Sundays. I like continuing their campaign. Why not? You know, they're close to level. They're closing in on level 6, or Lester's closing in on level 5, I think. Yeah, Lester's really behind, and he's also crazy. So the thing is this. I've been really enjoying the campaign so far with like going after the Oni warlords. They defeated the Oni warlords, like all 4 of them. So now every time they go back to town, they always get like thrown trinkets and money, and people are sending them tributes. So pretty sweet, right? The only thing is, they're crazy, and we haven't found a single shrine. And when we do find a shrine, they tend to fail their rolls on it. So I'm thinking we need to find some missions that just help get rid of madness. And I'm actually half tempted because it's really hard to find the right mission to do that. But what I'm gonna do is so one cool thing I added to the stream, I actually didn't really add to the stream. The features in the stream, I just went ahead and kind of found a way to rig everything where I didn't have to add anything to the stream. I just had to like reprogram Stream Deck to do certain things. So now I have a big catalog of missions that I can pull up on the stream, and I don't have all of them yet. I've scanned just about everything. I do have a pretty sizable stack that I need to scan. I think there's like 42 missions in here, and this is not including what I've already scanned for the extras, because I did scan and actually add all the core sets, the world expansions, the Vikings, Conquistador stuff. For Darren, I didn't do yet. I forgot. I need to add that. But then there's the enemy missions. So these are the enemy packs that you usually buy to add, enemies to the game, and they typically come with a mission. Usually, some of them do, some of them don't. But inside the pamphlet, they add little missions. So I got to scan all of these, including the Kickstarter stuff. And we'll have so far I think we had about 100 and it was about 100 missions. It was like 90 some odd missions total between all the worlds, expansions, and stuff. But this here added well over 100, like all the enemy missions. So this is including all the challenge packs, the Oathbreaker King, which is one of my favorite missions. I will definitely bring that out. I'm actually kind of wanted to bring it out today. Something like last time we did that, I think was with Murphy and the team at level 4, and it was brutal because I actually did choose some really bad enemies. Because so the Oathbreaker King is a challenge set where you actually have to build the threat decks yourself. So you actually choose what monsters you want to fight on your way to the Oathbreaker King, and I chose all the legendary ghost or legendary specter models, and we actually ended up getting 2 of them. I think it was De La Rosa, Valentina De La Rosa, and the old miner. I forgot what his name is, but I remember like those armor saves were brutal. Like 2, and we had a specter. I think we had like a couple specters, and then after that we fought the executioners of Volator. Oh, that was a fun day. I want to do that again when we have Halloween. I'm half tempted to do another Halloween weekend like we did last time, where we choose a Halloween-themed mission, probably the Preacher. There's the Corrupted Preacher mission, which would be pretty sweet. But anyway, I am totally going off the rails here. So, today, considering they've been, like I said, we've been getting non-stop madness because they're just, the last few missions have been, in the Caverns of Cinder, it's been non-stop forward checks. They've been failing, going mad, and coming back with a madness. So they're not looking good. So I'm thinking that what we need to do is we need to find a mission that can remove madness. There are missions that actually have an ending result of remove a madness or a mutation or an injury. It's just I gotta go digging through a lot of them. Now I know they're not the basic missions. I could be wrong. But they're usually pretty difficult missions. But anyway, so yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the base game here. So one cool thing that I did this week was I got rid of Ob's Bot Center. I am so confused right now. Oh god. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, why am I seeing a mirror image of myself? Oh, because that's me on the other camera. Duh, Tony. Anyway, so I no longer have Ob's Bot Center on my machine. I am actually saving almost between 4 and 7 milliseconds worth of frame rendering. So I'm like, yeah, pretty sweet. So stream's running better. The only thing is, I can't switch between cameras as easily as I used to. The good thing is I freed up some hotkeys because of this. So, and on top of that, the frame rate. But now what I have to do until I get it fixed and added, because I do need to add a few lines of code, I can actually just kind of switch between the two cameras now instantly. I do miss the crossfade. I can't really do that in OBS right now, unless there's a filter that I haven't found. I might have to go digging for an opacity filter. There's opacity built in to OBS, but it really only... What it does is it uses a multiplier on the graphic, and it just removes a specific color up to a certain point. Doesn't really work as well as you would think. But there are methods to do it. They're just kind of a pain. But anyway, so yeah, I have this now. The only problem is I have to manually turn it on and off, and I don't like that. So I'm thinking what I might do is I might just do some corny animation and have it kind of do an animation that masks the layer. And all it is just one layer. I have one for each of the cameras. So I figured that'd be kind of fun, and I really wish there was a way for me to get this guy to, whenever I press a button, it would switch over to that camera. That would be so sweet, but it doesn't do that. Anyway, so let's... More bugs. Anyway, let's get started with this. And let's get rid of that growing dread. It's a bug I can't get rid of. I don't know why. But every time I restart the stream, or open the scene in total, it just adds one to the growing dread. I can't figure it out. No matter how many times I look. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at some missions. I'm thinking... Where did I put these things? Oh, charts and missions. Okay. It says it right there. Charts and missions. Anyway, I've got like just about everything scanned. So, just to give you an example, I can pull up the first base mission, and I can actually zoom in on it, and look at that. We can read it. So, I'm so happy I built that charts addition to the stream, because I'm able to do so much with it. And it's easy to pull it in and out, and I'm going to do the same thing. Oh, God. Anyway, I'm going to do the same thing with the character creation stuff. So the left side will be, like, I'm going to be redoing the character booklet for character creation. So it's going to be set up here like it would be in the book. So this page will be the character stats and the cards that they come with. And this will be the upgrade sheet. So I will have to find a way to do this, because there is an upgrade section that I need to add to that as well. Like when you roll the 2d6, I might actually have to fill it in myself. So how you doing, bud? Yeah, it went all right. I'll talk about it later. But I had fun. That's all that mattered. So anyway. But yeah, everybody follow everybody who's in the stream. Definitely follow Gonzo's World. The guy is a musical genius, and he's a great rapper too. Like, you check him out. He's got some good stuff. He's also gonna be playing with us, I think, on Tuesdays. Let me go ahead and give you a shouty, buddy, while I kind of prep. And I'm gonna get a fan while I'm letting this play, because I'm sweating. Pinky! How you doing, Pinky? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back while this shout-out's playing. I need a fan desperately. That's better. Got a small woozy over there that is silent, but pushes some decent air. But good morning, Pinky. Good to see you. Happy Monday. So yeah. So now we can actually pull up the missions on the stream. Love it. So obviously this isn't going to give me what I want. So we'll just kind of cycle through here. XP, 50 bucks, death track, nothing there as well. No. No, I'm not looking for money. I need sanity. I need help. My characters are their asses kicked. See, all the basic missions are just going to be money and stuff. I think it's going to have to be... There's the extra missions that the enemy books come with, but I'm thinking I might actually break the rules a little bit here today. Do a basic mission and say instead of any rewards, we roll a... I was going to say remove a madness, or remove an ailment. Hey, no problem. Both guys are buddy. Oh, thank you, Pinky. Good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful Monday. But yeah, I'm thinking we might just do the basic mission and just say, hey, if we complete it, free healing herbs or tonic. Nothing special there. Yeah. I need to... You know what I need to do? I need to actually categorize what you gain from the missions, too. I think that would make things a little bit easier. Like, hey, we need health, or we need sanity. Then I can just kind of categorize them also based on their rewards, and that would... Actually, I think I can just create a sheet of that. I think I'll do that. Because cycling through all these ain't gonna work. And this is gonna be too big of a map for me to play. I don't think I can play this on this. Yeah. Oh! +1 to their sanity. Each hero gains 25 XP and may choose either $100 for each number counter revealed. Oh, man. +1 sanity is super, super nice. I'm thinking, though, what I'm going to do, just because, you know, time and everything, I hate doing it, because there's part of me who's like, stick to the rules. I'm like, screw it. For today, I just want to have a chance to get rid of some madness, so that we can continue the story. So I'm thinking what we'll do, originally I was thinking everybody can remove a madness, an ailment. And that might be what I'm going to do. It was either that or roll a d6, and on a 5 or 6 that is removed. But I'm like, let's just do everybody can remove an ailment. So we'll ignore. Ooh, here's an idea. Instead of small, medium, or large deposits getting what they get, a small deposit would be you would need a 6+, a 5+ on a medium, and a 3+ on a large deposit. So this way, the risks are up there on completing the mission, but you have a better chance in getting rid of an ailment. That might be something I might actually build into the stream in the future. That's not a bad idea. So yeah, 6+, a 5+, and a 4+. That seems pretty fair. Just we'd have to increase the difficulty a little bit. So I'm thinking it's either we can get ourselves a nightmare card, which I've actually been kind of curious about. Yeah, because we got Ruinous Nightmares. I need to turn that on. I turned the card screen off a little while ago. That's why. Okay. Let's see. Card screen. There we go. So we do have these Ruinous Nightmare cards. I turned that. Give me one second. I'll be right back. Okay, so we do have these. I thought I turned this stuff off. I'll have to do that another time. There's a focus that's going on these cards, and it shouldn't be happening. But anyway, so what we'll do is I think we'll draw a Ruinous Nightmare, and that will affect the game, make it a little bit more difficult. So it's more of a challenge to get, or we can just add some elite. Well, let's see, we're all level 5. I think we're taking on Brutal. Let me take out the book. Yeah, I need the rule book. That's the hero count. I'm looking for difficulty. Okay, so this is just the rule book. I'm looking for rules on, there it is, difficulty. Oh god, yeah, we're taking on the brutal enemies now. Alright, that's fine. So, instead of elite abilities, to make this a little more difficult, because this is a basic mission, you know what, we'll just take on the brutal and see how that works out, and then we'll decide whether or not it's worth bringing. Because here's the thing, I actually want to create a, oh, thank you, Pinky. I'll see ya. But, what I want to do is I actually kind of want to make this a redeem, to where you all can switch these cards out. So, like, it'd be cool that at the beginning of the stream, somebody could, like, spend the redeems points, we flip one of these, that's what we're dealing with for the stream. Or up until, I'd say about an hour into the stream, someone can purchase the redeem again, like it'll unlock, and then that switches over to this one. So it just keeps moving. So this way you all have a way to also mess with us. And we'll do the same thing too with warrants. Although I think this is something I'm going to implement in another way, but I think we'll do that with Heroic Effect and Ruinous Nightmares. And I think what it'll do is it'll also add points to either side of the bars based on that. Maybe. I'll do that in the next stream. So I think for now we'll just add a redeem and that'll work. Or that just might be a randomizer for the missions. So anyway, yeah, so here we go. Sitting in a saloon one afternoon. Oh, these are not going to be the ones we want. Although I think it's the same on all of them. Give me a second. Because we're not in... we're in the fortress. There we go. It is different. Okay, cool. Alright, Hunt for Darkstone. Kind of hate the idea of playing this mission all the time, but we have been going crazy with the Oni missions, and we do kind of need to take a little break, and we're going to kind of warp the rules a little bit. But we are fighting brutal enemies now. Lester needs to catch up. He's not too far. He's not too far. Sitting in a tavern one afternoon, you overhear talk of an abandoned fortress up in the hills that have a large stockpile of darkstone, just waiting for someone to come in and claim it. It sounds too good to be true, and probably is, but the haggard old soldier swears up and down that he would go himself if he were 20 years younger. It's not hard to figure out which fortress he's talking about, based on the landmarks he's mentioned. And though the other patrons he tells just dismiss him, this could be the opportunity you've been looking for. I need to rescan these to make them darker. Setup. This mission uses the standard setup of all heroes start on the fortress entrance map tile. God, I'm mixing words up. As normal. Mission goals. The heroes are searching for a stockpile of valuable darkstone hidden away in the abandoned fortress. To find the crates of darkstone they are looking for, the heroes must collect enough clue icons and exploration tokens to lead them to their objective. There are 3 variations for this mission, and the heroes must choose. We're going to choose a large because, like I said, I'm kind of messing with the rules a little bit, and instead of getting any darkstone and money, or darkstone XP, we're going to forego both the XP and darkstone. Instead of that, we should get the XP just the same. It's the darkstone we shouldn't be getting, because you know how my rules are. Would that be... It wouldn't technically be a chart, so we could use grit to reroll if we needed to. That's not a bad plan. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll say 2 darkstone, get rid of an ailment. 3 darkstone, get rid of an... small, get rid of an ailment with a 6+, medium, get rid of an ailment with a 5+, large, get rid of an ailment on a 3+. Should we do all ailments on this roll? It could be possible. We might not get a single one. The problem with doing it that way is I feel like it's kind of cheesy doing it on all of them. And if that's the case, then I think what we should do is on a small stockpile, you roll a d6 for 1 ailment on each character. And it's a half and half, 4+. On a medium stockpile, it's a guaranteed removal of an ailment. On a large stockpile, it's a guaranteed removal of 1, and you get to roll for another 1. I like that better. So this way, the more risk, the more reward, but at the same time, you at least can still get something on large. So we'll go for a large. This way we can try to help Lester. All right, special rules. There's no special rules. When the final clue is discovered, the heroes have found the darkstone stockpile they were looking for. Ignore any attacks. I'm looking at exploration. I'm thinking it might be better. No, we'll just keep going with this. I'm kind of thinking this is, we're mixing this in with find, the one where you're searching for a person. So it could be possible we're looking for a doctor or maybe some type of miracle cure for the characters instead of darkstone. Reveal all growing dread cards in a stack as normal, and the heroes must face an epic threat. Once all enemies have been defeated, the heroes have successfully completed, and that's another thing too. So we're fighting brutal, and we'll be taking on an epic threat. Oh God. Okay, here we go. So we have a fortress map tile, and we've got. Just put them away too. These away. The beauty of that is I can now pull that up at any time without having to pull the books out. Because my biggest problem with pulling out the books is my hands have been getting sweaty in here while playing this, and I'm getting wrinkles on the book. Well, the book's crinkling, and I'm like, I need to find another solution. At least the cards, they have a they're sleeved, so I'm not really worried about the cards, and I can always re-sleeve them. Books, on the other hand, a little more difficult, especially when we've been playing this for almost a year now, non-stop. Well, almost non-stop. But, you know, you get the idea. We took breaks here and there. But anyway, the team's looking all right. We got plenty of money. Lots of health on the team. Vanity, not so great. Yeah. So, let's take a look at the ailments that our team currently has. Yeah, we desperately need this. The team's gone nuts. So, if we do a hard mission, we'll be able to get rid of one on each, and then we'll be able to also roll for the other ones. That seems fair to me. Especially considering we're taking on Brutals. Okay, so let's set up. I kind of figured, per usual, Hosho's going to be in the front. Yeah. She's got armor, so it makes sense that she'd be in the front too. And our 2 ranged are in the back. And I will one of these days be kind of setting the gameplay area up a little bit differently, because I built this. I know I sound like a broken record. I'm sorry, but I built this for like a guest show, and it's become uncomfortable because I only have this small area to work with, and I'm like, if I have everything set up originally how I set it up, where everything's facing me this way, I'll have so much more space to cover. So I'm gonna have to do that. Bishop, sorry I missed it. Which mission are we starting? So what we're doing is we're kind of rigging a mission up a little bit. I hate doing it, but I'm like, I want to advance these guys, and I want them to go to I want them to take on Belial, and I'm like, we can't do that when all of them are this crazy. So what I'm thinking is, what we're doing is we're going to do the basic mission. And I'm going to actually probably create a rule for this, because I kind of like this idea as a good way to get rid of some ailments, but we got to find a way to balance it out and make it like raise the difficulty a little bit, or like maybe that could be it. So yeah, I'll just bring it up. So let's say we choose the basic mission. I don't know why I went through that whole process when I already had it set up. All right, so let's say we choose the crazy is as crazy does, right? Let's say we do the Hunt for Darkstone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rig up the Hunt for Darkstone. So it's going to be... What's going to happen is I need to find a way to make it more difficult, though. Or actually, the failure needs to be something different than just D3 random buildings. What I'm thinking is... a small Darkstone deposit, you roll on one ailment you got. On a 4+, you remove it. Or maybe a 5+. I think a 5+ would actually be good. Yeah, because you can re-roll these since they're not technically a chart. So I'm like, maybe a 5+. Kind of, I feel like that would be pretty balanced. So you roll on one ailment, a pop, at 5+, and you can remove it. On a medium, it's a guaranteed removal of an ailment, or maybe I'll just increase the chances to a 4+. I think we were thinking about that earlier. I like that better. We'll say goes from a 5+ to a 3+, and then on a large, it will be yeah, we'll just do that. You can just straight up remove an ailment. Although I had an idea earlier that was, you roll on the first one, on the medium, you remove one on the medium, you roll on the small, remove one on medium, remove one on large, and roll for another one. But I feel like that's a little bit overpowered, a little bit too much of a reward. So I'm thinking, I like this idea. You can get rid of them on a small with a 5+, or at least you can try to remove one on a 5+ on a small, a 3+ on a medium, or a 4+ on a medium, 3+ on a medium, and then you can just straight up remove one on a large. Failure, I'm thinking it needs to be pretty bad. So I'm thinking you roll a die to determine if you were injured or you got a madness. So we'd say like evens odds, and then you also get corruption points. So like D3 corruption. So I think I'm gonna do that. This way there's a trade-off. But anyway, we're gonna be taking on Brutal because we're all We're not all level 4, but we're pretty damn close. So I'm thinking Brutal will work out. It's a really... I'm curious to see how Brutal will work out against this team. All right. So here we go. I need water. So the good thing about the last time was we were actually able to stock up. The problem is we just can't find a church or a shrine. Okay, so let's start the round. And that also means that we reset. So the beautiful thing about how the stream's working now is that now that I decide I'm not adding anything or doing anything to it, I'm not messing with it, all the bonus dice and everything are actually consistent between everybody else's stream. So Tuesday's stream stuff will still be there, Thursday's stream stuff will still be there, and Sunday's stream stuff will still be there. Or season 2 stuff will still be there, because I might bring in a season 2 session on Fridays or Saturdays. Probably Friday would be the better day. I kind of miss Fridays. I also miss Saturdays too, when I used to do Saturdays. Those were fun. Anyway, let's go ahead and reset the bar. Again, that's actually one thing I need to add is how the system works. So at the beginning of every adventure, I have a little button I press. It sets both bars to 0, and any leftover -1 rolls, -1 dice, or +1 rolls, +1 dice gets taken, multiplied, and added to their sides. So if you guys are giving us reds and we're not using them, that's on us. And we will suffer for it. Alright. So, first things first, roll for darkness. Let's see. That is actually one thing I do want to add to the stream, though, is I want a better lantern. The little chiclets I've got were there primarily just for, just for something to showcase. But now I'm like, I actually want a swaying lantern. Just a small swaying lantern to be behind the character's initiative. That would be so cool. And it just kind of there's a little flame animation and stuff. I think I'm at the point now where I'm I just want to reskin some things, make it prettier. All right, here we go. Need a 7+. That is not a 7+. And the camera's still doing what it's doing. All right, give me a second. I don't have OBS bought on. I can't. I need to turn that off. Okay. Next stream, I'll have that working. I hate that it's auto-focusing. I don't know why I have that set up. It's set up. All right. So we failed. So that means the darkness is actually moving out 1 spot. But we do have Abbie. Abbie's gonna roll for grit. She gets 2 dice, being an outlaw. I better change the theme too while we're here. But there is actually one thing I would like to add to the stream, and that's I'm now realizing I really do need to be able to pull up every single world. It's something that never really popped in my head when I first made this stream. I really need to fix that. Yeah, I know, right? Great start. Failing darkness. So here's a grit roll. He passes with a 6. And I need to get rid of the focus stuff that I added in here. It's like an extra button I have to press, and we don't need it. Okay. Abbie's gonna move up. You know what would be helpful? If I actually pulled up the character sheets. There we go. Abbie's I think everybody's a 6 now. Yeah, everybody's a 6. Although I could have sworn Hosko should be a 7. No, that's right. I removed something that was a movement 1. Gave him something that gives him movement 2. So he's a 6. So she's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should I bother? Why not? Let's see if she can get over her fear of looking through doors. No. All right, so she fails. That's her turn. Next up, Hosko is a 10 in our eyes. Hosho's Yeah, he's a great character. I can't wait to level them up all to level 6 because I kind of want to mix and match them with season 1. I would like to see Hosho and Murphy on the same team. I would like to see Hosho, Murphy. I can't get rid of Chiyo. I love Chiyo. She has been she's like my MVP because of all her healing and everything. She's so damn good at what she does. Yeah, I would like to mix and match the team. I think that would be kind of fun. So next up is the rest of the team. Except I think Chiyo goes back to a 4. Let me take a look. I think she's a 5 in another world. That's right, because of the Void... No, she doesn't have the Void Child anymore. She got rid of it. So she should be... Yep. She should be initiative... Back to initiative 4. Okay. I need to fix that. Give me a second here to just switch that over. Where's initiative? Initiative. She's now back to 4. I need to bump that up. Okay. Alright, so she moved up. We now got Hosho and Lester. I miss her being at 5 already. We'll start with Hosho. Hosho's gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it. But he's gonna move all the way up. I need to find a way to pop his max grit again. Him dying. Wow. That really did not... Yeah, that sucked. He doesn't have to do a check, does he? Hold on a minute here. I forgot some characters have more ailments than... the chills. So it's only a scavenge. There's only a... I think there's only one... No, there's 2 characters with paranoia. Okay. So he's going to move up the door, he's going to look inside, and he's going to find Courtyard Stairs, part of the base game. Courtyard Stairs. I love and hate this tile. I love it because it's beautiful. I hate it because it is a long way to the very end of that staircase. If that is the doorway. We'll leave that over here because we're going to need it. Oh, it's a long, long way. All right, so Hosho gets 5 XP. Yeah, the wall sucks. It's also crazy how many times you've seen it. Yeah, no, for real, Bishop. Like, I've seen this tile often. If I remember correctly, we actually fought... Season 1, we fought the Oni Warlord in here, and he had to march his way... Actually... I might have goofed on his rule. He actually should have just walked right over that wall. Because I think he can walk over obstacles. Time Roller, how you doing, buddy?
He's like, I got too many bags. Mooch, found the box. Mooch in a box.
Aww. No, Moochie. All right, so all right, so that's gonna be Hosho's turn. Next up is gonna be Lester. Lester's gonna roll for grit. He's at max, so he's just gonna move up, and he's gonna scavenge. Scavenging just never works out for me. It really doesn't. And we're good. I like how not passing on this, I'm like usually relieved. But it's worth trying, you know. It could be extra money, it could be extra XP, and he needs it. Lester needs it. All right, after Lester, we've got Chiyo. Chiyo's going to roll for grit. She does not get it with a 3. But she does move up. Yeah. She does move up, and she's going to try her hand at it. Oh my god, she got 2 passes. Oh man. Okay, here we go. She got 2 passes, so we get 2 scavenge. I am happy with that. So 20 XP. Like, that's actually the one card that I'm like always telling myself, please, please be it. I just realized something. There's a way for me to actually change the chances of those cards coming out. Actually, it would... Nah. I scanned the whole deck, so it's still the same, kind of. Alright, so that's the end of that scavenge and that turn. We now have to do an exploration. So whenever you find a room, you always have to pull... Typically, there's usually these tokens that I would have, and you put it on the tile the moment you saw the room, and you flip it over when everybody's activated, and it tells you what happens in the room. What are doorways? How many encounters have happened? If there's an attack or an ambush. So here's what we get. I figured it's gonna be one doorway, and I guarantee you it's gonna be that lengthy frickin' strip at the other end of the damn room. So here we go. So yeah, it's that lengthy frickin' strip at the end of the frickin' room. Oh my god, I swear, it's like it wants to torture me. So that's gonna take several turns. That is so lame. Like I said, I love and hate this tile. It's a beautiful tile. I just really hate it. I have to spend movement points. Luckily, this whole team has marching boots. Unless I got rid of... Oh, please don't tell me I got rid of his marching boots. If I got rid of his marching boots, I did something really stupid. Hosko, do you still have your I don't. He doesn't have marching boots. I traded the marching boots for the walking stick. The marching boots are better. I got +1 movement base, but I lost the +2 to movement if I ever spend grit. Oh, I forgot. Marching boots are so good. Okay, well, first things first, we already rolled for the doorway. We now have to actually pull an encounter card. So let's see what we get for an encounter. I need a better way to get to my cameras. Haunted Hall. Yeah, see, this is why I'm not digging. There we go. I'm not digging this whole autofocus thing. I need to stop it. Wails of ghostly agony echo through the night, and a chill wind blows past you down the hall. It is clear that many tortured souls perished in this place, and some of them still stalk these corridors in the dead of night, waiting for a chance at revenge. Everybody needs to make a lore 5+ test. If successful, draw a scavenge card. Oh god, for every 5+ rolled. If failed, take D3 corruption hits from the malicious spirits. Lester, you need to pass this, brah. God, you're just riddled with problems. Alright. I did it all wrong. Hold on a second here. Alright, so how are we looking on lore? Not great. Not great. Okay, so do we have potions? We do. We are stocked up. Oh, well, actually, Chiyo should be at 1 key. That is the wrong button. And then Hosko should actually be at 0 fury because he doesn't start with any. At least I don't think so. It's when he does combat and when he hits enemies, when he deals damage to enemies, and at the start of a combat that he gets bonuses. Okay. Alright, here we go. Test time. We're looking at 4 dice for lore 4 at 5+ for Chiyo. She got it with a 6, so she passed because the rest were 3s and 1s. So she gets a scavenge card. So what I'll do is I'll just put a 1 next to her. She gets a scavenge card. Next is... Ooh, Hosko. Well, if you pass, you pass. You fail, you fail. I think you're good on... Yeah, you're good. So we'll just go ahead and roll. To which he fails. So he does take corruption. He takes... I'll use a red die for it. Takes 1 point of corruption. Well, a corruption hit. Alright, so next is Abbie, who also is doing okay on corruption. So she'll just roll for it. She gets it. Is on 5+. Yep, so she gets a scavenge. And then we've got the Marshal with a 3. He needs a potion. Who am I kidding? He needs a potion. So he's going to spend a potion to get 2 dice. What's funny is that him passing super well right now with 2 extra dice could suck. Alright, here we go. Oh, yeah, he passed with 1, so he just gets 1. Alright, so let's start rolling these out. Everybody but Hosko. Hosko gets... He needs a save of 4+ against this, so he needs a save of 4+. He gets it. And then everybody gets 1 scavenge. So we can kind of bring this back to normal here. Again, sorry if I'm low energy today. Ugh. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and start pulling out some scavenge tokens. Or scavenge cards. So the first one is going to be Chiyo. You know what? I could have just done 3 cards, one after the... Oh, no, why? Okay. So we already got a Growing Dread. Oh, man. Not a good start to this adventure. Next, I'll just draw 2 scavenge, and it'll be... The first one will be for Abbie, the next one will be for Lester. Alright, so Abbie... Everybody's getting 10 XP. I forgot about that. Except for Hosko. He did not get a scavenge card. But Abbie's about to take some horror hits. She needs a 4+ against these. There's 3 of them that do 2 apiece. She passes 2, fails 1. So she's taking 2 points of sanity. I don't think she has spirit armor. I need to find spirit armor for this team. I really do. She is actually somebody that needs some armor, and I'm thinking I'm going to upgrade Lester with... There's a set of armor I'd like to get him, and then I'm going to take his... Oh, I can't trade starting items. Yeah, no, I would have to find... Yeah, I would have to find Abbie some armor. And I think I can get her some armor. Billy, I'm so done with the heat and humidity. Yeah, Bishop, it's been crazy. It's like... I'm always the type that will welcome summer with open arms. But the humidity, I just can't do it. I mean, especially this place, this apartment. We get hit by rain. How this place is built, it lingers, and it just like no matter every day, it's always humid in this place, even when it's dry outside. That's it. We did the encounter. We did the room. It's the end of the turn. I gotta turn off the autofocus. That's driving me crazy. Okay, so we got an 11. We passed. We're good to go. I like that. We're gonna be spending grit to get, march our way across that room. We'll get everybody but Hosko will have like about 14 movement. The whole team's a 6. Hosho's gonna get a 12 because it doesn't have marching boots. Marching boots, if I remember correctly, give you +2 if you spend grit. Yep. Whenever you spend grit to add movement, you get +2 movement on top of it. Because when you spend grit, you double your movement speed. Everybody's going to be doing that. Everybody. All right, so we'll start with Abbie. Abbie's going to roll 2 dice to determine if she can get a grit back. She does. I'm just going to spend that on movement points. God, I'm just sweaty. She's going to move 14 because she's a 6, so she's a 12, double movement, and then another 2 for the marching boots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Good God, she just hauls ass. She's going to paranoia. She passes. She needed a 4+. Oh, I was actually kind of hoping she'd fail. Because I don't think everybody's going to make it there. She gets 5 XP. Oh my God. So that encounter card with the exploration with the scavenge, and then just overcoming her fears and looking through this doorway, she just dinged. She just dinged the 6. We'll do that at the beginning of next turn, which I think it could be possible we might be running into combat. Oh, which by the way, we're definitely doing 4. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 of the clue tokens because I want to make sure we get rid of ailments. So she did that. Got 5 XP. She's gonna ding at the beginning of the next turn. She'll be level 6. I'm pretty excited because she's gonna be getting her bonus of whenever she rolls 6s, it's double hits. All right, I'm excited. At least she's not afraid of leveling. That's probably why she looked through the door. I just need to peek. She looks through like it's an actual door, and she's just kind of looking through a little crack in it, like not even bother going inside or opening it. That's why she got 5 XP. As little as it was. Next up is gonna be. Oh, we need to pull out the card. So what we find in the room is the Dark Well. Part of the. I'm pretty sure it's. Look like again? Yeah. The Dark Well. I think I found it. God, I need to level, but don't tell me what's on the other side of that door. Oh, it's just a well. Oh, God, the humidity in here is really screwing up my tiles. I can feel it. I don't like that. The good thing is, I now have all my cameras independently running to my Mac without having to use OBSBot. And because of that, seriously, I have knocked off a ton of render render loss. Because for a while I've been shuffling between 17 and 21 millisecond render loss. Now I've dropped right back down to between 12 and 15. So, yay! I'm like, I can add more stuff. Not gonna do that. I think we're good. I might actually increase the output rate a little bit, but I think we're good. I think the stream, after seeing how it looks on YouTube, whenever I finish editing and stuff, it looks great. So I'm like, I don't think I need to add any more to it. I think it's done. I just need to add some rules cards and stuff so that this way people who are new to the stream can understand how certain redeems work. That is a big one. All right, so Hosho's going to go up. He's going to roll for criticals. We do need that out. Nothing. You're not going to get far with a 1. He doesn't have grit, but he does have tonics, I think. Everybody should have a tonic. Everybody gets one. All right, so he does have a tonic. We're going to spend it. I need him to keep up with the team. We have good ways of getting grit back, so I'm not too worried. Because now we got Chiyo, who during combat with an XL or larger monster, she's giving people back grit, which is so good. So he's got 12 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A little bit behind. Next up is going to be Lester. He's also going to roll for grit. Nope. He's going to spend 1. Give himself some movement points. He also gets 14 because he's got marching boots and movement 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And oh, I should be having them scavenge. You know what? I'll go back on. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Hosho should have scavenged. He would have gotten 3 +1 for the drill and +1 for the Shahari Finder. Yep, roll an extra die for scavenge. Oh, okay. So he's getting 3, but he's getting +1 for the Shahari Finder. The laser drill's different. You find a scavenge, you get double the scavenge. I mean, not double the scavenge. You get an extra scavenge card. For every scavenge card you get, yeah. Whenever you draw one or more scavenge, get an extra. So that's pretty sweet. Problem is, he does have the chills. He finds nothing because this is canceled out due to the chills. The chills ignores your very first scavenge, so that room has yet to be scavenged. This one has been, though. I thought that was a 1. Anyway, Lester's gonna try. He's got the chills as well. He actually gets 1. He got 2 passes. So that room is now scavenged once. Son of a... Okay, so we got a growing dread. I might go back to using the cards for all that, because to be honest with you, it kind of annoys me. Kinda. I like the animation, but it does kind of annoy me that we have good chances of running to growing dread more often with that. Which definitely increases the difficulty. Alright, so next up is Chiyo. Chiyo's gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it with a 1. She's gonna... We don't have any ailments for her to get rid of, so... I was thinking about her surgery stuff, and she can't do anything, so I'll just go ahead and spend a grit. And she's gonna move 14. 1, 2, 3, 4... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Right behind Abbie. Abbie's leading the charge. Not great for somebody who doesn't have armor. But anyway, so that's that. We now have a exploration to take care of. I need to really make my own icons. It's hard to actually sometimes tell which button's what. Miracle Crow. Oh my god. Give me a clue token, please. Alright, so both are doorways, so that's a cool thing. The only thing is you don't have a clue token yet. But we do have 2 encounters. Ugh. Oh my god. Why? Alright, first encounter. Twisting Shadows. A movement in the shadows catches your eye. Cautiously, you take a step forward toward it, focusing your eyes to make out any hidden attackers in the dark. One random character makes a Spirit 6+ test. I've always kind of tried to keep this rule to where whoever looked through the doorway, whoever did the deed is the one doing it. So yeah, I might as well. I gotta look into that rule. Because it could be possible that it's just, you know, this is just something that randomly happens to someone. Yeah, it would make sense it could happen to just about anybody on the team, not just the person who's up at the door. Anyway, Spirit 6+ test. If successful, gain 15 XP, and you may recover a grit as you face down the unknown. If failed, you are pulled. Excuse me. If failed, you are pulled into the shadows by writhing tendrils of darkness. Take D6 hits and D6 horror hits before breaking free and scrambling back into the light. All right, Abbie, since you looked into the room. Of course, she would have one of the lowest. Well, everybody's got a 2 spirits, except for freaking Lester with a 5. Good lord. She's just gonna go for it. You need a 6+. Yeah. No. All right. So, if failed, you are pulled into the shadows by writhing tendrils of darkness. Take D6 hits and D6 horror hits. So here's the hits. 1. Here's the horror hits. Is that Coco? Also 1. Before breaking free and scrambling. So we do get our defense and our willpower. So here's going to be the defense roll of 4+. Oh, a 1. And here's the willpower. Oh, well, there you go. She passes the willpower but fails the defense roll. So she does take 1 point of damage. Would have been nice getting a grip back, but oh well. Next one. Oh no. Oh no. Something in this room has a little, seems a little off. And you realize that a section of the wall is not quite the same color as the rest. On further investigation, a large panel of the wall slides away to reveal a secret passage. Select one random exit from this room that is blocked off with an end cap, or an open one, or one open exit door. God, I just can't read right now. Or one open exit door if there is no end caps. To be the secret passage. Remove that end cap and place a mid-passage map tile connected to this exit, moving the hero party marker forward on the depth track as normal. While on any fortress map tile down this secret path, all enemies are +1 combat, and anytime a hero draws 1 or more loot cards, they may draw next one. We're going down that path. So that is a mid-passage. Yeah, we're taking that route. We've never done it before. That's a mid-passage. So we'll say, you know what? We'll roll for it. That's, oh my god, I'm rolling ones non-stop. So it's going to be this way. That is a secret passage. So any enemies in there are +1 combat. Okay. I think I'm going to make some tokens to represent this stuff. Like, I can put a +1 combat token to remind me that all enemies are +1 combat. Because I'm getting to the point where the notes section is... I might actually, in the future, change that note section to where I might go back to an actual piece of paper, because it's kind of hard to keep up with it sometimes. All right, so this stays in play. Anytime we find loot in there, we get 1 extra, I think is what it was. Yeah, we're definitely... Hold on. One or more loot cards. So if we're fighting a final boss and we actually get 3, we can't get more than 3. It doesn't breach the maximum 3 rule. But if we find a loot card in Scavenge in there, we fight 1 monster group, we get an extra loot card, 2 monster groups, extra loot card, 3 monster groups, not so lucky. Alright, so that was both of them. It is now the end of the round and we have yet to find a clue token. So we'll do this and then we'll have Abbie ding the level up. Come on, Lester, dude. You're 130 away. That's a fail. Zoom out again here. I really need an easier way to do this. So that's a fail, but we also, I keep forgetting, we need to come out a few steps. 1, 2, and 3 because of the mid passage. Darkness comes out. We now have to deal with a darkness card. Wonderful, right? All right, so here we go. Darkness. No, it's not. So enemies that are a large size or bigger now have +1 combat, and their 2 hit rolls of 6+ do 2 plus damage. That's a bad card. Norse Traveling Pants. We're getting rid of that. I need a 3+. We got it. That card does not exist. But we did use the Norse Traveling Pants to get rid of it. But worth it. I don't need enemies having +1 combat and +2 damage on crits. No, thank you. Especially XL+. Ugh. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Okay, so Abbie's gonna level up. She's going to spend 4,800 XP. It is expensive. Normally it's 4,000 to level up a basic character journeyman. It's another 60. Was it 20%? Whoops. There we go. All right, and she's gonna level up to level 6.
Now get that experience to roll 2d6 for upgrade. Choose a new skill, then go out and slay.
Oh, it does say that purple player does it. Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up the character sheets. I know what we're doing, but I think her inspirational was what? Yeah, outlaw. Okay, so she's an outlaw. Oh, I got so much more space on this new Stream Deck. I love it. All right, so she's an outlaw character. Yeah, I can't wait to actually add these, like to edit them and add them, just like the regular charts, because I think that will do a lot better than how this is set up. Don't get me wrong, this works, but I will definitely make a better version of this using the chart system. So first things first, she rolls 2d6 and gets a free upgrade bonus. Holy crap! All right, she got a double 1s. Wanted posters. I was really hoping for some more sanity or something, but whatever, I'll accept it. Oh, Coco. You've made a habit of collecting wanted posters of yourself and spreading them around to increase your legend? Oh, okay, yeah. Once per adventure, while in another world, use 1 grit to pin up a wanted poster of yourself to gain Peril Dice times 10 XP. Good God. That's actually kind of cool. Not quite what I wanted for the upgrade, but because I would honestly max. Well, she's good at max grit. Side bag token would have been nice. Sanity would have been awesome. Wow, Outlaw does not get too much, but like I said, we'll go ahead and roll with it for the double ones. Man, I've been rolling ones nonstop. All right, so level 6. Rolled a 2. Wanted posters. Spend. Is it once per adventure? So some free XP. So once per adventure. Spend 1 grit. Gain peril times 10. So here's the question. If she ever rolls that, we need a term for rolling ones, like bottom crit. We bottom crit that. Yeah, okay, Bishop. All right. So here's the question. If you ever double up on double ones on that, would it be twice per adventure, or would it still be once per adventure, but Peril Dice times 20 XP? What sucks is that once you turn level 8, that becomes a useless skill. That's why I'm kind of bummed about it, because she's already level 6. It'll get her quick, a little bit faster to level 8, but that's still kind of... I mean, that's... Yeah, 30 or 60 XP per adventure. I don't know if I like that. That is actually a very, very weak bonus. Because at level 8, it's useless. Unless they can come out with Ascension. Which, oh, please, for the love of God. Please, Flying Frog. Give us Ascension. Give us the ability to go past level 8. And, like Paragon rank stuff. Oh my God, that'd be so cool. Like, a full grid chart of, like, bonuses you can get. And... It's now leveling up like a Paragon rank thing. I would just go crazy for that. That would be enough to make me want to actually get characters to level 8 and continue playing as them. Right, Bishop? Something to give us a little bit extra. And it doesn't even have to be like getting... I don't know. I'd be super happy with health and sanity bonuses, because we lose health and sanity often playing this game. Well, I was gonna say, like, for me, it's always been Paragon has always been like Diablo 3 for me. Oh, City of Heroes. God, I haven't played that in forever. Yet Tom, you remember Tom? Tom was a huge fan of City of Heroes, but not because of the gameplay. He loved the character creator. He's a big comic fanboy. So when that game came out, he couldn't stop creating characters for it. That's all he did. He spent all his time in character creation. All right, so we have a lot to choose from. Now that we're out of Journeyman, we can start choosing to level down characters. Of course, we've got Yeehaw, which we got from going to Prestige Fighter on Journeyman, which is why she's getting +1 damage on enemies and +2 damage on defense 4. Such a good ability. Although I gotta admit, Dead or Alive is pretty sweet. Redemption was pretty good. They're all really good. Outlaw has some awesome rank 4 abilities, but what we can do right now is shooting speaks to me because guns blazing is so good. Almost broken on her. Gunfighter, once per turn, you may re-roll one of your hit rolls. For each outlaw pistol you are firing. Oh, I'm +1 max grid. That's so good. Wild at heart, you are no longer limited to never re-rolling the same dice twice for your range. Oh my god. She can re-roll re-rolls. You're no longer limited to never re-roll. Man, that is really good. Renown. You may start each adventure and traveling with 1 extra grit. That's good. +1 agility is good too. Darkstone Bandit. When holding up the outpost bank in town, you get 5... whatever. Personal touch. Your outlaw pistols are now considered to have 1 extra upgrade slot. Oh my god. I can put... What do I have on them? That's right. I've got the laser sight and the grip. So I'm getting an extra shot and I'm getting +1 damage on 3 space range. If I get an extra slot, I can put inlays. And no longer count as weighted. So good. And luck +1 would be helpful? Question mark? She's a 5. I don't think she needs any more luck. Well, anyway, Charisma. At the end of each turn, you may heal D3 sanity from 1 adjacent hero. Holy crap, that's good. We could use that. Wink. Once per fight, you may take 1 corruption hit and gain 10 XP to give another hero 3 initiative to the end of their turn. Oh my god. That's really good. That's really good. Wisecrack. Once per turn, use 1 grit to heal 2 wounds from every hero on your map tile, including yourself. That's really good too. Every hero, including yourself. That's once per turn. Oh my god. Charm is really, really good, Bishop. On the run. When you roll doubles on your 2 dice for shadow move, you may automatically escape this turn and may add the 2 results together instead of choosing one. Oh, dude, I can get grit every turn! Bishop! I can get grit every turn! Well, no. I'm gonna house rule it that you couldn't do that, because you need to roll... Technically, it's a 1. Patch me up, Doc. Once per town visit, while at the town's doc's office, use 1 grit to get surgery for free. Okay, well that's all good. I like it. Let's see what the Gunslinger has to offer, but I'm definitely probably going to go in with those bonuses for crits. Cool Hands. At the start of any fight, you may reduce your initiative by 3 to gain +1 shot with a gun. That was a roller coaster of emotion. It really was, buddy. I was like, ooh, hell yeah. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't seem right. Max grit, +1 shot. I could make her go from... Yeah, she'll go from a 10 initiative to a 7 initiative. If I choose to do this. But +1 shot's pretty sweet. But nah. Anytime you kill an enemy with a one-handed gun, you may immediately do D6 damage to another enemy of the 3 adjacent. Wait, hold on. One of the 3 adjacent spaces behind it. That's really insanely good. That is stupid good. Master of Killing. You may now use your 6-shooter shots with any gun, not just the pistol. Not just pistols. So Tough Shot is really good, but Cool Hand, I just don't feel like it's worth going down shooting just to get to Tough Shot, although that is so good. It's just the problem is it's D6 damage, not ignoring defense and armor. So, yeah. I'll have better chances with the crits. Catchphrase. Once per adventure, you may say your catchphrase to immediately heal 2d6 wounds or add d6 damage to one. And this is once per adventure? Draw a personal item. Before rolling to hit, choose a number. Any die that rolls the chosen number does 1 extra damage, ignoring defense. What? Even if the shot would normally have missed? Bishop. I found a way to get crits back on a dual-wielding character. Here it is. Call your shot. I can be like, with my 6 shooters, my outlaw pistols that don't get crits because I'm dual-wielding them, I can be like, I'm going to call out 6s. Get my crits back to ignore defense and get +1 damage on those crits. Oh my god, that's good. And then, of course, the way of the gun, which is definitely something I was thinking about going with, because that would be sweet. Start with up to 2 ricochet shots in your 6-shooter. And then the Cerberus shots and Hellfire shots. Yeah, those are so good. What sucks is that if I wanted to, I could have chosen the right tool, and I would have gotten any of those. If I chose that as my journeyman. Hushed Whispers, you start every adventure and travel town and stay with an extra grit. That's good. Card Shark, +1 cunning and +1 luck. Anytime you win gambling in town, you gain an extra d6 times 10. That's really good. That actually could be like end game helpful too. You may now use up to 2 shots from your 6-shooter template on each hit. I can actually add 2 Deadeye shots. Well, that's all good. That's all good. But I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm gonna go with what I've been wanting since the start of since I created this character. Shooting. We's going shooting. It's just too good. When firing an outlaw pistol, which I have 2, you may treat any 6s rolled as 2 hits instead of a critical hit. So that means I would get double hits on all my crits. I like it. So we'll do that. So let's see. I'm looking for Abbie. She's getting shooting. Outlaw pistol. Hits of 6+ count as 2 hits instead of crit. So I do get that bonus, but if I ever do find the Gunslinger's gun belt, I have to choose. Do I want the crit or do I want the 2 hits? For now, this is perfect, because now I'm getting bonuses on my crits. I am dying to see how this is gonna work out. She's already a powerhouse, but could you imagine that? Because now she's gonna be rolling... I need different colored dice here, because we're playing our Season 2 characters, and this character in particular needs different colored dice to resemble the different shots. We'll use these blue ones. They're the samurai dice, but do it. So yeah. So it would be like this. We would have 4 of her main hand, 4 of her raw hand. So she'd have 3 pluses with these, 4 pluses with these. So what we're looking at here is these would have all passed. And this would have turned into an extra hit. So imagine if I rolled a whole bunch of 6s. Yeah, there's a good reason why we're taking on brutal enemies. Okay, so we might actually have to add an elite ability, to be honest with you. And I've always been like this about playing Shadows of Brimstone. As we're progressing in the game, if the game just feels too easy, just like in Diablo, you can increase the difficulty, you just can't drop it back down. So it's like, oh yeah, well, let's go ahead and add an elite ability. We might regret that. Okay, so we're starting with Abbie. She's now level... Wow, I have not updated any of their sheets. I've left everything to the stream. She's now level 6. The only thing I've been updating are, like, of course, the class bonuses and everything. We're doing it. We're going down this direction because there's money to be had there. The only thing is that enemies, I think, get +1 combat while down in that area. Oh well, it'll be worth it. So Abbie's gonna go first. She's gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it. She's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After her, it's worth it scavenging. Does she have the chills? I think she's got the chills. No, she's got paranoia, and whenever we fail the darkness roll, she needs to take sanity. So we've been failing them. So that's 2. Who else has that? I think somebody else has it. Give me a second. So Lester and Abbie should have been taking some hits. So Abbie, it's D3. So Abbie's taking... That's a 4. She needed 4 pluses. She failed 1, passed the others. So she did take 1 point of sanity. Lester should have taken... Oof. A 3 and 1, so 4 as well. Passed 2, failed 2, so he took 2 points of sanity. So yeah, the next stream, the next version of the stream I'm going to be working on, because I don't feel like as if I really need to add anything to this anymore, so I'm leaving it as is, and I'm leaving it between streams, so it's easy for me to pull up the information. The next one I'm working on, I said I was going to make it 6 player. I'm adding 8 slots, because I've realized that if we ever have a daimyo on the team and we're playing a 6-player game, we're going to need 2 slots for ally characters. And I think I'm going to leave everything to the cards, so I might actually have all the cards out. I might not bother having all the... I might still have Darkness doing the same thing, and maybe threats, but for the most part, I think everything else I'm going to keep the tokens and stuff. Alright, so now it's Hosko and Lester. We'll start with Hosko. Grit roll, fails. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to search that room, or he's going to search this room. Passes, but ignores his first pass because of the chills. Next up is Lester, who also has the chills. He's got problems. He's going to roll for grit. Nothing. He'll move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. He's going to search that little room, that hallway. This is when we start making money if we can actually pass these things. And then we got Chiyo, who gets a grit back. And she should actually be at several more key points right now. Yeah, she should be at 3 key. She moved up there. That's 1, 2. This is her 3rd key. All right, so she should be at 3 key. Oh, and whenever we fail the darkness roll, he gets key points. This is the problem about playing as 4 characters. It is hard to remember every little thing your characters gain. Yep, failed darkness roll. Get D3. We failed 2 of them, so she's getting back 2 and 1, so she's getting 3. So she should be at 6. Alright. I really should have gotten her that ability that let her spend key to move. God, that would be so good. It also gave her bonuses for defense. I'm like, but I wanted her to be a better surgeon, which has been helpful. All right, so she's going to. I did the roll for grit, right? I think I did. All right, so she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right behind Abbie. Tony, I swear. All right, she should be healing Abbie. At the end of the turn, she heals Abbie because she's got the staff on, which gives her 5 XP. She's got what's called the monk staff, and at the end of every turn, if she's still wielding it, every hero adjacent to her heals one health point. She's gonna scavenge. We need to. We can get stuff for scavenging right now. Oh my god, why is she so good at it? Okay, so she gets 2 scavenge. Please be a loot card. Please be a loot card. Please be a loot card. Oh god. Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. If it's growing dread, I'm gonna be so pissed. We are. Oh, it's a gear. We get a gear card. That's good. I was hoping for a loot, but that's fine. That works. So a gear card and 20 XP is what you just found. And a gear card. I'll pull out 3 random ones, and we'll just kind of. Unless Bishop, if you want to choose it, or anybody in here wants to choose it, that's up to you. I need to fix the focus on that camera. It is driving me crazy. But I'm not going to open Obbie Center right now. All right, Bishop, go right ahead, buddy. Because if I open up Obbie Center right now, it's not a guarantee that everything's going to work. Every time I open that program, things crash. Take the blurry one on the right. Alright, so what we would have found on the left is a cavalry tassel attached to a gun or hand weapon. On any turn that you have a natural move roll of 5+, you are +1 combat or shot. Oh my god! Dude! That is insane. That is... Okay, so I'm just going to come out and say it. On Abbie, that's amazing. The problem is I don't have any spots for that on her weapon, but that is... I know it's scout and soldier only, but still, like, most characters are soldier. But, yeah. Abbie, you actually couldn't wear it. But I'm sure Hosko could. Yep, Hosko could. Yeah, just on characters that can actually roll 2 dice per turn for their movement, that would be insanely good. Second one would have been, yeah, Elegant Fan. I think we've seen this before. Once per turn, you may add +2 damage to one of your combat hits or re-roll a single defense roll. Yeah, nothing special. It's pretty good. I mean, pretty good, but nothing special. Mead Jug. Discard to heal D6 wound sanity, any mix. If a 1, 2, or 3 is rolled for the amount healed, you also gain a rage token. That would be amazing for the Viking characters. But, I mean, it heals wounds or sanity any mix. That's actually pretty damn good, if you want me to be honest with you. That's better than bandages or whiskey. It's a bandage and a whiskey, pretty much. So we found that. Good job, Chiyo. And we have yet to find a room, so it's just the end of the round at this point. You know, we passed the first one. Did we pass the first one? No, we failed the first one. We passed the second one. We failed the last one. Darkness rolling is not going well. I almost chose 1. I do that a lot. Go with your gut instinct, bro. Go with your gut instinct. Always believe in what comes up first. Dang, we failed. But that also means that Chiyo gains 2 points. Oh, God, we got a lot to do. So Chiyo gains 2 points of ki. And then we have horror checks. Oh, God. On Abbie and Lester. Here's Abbie. She's taking 2. Lester is taking 2. So Abbie passes none. Lester passes 1. Not going well. We're not getting anywhere. Yeah, this is the problem with this team right now. Their sanity is just not great. Oh no, maybe it's a bad idea to go down this way. Do I have anything to heal? Well, we've got the mead now that we can use for healing sanity. And it's 1d6 back. That's pretty good. We do have some whiskey. I began to think going down the path for Wink would have been a good idea. But I could have sworn we had an item that heals sanity. Yep. Healing Stone. Once per adventure, healed 2d6 wound sanity, any mix from a single hero. So we could use that later if we desperately need to. God, we need to get rid of those ailments. They're bad. Though, seriously, the madness is so crazy on this team. Alright, so Abbie's first. You know, let's start moving these tiles around here. Alright, so Abbie's first. She's simply just going to move on up after rolling grit first. Fails. She's going to move on up, and she's going to search that room. Can she do it? Nope. Next up is... I think she's had enough. After leveling up, she's like, I don't need any more XP. Doors scare the hell out of me. We got Hosko and Lester. Hosho's going to go first. Move him up. Do his grit roll. Doesn't get it. Come on, Hosko. You need some stuff, bro. He's going to look through. It's a T-junction. We are not gonna pass this if this keeps up. Darkness roll is gonna be harder. Man. Not quite what I was expecting to happen, but you know, my luck is not great playing this game, so you know, that's why I'm pretty excited about just game mastering and letting other streamers play. Because I'll just sit back and laugh at them as they're getting, you know, screwed over by the randomizing and all that. Oh my god. Alright, so there's that. Alright, next up is Lester. Grit roll. Nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go left. And then we've got Chiyo. No grit. She's gonna move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And where's she on ki? She's at max ki. Can she do anything with it? I really wish she had a way to heal people's sanity. But I think... Let me pull up her stuff, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the dog's bag only works on wounds. I'm wondering if the key works on whiskey. If the key works on whiskey, then I can use key points to add healing to the heal. Let's take a look. I'm pretty sure it's only healing health. But if she can do both... That would be pretty... more amazing than what I thought she could do. Traveling monk. I doubt it, but we'll just take a look. Sacred Order. Increase healing by 1 to a single target. But it doesn't say wound or sanity healing, Bishop. It just says increase healing by 1. Let me take a look at that. Traveling monk. It's health only. Yeah, okay. It's health only. Okay. Oh well. I think everybody else is doing alright. Abbie could use some whiskey, though. Lester's fine for now. But Abbie could definitely use some healing. So what I'm gonna do... Oh, excuse me. I am so sorry. Like I said, I don't know what it is about today. I might have to get myself an energy drink. She's gonna spend a whiskey to get back a whole 6. So she's back to full. I should add. Hold on, I'm going to redo this. If Lester has a whiskey, I'm gonna have him do the whiskey on her. No, he's standing. He's not standing next to her. Well, there's no enemies on the map tile. They're on the same map tile. We could just say that he helped her out. So yeah, we'll just say Lester gave her the whiskey, 5 points. That's going to be 25 points of experience, and she's now back to max. So what we're looking at here, she needs 5 points of health, sanity, and then Lester got 25 experience for that. He needs all the XP he can get his hands on. He needs 105. Speaking of, you guys went crazy last stream, late last stream. Yeah, we were up late. You're talking about the Thursday stream? Or are you talking about the Viking stream with the bros? Yeah, they're totally into it, and they were asking me what are my plans on Tuesday. So yeah, I was like, yeah, well, I'm more than happy to keep the Viking campaign going. It's fun. I did forget some of the rules though. We're supposed to pull out team abilities per character. I need to brush up on the team-based rules because they are a little bit different. I mean, adventuring, scavenging, all that stuff, it's all the same. It's just advancing the story and everything. How to go back to town. If I remember correctly, there's no travel hazards. I don't think there's travel hazards for the campsite. Yeah, our stream on Thursday was a long stream. It's probably not going to happen again. The reason why that went the way it did was because I didn't have to wake up early the next day. But I tend to have to wake up early on Fridays. So I will be ending it by 11:30, 12 o'clock. Like 12 o'clock's the deadline. That's when I'm like off button. So I think it's from 7:30, possibly 8 o'clock to around midnight is what we'll be doing on Thursdays. Yeah, the bros, it's gonna be 7. Gonzo with the +1 roll, thank you, buddy. And it's working! Look at that. So I found out the reason why the stream elements weren't working is because every time I switch between the different streams, because that's what I'm doing now, so I don't have to update anything. I actually have to go into Advanced Scene Switcher and have it resync to the stream. Yeah, and like, again, like I have to wake up early on Fridays typically, so it's probably best just to keep that rolling that way. We definitely probably won't get missions done in that time, but it'll probably be like half a quest. But that's okay. Unless anybody wants to start it earlier. And I am, again, thinking about adding another stream, either on Friday or Saturday. Not this week, but coming up. I'm looking into it. Alright, so, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. So, is it the end of the turn? Yes, it is. We still haven't found a room yet. I was looking at that double 6 like, please. We got a 9, we passed. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. Alright, so we passed. Started the round. Abbie goes first. She's going to roll for... Good thing we passed. I'm tired of taking these horror tests. Roll for grit. Doesn't get it. But she's going to move up. Yeah, why not? She's going to move up and attempt to fight her fears of looking through doorways. And she passes with a 5. And she finds... Oh my god! Another hallway. Going to the right. This is kind of annoying. This is just kind of annoying. We could just turn around. I might do that. I might have Hosko go the other way and check the other route instead of all of us having to catch up. We gotta get all those rooms out, all those hallways out of the way, I guess. God, we're about to hit the 8 mark, and we still haven't found a single clue token, and we've gone through 3 hallways already. So far, going through this this secret passage sucks. It hasn't been worth looking for loots. So, Abbie found another hallway. That's it. Oh, she got 5 XP. Next up is going to be Hosko and Lester. I really need to get Chiyo's initiative back up. I miss having her at 5. It's nice to have almost the whole team above 5. We pretty much beat every monster. Long-ass secret passage, right? Good thing there's this T-junction. Alright, so here we go. Hosko Rio gets a 1 on his grit. Moves up all the way to here. He's like, screw you guys. I'm gonna take the shorter route, hopefully. Searches the doorway. Finding a long passage. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god. Is there an end to this secret passage? I mean, you know what? This is actually perfect. This is perfect. This is exactly what should be happening. Long ass passages. I did shuffle, Bishop, and I shuffled. You saw me sitting there shuffling those cards for quite a while. All right, we're going back the other way, I guess, because there's nothing there. Come on, bro. This game taunts me with a secret passage, and it just... oh, God, we haven't even found a clue token. We haven't even found... We gotta find 4. We gotta find 4. Oh, my God. All right, so, bye. Next up is Lester. Lester's gonna roll for grit. Oh, my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does he have paranoia? No. Oh, that's right. He has to take hits. My God, Lester, you are screwed up. All right, so we've gone through multiple turns here. 1, 2. So we get there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 5. So he needs to take 5 hits. So this is the itching. He's like scratching at himself, digging his fingernails into his skin, hurting himself. He needs 4 pluses, or 3 pluses. He's good. Let's see if the armor helps. He's a 6+. Oh, well, he gets a 6+, so he took no damage. He looks through that doorway and finds a room. Sorry, I grabbed 2 on accident. The kitchen. So, a secret passage that leads to the kitchen. What exactly is this secret kitchen there for? What are they making there? It's part of... the kitchen. Anticlimactic, and he finds a room. I mean, I'm just happy he found a room. I'm loving how big this is, though. It looks so cool. Okay. Yeah, I love it when you can actually like set the whole board up and you can see like start to finish. So cool. I do need to fix lighting though because the glare drives me crazy. That's also just because of camera placement. I know exactly what I need to do when I move everything around. Okay, so 2 doorways. We'll keep this here for when we do the card. He gets 5 XP. Dude, he's 100 away. He's 100 away to be a big boy. Alright, he's gonna finally be the marshal that he always wanted to be. And hopefully he's better with his shoddy. I haven't really looked at what he gets. And I got 2 classes to choose from, Soldier and Marshal, so I'm dying to see what his Tier 4 Journeyman League character is gonna be. After Lester... we got Chiyo. Chiyo's gonna roll for grit. Nothing. And she's gonna, I've been rolling these ones and I'm like, maybe I should go back to the original movement rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she's gonna scavenge that hallway. She's always succeeding on scavenge every time. She's at max grit, max key, so she can't get anything. What does she find? 10 XP. I'll take it. I honestly think looking through a doorway should be 10, at least 10 XP. It should be like scavenging. You should or 20. I feel like it should be more than just 5 XP. It doesn't make any sense to me that it's so cheap. You're spending your whole action to look through there, when other characters are getting more for scavenging. I might actually house rule that. We'll see. I'm gonna do a poll on the Discord, and I'll just ask everybody, how do you feel about certain rules? Should we up the but should we up the scaling on how much XP you get for searching a room? This way people feel better about actually searching. It should be the equivalent of, I think what it should be is D6 times 5. Yeah, like maybe if it's a hallway, if it turns out to be a hallway, D3 times 5. If it's a room, D6 times 5. I like that. This way, it gives you more incentive to actually go searching in there. You get more XP, because 5 XP just... why would I sacrifice my turn to get 5 XP to search for a doorway and have some other imbecile do it? Anyway, so, that is Chiyo's turn. I mean, I'll move on to exploration. Oh, thank God, we got a clue. We got attacked, but we got a clue. Oh, we're so separated. Somebody's gonna have to spend a tonic to catch up with the team. He needs to hold on to those tonics, though. Alright, so we're fighting brutal enemies here. Okay, so both are doorways, so we don't need this out anymore. That's one thing I need to add too, are the advanced rulings. So, cards are all scanned. I I just need to label them so I can pull them up. So what are we looking for here? We have an attack. We have a clue token. Clue token doesn't really do anything, just further advances us to finding what we're searching for, which at this point is, like I said, we're looking for... I'm kind of redoing the rules for the basic mission. Instead of looking for Darkstone, we're looking for the supplies needed to get rid of ailments that these characters currently have. I feel like it's a good trade-off. We don't get any rewards other than the XP, and then, of course, the potential removal of the ailments. You gotta keep them separated. Attack. So we're fighting brutal enemies. Oh god. Let's see what's fighting us. We're medium threat. Yep, still medium threat. Because the rules are you fight low threat at 1 or 2 player, medium threat at 3 or 4, high threat at 5 or 6, and then epic, of course, is whatever it comes up on the battle on the final boss fight. The only thing that changes is just elite abilities and buffs and stuff. So let's see what we're taking on. I hate these guys. D6 plus 3. 6 of them. So we're taking on 6 Carrion Trencher. Monsters, brutal side. Let's see how they are on brutal mode. These are kind of new enemies too. Is that a 7? It is. Okay. I need to also fix that. I'm tired of seeing that. Okay, so their initiative 7. That's pretty high. But we do have somebody that's a 10 on the first turn of the combat. So we're good with that. I think... Oh, and Abbie's also now doing more shots. But she's also far away. Oh, she might not be able to reach them. I think her pistols have a 5 range. Yeah, 5 range, so she needs to be within 5 at least to get some hits on them. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and grab 6 of those Carrion Trench Feeder models. We'll set them up, and we'll start the battle. So set up on this game of Shadows of Brimstone is you kind of put everything in checkerboard pattern from lowest initiative to highest initiative. And once they reach the edge of the board, like if they fill up all the slots, you kind of go back and just start filling up all the slots that haven't been taken. So like once they all got up to here, you go back and start filling up these slots. I've had it happen. I've had it happen. I think it was it was a smaller room. And it was a bunch of zombies and just like swarm models. Lots and lots of swarm models. I think it was zombies and void spiders. Okay, so we've got their card up. Let's see what they've got. So they're initiative 7. They have burrowing scurry. Always starts in ambush and moves through other models. So they do get ambush. So that means they're going to be initiative 9. Which still doesn't beat my doesn't beat Abbie's 10, so she still goes first. Let's see, Carrion Shell, immune to critical hits unless adjacent to the attacker. Yeah, Abbie's made for these guys. Corrosive Ichor, when killed, all adjacent heroes must pass an Agility 5+ test or take D3 + 1 wounds, ignoring defense. Swarm scouring. Combat hits damage is equal to twice the number of Carrion Trenchers adjacent to the model. So if there's 6, it's 12 damage per hit. Oh my god. Oh, they don't get elite abilities, by the way. Yeah, we're putting that away. Brutal mode, everybody. So let's do this. We're in the Forbidden Fortress. All right. And it's also the end of the round. Sorry, I'm trying to do all the upkeep here. There's a lot I need to do. Oh, and everybody's getting... Okay, it's the beginning of a fight round. End of a fight round? Hold on. Let me take a look. We have the antlers that we have on everybody's armor. Start of turn on a fight, heal 1 sanity. Everybody's got that right now, so it's a good way to get some sanity back on everybody. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so that means we failed. Abbie and Lester now have to take hits of horror. Abbie's taking 5. Oh, is it 1d3? I might be doing this wrong. Hold on one second. I think it's 1d3. Yeah, 1d3, not that. So she's taking 3. Lester's taking 2. So Abbie needs a 4+. Against these with willpower, she does take 1. Lester takes... he's a 4+ as well, so he takes 2. So we're looking at 1 sanity for Abbie. 2 sanity for Lester. That sucks. Oh, back to darkness. That's right, we gotta hold that shit back. Yes, we do, Bishop. Oh my god. We're not doing a great job at it, to be honest with you, which we did fail. So that means the darkness card came out. Oh my god. We already used the Norse traveling pants. I don't think we have another way to get rid of it. We might. We might actually have one more way. Although I think it's really just primarily for other things. Yeah, it might be for Death Event. I need to upgrade that Beast Hunter's rifle. We got plenty of Darkstone for upgrades. I remember holding on to that, waiting for a Swordsmith. Yep, cancel a Depth Event. That's all we got. Alright, so Darkness card. All void enemies are now +1 comp. Oh boy. That's not bad. The chances of running into a void enemy are pretty small. Alright, so that's all done. Hosho Ryo gets back, I think it's 1d3 +1 Fury at the start of a fight. Yep. Forged Armor, start of a fight, +1, and he also has his bonus where at the start of any fight he gets +D3 Fury, so he's getting 3 Fury back. As long as he's dealing damage, he's getting Fury as well. Any hit that he does damage, he gets Fury. So, Gonzo, if you're there, this is the Wandering Samurai. He's a Wandering Samurai Sumo. Yes, he's a Wandering Samurai backstory Sumo inspirational. So he kind of let go at a certain point. So we're getting back 3 Fury. Which is actually a pretty badass combo. Abbie's gonna go first. She gets Grit. Nope. She's a movement 6. I might have to spend... Yeah, I'm just going to do it. She's spending a grit to get movement points. I want her to go in there and just start blasting. So she goes in there and starts blasting. So she's going to spend a grit to get get some movement points. So she's now a 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3. Yep, they're all within range. Oh, wait, puts her in melee. That's a bad idea. That sucks. 1, 2, 3, still within it. Oh, okay. They're all within range. They're all within 3 spaces. So the body shaming. Hey, you know, there's nothing really wrong with it, but at the same time, it's like, bro. I mean, you made him a beast. Because he can push things around now. Alright, so she's initiative 10. She moved up. She's going to get an extra shot because of the gunslinger ability. That gave her the 10 initiative. So I'm going to elect to put that on her main hand. Her offhand is just getting the bare 4 shots. I need 3 pluses on these bad boys. I need 4 pluses on these bad boys. This is what makes the Gunslinger Outlaw so good. Being able to, like... Outlaw is a 5+ range right off the bat. Taking Gunslinger is the backstory and giving her 3 pluses. Because on the offhand, she would have to make 6 pluses. That's just... Oh, it sucks. But anyway, if I get 6 pluses on any of these, those become 2 extra shots. There's no limit to it. That's what's crazy about this rule. It really does, man. It's a lot of on MSG. Here we go. Am I missing anything? No, I'm not. I see 1 crit. I'm seeing a lot of fails here. I'm gonna definitely re-roll these. These are all passes. So that's an extra hit. Because that's a 6. Thanks to shooting. I'm gonna re-roll these. So I'm gonna spend a grit. Maybe it was the comment I made earlier that gave me that karma, because I'm just not rolling good. All right. So we did get 6 shots. I was expecting a lot more than that. Damn. All right. So they're all within range. So she's getting +1 damage for Yeehaw. +1 damage for the laser pointer. They're not demon, are they? No. It's going to be -1 to each one of these rolls, which isn't that bad. All right, so we'll start with the guys right in front of her. So she needs... Yeah, it's going to be -1 to each and every one of these rolls. Again, I was expecting more than this. That's a bummer. I could... Oh, she does get Deadeye shots. She's got 6 Deadeye shots. I could elect to put them in them. Give me +1 damage, but I don't want to waste them. They could hurt her, though. They could beat the living hell out of her. Well, anyway, first shot, -1. The guy right in front of her, -1, 3 points of damage. That's 1. Next shot, again, you know what? Let me get the pointer out here. This guy right here. -1. Oh, once again, 3 points of damage. Yeah. Next one. 2 points of damage. He's dead. This one right here. Dead. Yeah, I guess she didn't need all the extra shots. And then the final shot on the guy next to him, 2 points of damage. So he does have 2 points left. Or 1 point left. some mighty fine shooting. All right. So that's 4 models down. She's going to get, let's see, 20 experience a pop. So we're looking at, what, 80 points of experience? She's an XP sponge, man, I swear. All right. Watch her double lap Lester. Those enemies are kind of small. Yes, they are. Next up is gonna be them. I should bring up this to 7. All right. They are movement 8. Oh, they're an ambush. That would have made a whole world of difference. I was looking at the attack. Yeah, let me do this for a second. I need to roll and see which ones, what they do. All right, so these 4. This guy would have been on a D8. We'll go with 1 or 2 Chiyo, 3 or 4 Hosko, 5 or 6 Abbie, 7 or 8 Lester. This one would have gone after Hosko. So we'll just say that one of those 2 that's over there is on Hosko. The next one would have been at Abbie. He would have locked her down. Okay, we might have to actually kind of retcon what was going on here. Abbie was originally here. She would have been stuck there. The next one would have been... And we have the freedom to place them where we want to. Then that would have been Hosko as well. This one would have been where? Abbie. And that one over there. Been on. Okay, so what would have happened here? Abbie wouldn't have spent the grit to move all the way up there. I forgot they were in ambush. She wouldn't have spent the grit to go all the way up there, so she would still have her grit back. But she would have spent the grit to do the shots. She still would have killed 4 enemies. And she would, these all have been dead. Being within range of her pistol. This is exactly how it would have turned out. Except that last shot would not get +1 damage, so it would have 2 wounds instead of 1. So let's go ahead and move this. And we'll turn that into 2. Because she did hit it. She just only did 1 damage because she wouldn't have gotten the +1. Yeah, whoops. Forgot about their special rule. Burrowing Scurry always starts in ambush, meaning that it always is right next to their target, right off the bat. Doesn't matter. They can't... movement and everything, they would have started the whole turn like that. Get over there. All right. So this is how it would have turned out. Because she would have been caught. Either way, they're an escape 5+. Yeah, she would have failed it. So she would have been stuck there shooting into them. So now we're caught up with how it should have happened. I apologize. So they're up. The ones that are on Hosko are attacking them. Let's see. They would have also done the corrosive ichor. So let's see what would happen. When killed, all adjacent heroes must pass agility 5+ test. Or take. This is worse, to be honest with you. All right, so 2 died next to Abbie. 2 died next to both Chiyo and Lester. So we're looking at Abbie with 2 agility tests. 6 agility. Okay, hold on. When killed, all adjacent heroes must pass. So I have to do this individually. So here's the first one that died next to Abbie. She needs a 5+ agility. She passed on the first one. The next one that died, she passed that one as well. So nothing happened to her. Chiyo and Lester also need to do these tests. So 5+. We're looking at agility 2 on both of them. So here's the first one for Chiyo. Fail. Second one on Chiyo. Fail. So she does actually take D3 wounds. Wow. D3 +1 wounds ignoring defense. Ouch. Go ahead and roll them. So that's 6 points of damage is what she took from them exploding. Ow. Next is Lester. He needs 5+ on the first one. Wow, nice. 5+ on the second one. Yeah, he just manages to dodge out of that explosion, out of those exploding speeders. Now it's their turn to start attacking. The two next to Hosko, what are they gonna do? So their combat hits damage equal to twice the number, so their combat hits deal 4 damage a pop. Because there's 2 models, so 2 times 2, 4. Math. 4 combats a pop. Luckily, he's got good defense and decent armor. He's got a 5+ armor. So here's the first one. Actually, no, let's just roll them together. We got 8 attacks total. As a group, they're all considered one source. So 8 attacks. They are a 4+. Do they have any 6+ rules? I don't think so. Combat hit damage equal to twice. No. All right, so that's some bad rolling for them. They needed what, a 4+? Yeah, that's wow. So 2 hits. He gets a defense of 3+. Passes 1, fails the other. 4 points of damage go through. He now needs to make his armor save. So to explain how this part works, anybody who's fresh to Shadows of Brimstone, the way combat works is a little different between monsters and heroes. When heroes are attacking monsters, you're basically rolling your attack against them, and then you're rolling your damage against their defense. Their defense pretty much subtracts from your attack roll, or your damage roll. When it comes to enemies attacking heroes, they do their attack roll against you, see if they can hit you, just like you would as a hero. And then after that, it goes down a series of defenses. So it starts with cover saves, which is basically your character lifting a shield, diving, not diving, but lifting a shield, or happens to be hiding behind a, brick wall or a box or something, using cover. Then it goes down to defense, which is your character typically dodge rolling out of the way from the attack. And then after that is anything that's left over trickles down into the armor. How much damage the armor can soak up. You literally take all the damage and you roll against it. So this is what happened here. One of those attacks got through the defense. There was no cover, but got through the defense. And now we're looking at 4 points of damage that got through. He needs to make 4 rolls to see if the armor can suck it up. And that's a 5+ on the armor. We did get 2 6s, actually. So 2 points of damage actually got through Hosko's armor. And that's it. I rolled poorly for him on the attack roll. Or them on the attack roll. Next up is going to be Hosko and Lester. I kind of want Lester to go. Yeah, he needs to level up. He's so close. So he's going to move. He's first going to roll for grit. See if he can get some grit point. Oh, no, he did. Look at that. A nice 6. He's going to get a grit back. And then he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. 1, 2. You're not within 5 spaces. He's not going to get his extra shot. And I should have declared he's going to use his beast rifle instead of his shoddy. I need to read the cards better. They're beasts. I would have definitely chosen the beast rifle because the beast rifle does a lot more against these guys. Shoddy's not great. It's really not great. I would have, we'll just say I did, because no brainer, I would have chosen the beast rifle to go against these guys. So, that would make the weapon range at 10, I believe. Yeah, I can tell I'm not 100% right now. Yeah, 10 space range. He used pullback, so he doesn't suffer from losing the soldier's reload, or the rapid reload. So he's going to get 3, he goes from 2 shots to 3 shots because of the rapid reload. He's getting +3 damage against beasts. Any of these hit, they're dead. No. If any of them crit, they're dead. So he's getting 3 shots. I can actually... The nice thing about the Beast Hunter's rifles, you can actually turn one of those hits into a D8. And I also have the Deadeye's gun belt, right? Yep, Deadeye's gun belt. So I'm going to add +2 damage to the attack roll if I wanted to. But I got to do it before I choose. So here we go. 3 shots. He needed, what, a 3+ to hit? Yeah. So 2 did get through. Does it have an inlay? It has no upgrades. I need to put upgrades on this weapon. I'm just gonna go with it. So I'm gonna see. There are 3 defense. We're getting +3 damage to it. I'm gonna elect Deadeye's gun belt +2 damage on the first one. So that's 5 points of damage base. If I roll 1, it's dead. Next one is going to be whatever I roll for damage, and I'm going to upgrade it to the D8, because that's the one. Well, might as well do it. Might as well use the D8 on this one, since I've used the Gunslinger's gun belt to guarantee a kill. Oh my god, yeah, that's a dead dude. Alright, so that's 40 points of experience. Nicely done, Lester. So that's 40 points of experience. He wants that. He wants to level up so bad. That's 40 points of experience for him. He is 60 away from finally leveling to level 5. Hosho takes some hits from the explosion. He's an agility 4. It's 2 different enemies that explode, so he needs to make 5 pluses on these 2. Passes with a 6 on the first one. Yeah, double passes with this one, so he doesn't take anything. For a big dude, he's agile. Dang, nicely done, Hosho. Alright, so he and Lester. Good job, team. Alright, so we're done with that battle. I kind of had a hunch I was going to be a little bit on the easy side. I'm half tempted to add an elite ability. But that was an easy card. There are some enemies that if we give them elite abilities, we're in deep trouble. And we're already having a lot of problems with not getting any rooms and clue tokens. But anyway, victory. Okay, we are in the secret passage. So we defeated 1 enemy group, so everybody gets 1 loot. But since we're in the secret passage, everybody gets 2 loot. God, could you imagine a secret passage on the treasure map mission? That would be sweet. There's one, I think you get double the findings. Oh, you know what it was? No, it's not the treasure map mission. It's the Oni Warlord mission. There's an Oni Warlord that if you take on... Yeah, you get double, or is it triple, the loot. I think it's triple the loot. Alright, let's get rid of that token here. Alright, so once we finish the battle, first thing that happens is catch your breath. So everybody who is activated this turn, which is Abbie and Lester, they get 1d3 back in health and sanity. 1d3 back, health or sanity, any mix. Everybody who hasn't activated either can get 1d6 back in health or sanity, any mix, or they can get a grit back. I'm going for the grit. So Chiyo and Hosho, who've not activated this turn, they're going to get a grit back. Abbie and Lester, yeah, they need some helping. Especially Lester with that sanity. So Abbie's gonna get back 3 points. Lester's gonna get back 2 points. So Lester will get 2 points into his sanity. Oh, he's gonna be so close to leveling after the loot. Unless he gets 2 cards that give him 30 XP, he is so close. And she's gonna get back. She's gonna be at max everything, so she's gonna get back 1 point in sanity and 2 points in health. Next is loot time. All right, so everybody's getting 2 loot cards, thanks to the secret passage. Oh, they were all +1 combat. God, so many rules. All right, so this is just for damage reasons. Do they hit him? 1 hits him. Did he make his defense roll? Sorry, this was the attacks against Hosko. Yes, he does. So neither of those hits would have gone. They're +1 combat because of the secret passage. I totally forgot. I really need like a different way to show some of the special rules that are happening in this game, because it's really hard to keep up with it. Like, I kind of want to create a little spreadsheet or something over here that just hangs out. Yeah, just little reminders, because as cool as it is to have this is good for having like little notes that are just kind of adventure long. Something that's just constantly in play, reminding us, hey, you're in a secret passage. Don't forget +1 combat, or other bonuses or whatever. But all right, so 2 loot a pop. Funny how I was all remembering about the loot, but not the +1 combat, right? Yeah, go figure. All right, here we go. 2 loot for Chiyo. Chiyo's getting 40 XP. She's getting 1 Darkstone. Oh my God, we're gonna be swimming in it. And then $100. $100. And then we got Hosko with 2 loot. I need to get myself an energy bar here in a second. Energy bar and probably a protein bar and an energy drink. I desperately need it. All right. Holy crap! That's a lot of money. First, Hosko gains 40 experience. This die is going to be for the 25. This die is going to be for the 50. Okay, that's looking like, what, 50 and 150, so $200 total. Next up, we've got Abbie. Okay, so $200, $250, and 40 XP. At least we're keeping up with the money. We're gonna need it. I really want a wagon, and I want to upgrade gear. Like, we really need to upgrade Chiyo's basic gear. We need to upgrade Lester's Beast Hunter's rifle. And that's pretty much it. If we can find new weapons, that'd be great. There we go, gear card. So 40 experience for Lester, putting him 20 away from leveling. Oh my God, he's so close. And then he gets D6 times 25. We're looking at 200, not 200, I'm thinking of 50s. We're looking at 125. $125 and a gear card. I'll draw 3, and anybody want dibs on choosing the gear card? I really gotta change. I gotta turn off the autofocus. I don't know why I had that on. If there's anybody in the room who wants to do the choosing of the gear card, now's your chance. Not, I can go ahead and roll a die for it. first one. All right, so the third one would have been a cursed coin. Once per adventure. I really wish it would stop. Focus. Once per adventure town stage, choose any die that just rolled a 1 or 6 and flip a coin. Heads, tails. Reverse the roll of a 1 to a 6. 1 becomes a 6. Tails. Take 1 corruption hit, but the cursed coin may be used again during this adventure. Interesting. Make up for your first choice. Yeah, go with your gut instinct, bro. If you're thinking first card, choose first card. Warrior's Shield. Once per turn, you may re-roll any number of your failed defense rolls just rolled. That's pretty sweet. That's actually really sweet. And then the one that we got, Tonfa. You take 1 less damage from all combat hits. Not total damage. That's awesome. If agility 4 or higher, you are also +1 combat. Oh, you have to be agility 4. Only one that can do it is Hosko, and I will not give up any of his gear. It's actually pretty sweet, but not something will probably be able to put on any of these characters. Hosko Rio, because he's a wandering samurai, can hold 2-handed weapons in one hand. Treat two-handed weapons as one-handed weapons. So I can't get rid of that stuff. He's got some really good weapons. All right, and that's it. Okay. All right. Should we go the way Hosho's going, or should we go that way? I feel like if we... Might not be a bad idea to go with Hosko down this direction. Because him trying to catch up with everybody. He's about, what, 4 spaces? Whereas he's right here, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's about 5 spaces. It's, you know what? It's about the same either direction. They're all closer to that exit. I might just have to have him kind of catch up with them. Yeah. Dang. Okay. End of the round. You know what that means. Oh, thank God. We did. We got an 8. This has not been going well with the darkness rolls. Not at all. I gotta remember that void enemies are +1 damage or +2 damage or something like that. They get bonuses. +1 combat. And in this area, everybody's +1 combat, but we also get extra loot cards. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good trade-off. Alright, so Abbie's first. She's gonna roll 2d6 to see if she can get a grip back. Not gonna do that with a 1 and 2. She's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into that room. And let's have her scavenge. Why not? Oh God, she did really well. I don't think... Does she have the chills? Nope. Oh, hold on. She needed to do a paranoia test first before she can do that. That's right. Okay. Does she do it? Yes. So she does, unfortunately, get 2 scavenge. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, so 20 XP. And that room's been scavenged once. She gets 20 XP. Now, in a normal game, you would not actually see double gear cards. The way you're supposed to be playing is that you're supposed to actually shuffle the actual scavenge deck, and you're supposed to go through it. So this way you don't double up on Darkness, Growing Dread gear. But on the stream, we use these stream elements. It's lots of risks and rewards, I guess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull 6 cards up here. And if anybody would be so kind as to choose 2 cards, those would be the 2 cards that we gain. And while I wait, I'm going to go make myself a energy drink. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and roll a couple d6s, and that will determine what cards that we get for the gear card. Oh, 2 and 5. Cool. Two and 5. Put them to the side. The other cards would have been a reinforced stitching. Use $200 to attach to your side bag. Oh, plus 2 side bag capacity. That's so good. Next one would have been the telescope. Plus 1 cunning. When traveling to town, you may cancel and re-roll the results on a travel hazard chart. Right, Bishop? That's a slick card. With that telescope, though, oh my god. These are good cards. The Tekokage Claws. You may move through barriers. Your combat hits are now plus 1 damage. That's pretty cool. Good for assassins, probably. And then some rare spices. Gain 2 spice tokens. These 2 here are awesome. Ignoring travel hazards or re-rolling. I like it. The ones that we gained. Oh, the Vampire Hunter's shotgun. Range 6, shots 2. Use D8 to hit, and for damage, 6, 7, or 8 counts as critical hits. Plus 1 damage against undead or beast enemies, or plus 2 if you are a holy character. Now you can get holy. You can. What I love about it is that since it's a shotgun, if I ever kill anything with it, with Lester, he gets extra hits and crits and all this other stuff, extra bonuses. Which reminds me. Yeah, he's at full grid anyway. This might be worth keeping. May not use Darkstone upgrades. Oh, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. I want an inlay on it. But it's a shotgun that gets 2 shots instead of 1. Now the crazy thing about this gun, it uses D8s to hit. Oh, and for damage. Oh, okay, so yeah, it's already better than the shotgun I have. The only thing is I gotta find upgrades that aren't Darkstone. But instead of 2 shots instead of 1 shot per turn with a regular shotty and only 5 range, I'll get 6 range with 2 shots with extra damage to undead and beasts. That is really good. I might have found a way to trade up my shotgun. Yeah, I probably will be keeping that. Nice choice, Bishop. Nice choice. Gear number 2. Mercenaries Rapier. Whenever you kill an enemy with a combat hit, gain $10. Once per turn, you may reroll one of your melee hit rolls. If this reroll is a critical, it is +2 damage. That's pretty good. It's actually really good. That would be really good on Chiyo. But I like her axe better. She's got a trusty axe. It's +1 damage base, and once per turn, reroll a melee hit. I like the +1 damage base. That's guaranteed no matter what, we're dealing damage. That is a good weapon, though. I like the idea of getting money. Mad Arts! How you doing, buddy? We finally found ourselves, and this is something that Bear would kill for. We found the Vampire Hunter's shotgun. So if you're holy, you deal extra damage. Yeah, the only problem is you can't upgrade it with Darkstone upgrades. So it means that when you go to the blacksmith or the swordsmith and you're trying to put grips on it, you can't do it. You have to find runes or something. Or actually, as a matter of fact, what we found earlier, although I think that's for combat, I might be thinking of something else. No, gun or hand weapon. We could have. That would have been awesome. That would have been perfect. Bishop, that would have been perfect for the vampire's gun. Iceman, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for the hydrate, buddy. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Right? Makes it a little bit more difficult and more fun to try to upgrade the shotgun. But we didn't find this. This was in one of the 3 cards. And I saw that and I was like, oh, that's sweet. And Lester's a soldier. This would have been perfect for that vampire's shotgun. It would have given him an additional shot on top of everything. Oh, man, I wish we found that. Yeah, we found a lot of cool stuff in the deck, in the gear deck recently. All right, so that's what we got. 2 gear cards. That was Abbie's turn, right? Yep, she did that. She did good. All right. Next up is Hosko and Lester. Hosho's way behind. Does he get a grip back? No. But what he's gonna do, mistakenly put it back on the top of the deck. I'm not gonna lie, Bishop. There is part of me who wants to add a redeem to where you all can be like, if we saw something awesome, for example, if we saw something awesome like these 3 cards, you all can spend a redeem and say, hey, in the next draw, put them back in that set. So it's like the next 3 that we have to draw, it's in there. We just shuffle it. We have another chance to get it. I might make it expensive. The redeem is going to be expensive, but it gives us a chance for you all to kind of interact and give us another chance at that item. I feel like that would be a good idea. But what I think what I'm going to do is that it's going to be, we still draw 3. We just add that card to it. So now it's 4 instead of 3. But a chance, exactly. Because we still want to make it difficult. So I think I'm going to create a redeem based on that. I think that would be an awesome idea. Because, you know, like, who knows the next time you're going to run into that item. So it will just give us another chance. Like I said, we'll still draw the 3 cards. We'll just add that to the stack. Now you have to choose one of the 4. If we have 2 cards, one of the 7. But, animating supper. Homemade pancakes. Ooh, eggs, bacon. Yeah, you know what my favorite thing was? Always Taylor's ham. Going out on vacation and having Taylor's ham. Oh my god, the saltiness of that. Oh, drooling. So good. Oh, I can taste it right now. Alright, so it's Hosko and Lester. We'll have Hosko go first. He's going to spend a grit point to get 12 movement because he doesn't have the soldiers. He doesn't have the soldiers' mercenary boots anymore. Or marching boots anymore. I made that mistake. There we go. We're not going to get rid of these growing dreads anytime soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, he hauled ass. And then he's going to attempt scavenging, even though he's not good at it. Oh, he actually gets an extra die. He does not find anything. Alright, next up is Lester. Lester's going to roll for grit. Does not get a grit back with a 3. Oof, yeah, Bishop. I don't know, I just remember like going out camping with my dad back in the day, back in the 90s, and yeah, back in the 90s, early 2000s, mostly the 90s, but we would go out to, like, there was a place in Maine called Old Orchard Beach, and there were all these campsites in that area, and we used to go to one. We used to every time he would always buy Taylor's ham, and oh my god, he would cook eggs, Taylor's ham, croissants. Oh man, I miss that. Lester, that's right. Okay, so Lester did his grit roll. He's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close, but not quite enough. He'll try scavenging with the chills. It's ignored. First success is ignored. Next up is Chiyo. Grit roll. Nothing. She moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she searches through the door. Finding the fissure. That brings us one step further. Yeah, we're going to be making 9 pluses by the end of this adventure. Yeah, we're going to be making 9 plus rolls. We might actually have to accept failure, which sucks because I kind of created some rules that suck for this. Alright, so the fissure, it's in the Forest of the Dead. What does it look like again? Yep. Autobahn, yeah. Funtown. Yeah, Old Orchard Beach was like my favorite place to go, other than seeing like, you know, a bunch of like 55-plus-year-old Frenchmen walking around in a Speedo. My favorite thing of that place was always the pier. There was the pier, and right in front of the pier there was 2 locations. Pier fries and pier pizza, and oh my god, so good. So good. Now I went a couple years back and it was obvious that everything changed, The fries were still good, still made fresh, everything. And they had salt and vinegar, so you can put all the salt and vinegar you want on it. And then the pizza joint, though, I was a little disappointed. I was like, oh, that's not the same. Now, they still had, I think it's Tony's Pizza. I think it's still there. I think they were just closed because we showed up late on a Sunday, and I think they closed before we got to it. But they used to have these huge slices of pizza. Huge slices of pizza. My girlfriend at the time tried to get me to go on the roller coaster next to the pier. No thanks. Yeah. Every time I used to go to Old Orchard Beach and I would hear the roller coaster, I mean, just the sounds alone made me go, that thing's gonna break. One of these days, something's gonna fall off or something's gonna pop off, and it's just gonna make. I won't go on. I generally just am not a roller coaster person. I'm not a thrill seeker. All right, so we got the fissure. That over here. Actually, we'll put it down here because we do need to roll the size of the, not the size, but the different doorways. After Lester? Oh, no, that was Chiyo. Chiyo gets 5 XP. Come on, Lester. You need 20 XP, bro. Do something. Do a cartwheel. That should give you something. All right, after Chiyo's turn, it is exploration. House Playland, yep. Oh no. Yeah, the Palace Playland, they had the bumper cars area over there too. I remember back in like the 90s, late 80s, barely remember it too much, but I know the early 90s, late 90s, the arcade was the place to be. Oh my god. They had like arcades everywhere near that beach. Every machine you could possibly think of too. Yep. Oh, and just about every pinball machine too. Oh man, I miss the 90s. What I miss about it the most was just everybody getting together, and like beaches, malls, all these outdoor places were always filled. There's people out doing stuff. Today, like there's a mall down the street that when I first moved to Texas, the Ridgemar Mall, that place was popping. Now it's literally a ghost town. Yeah, Iceman, I miss the old school arcades. I miss like going to the arcades, yeah, playing a couple games, but then playing like a lot of the games that give you tickets, so I can buy Fructose candies. Oh, I loved those. I know Tootsie Roll made their own versions, but Fructose to me just had the right artificial flavoring. Like, it's too sweet and sugary, but I just remember loving it. Oh my god, the grape one in particular. Green apple was delicious, but it was always either strawberry or grape was what you could get. All right, so what we're looking at here is it's one doorway, so we need to roll for it. So straight ahead. God, yeah, I miss the old arcades. Played Lethal Enforcers all the time. I'm not going to bother with that. I used to play Lethal Enforcers. That used to be my favorite game, Lethal Enforcers. The Ghostbusters game, we had a Ghostbusters arcade game at, it was in the Auburn Mall. I forgot the name of the place. But we had a Ghostbusters arcade game there that was epic. It was pretty much like, was it Ikari Warriors? But Ghostbusters, it was so good. It was the real Ghostbusters, so it was the cartoon show. Same, and the worst part is, and this is the thing where I need to zoom in. I cannot read. No, really, I can't read. And the worst part is, and this is the thing where I am convinced that a lot has to do with mall owners, basically. And yeah, 100% there. Just throwing their hands up because they're just like, well, we can't compete. Well, it's not so much that. It's also the fact that every mall I knew in Maine, specifically the one in Auburn, they overcharge for their rent. And on top of that, the management, at least the one that I remember in Auburn Mall, would come in and act like as if they ran the place. So this was a store that is paying rent, And then a manager comes in and acts like they are the boss of the place. Like they can actually command the employees of this business. Because we used to have a guy who used to come in, he used to give us hell all the time, and then like order us around, and it was like, who the hell are you? Get out of here. Take it up with management, you know, or upper management, the ones who are paying the rent for this place. But anyway, what happened is a lot of these malls, specifically the Auburn Mall, the only reason why it still exists, and it was like that even like in the 2000s, late 2000s, the only reason why they still existed was because JCPenney's. There was always a Macy's or a JCPenney's, one of those outlets that just, it embeds itself inside the mall, and it's keeping that place alive. Like Dillard's and all that. But that's what's here at the Ridgemar. It's sad, because I remember that place used to be awesome. It still has a movie theater, a really nice movie theater, too, I might add. The Rave is a really nice movie theater. But they lost pretty much like 60% of the businesses that were in there. But anyway, all right, so depth event. We did the one doorway. It's this doorway right here. We got to do a depth event. We have a way to ignore this if we want to. And yes, we are ignoring this. If we can pass. Who's got it? Is it Hosko? Yeah, because I don't want a growing dread again. Hosko. So a 3 on depth event is an advancement, a double advancement on the depth track. So I need a 3+, and we can avoid it using the Shahari Finder. So this will stop the depth event. We need a 3+. 3+. We got it. So depth event does not occur, but we do have a encounter. Yeah, you just remind me of something, because I remember when my mom and dad, my brother, were going into college, my mom would take me to this mall and would buy clothes for herself. JCPenney's, and then mom would say, okay, sweetheart, I'm gonna go shopping if you want to go to the arcade. Yeah, because that's what's funny, is that the arcade in the Auburn Mall was right next to JCPenney's. They were in the right spot. Yeah, because kids don't want to hang out in JCPenney's with their parents. They want to play video games. I forgot the name of the place. It's something arcade or arcade something. It's a really cool place. But they switched out their games too often. I remember when they first introduced Cruising USA over there. Oh my god, that machine was so popular. Mortal Kombat was not as popular as you thought, as you would think it would have been over there. It was all about Cruising USA, and Lethal Enforcers was always busy too. Terminator 2, though, Judgment Day, was a very busy machine. All right. That was such a fun game. I just loved how it felt, you know, with the gun. It was so cool. So cool. All right. Here we go. Encounter time. All right. Shadow overheard. The sky grows dark as a massive shadow swirls overhead, blocking out the moonlight. The silence is more terrifying than the loudest roar as you stop motionless, hoping that it doesn't know you are here. Everybody needs to make an agility and luck 6+ test. If successful, gain 40 XP, and you may recover a grit for each 6+ rolled. If failed, growing dread card and add it to stack. If more than half the heroes have failed, attack one elemental dragon. Oh my god. We're playing brutal. One elemental dragon draw. And was this more than half? So 3 people need to fail this, which we have a really good chance. A really good chance of that happening. So we might be fighting right now. Agility and luck. Yeah, Chiyo's not passing this. Abbie's got a good chance. Hosko and Lester, we do have potions. I'm gonna give them potions. Yes, both need to be passed. The and is a big deal. All right, here we go. Chiyo, she's got 2 agility, 1 luck. So we'll use the blue as luck and the gold as agility. We need 6 pluses. Well, she passed the agility. Well, hold on. I think we need to pull the errata out on this one. Because are you combining the 2 together to give you a better roll? I need to pull the errata on this one. Because I need to be 100% on this. Because if it's 2... If... Agility and luck 6 plus. It doesn't say combined or anything. It would just make sense that it's 2 separate rolls. But at the same time, I'm like, you know, we'll just treat it as 2 separate rolls for now. This is something I'm gonna have to look up. But she does not pass if that's the truth, and the chances of being able to pass. I mean, I guess this makes sense. But what would also make sense if you look at it is agility and luck. It sounds like you're using both at the same time to do it. Recover a grit for each 6 plus rolled. Yeah. Well, anyway, this was Chiyo, so she does get a grit back. Okay, hear me out here. Reading this card, that is screaming you're combining agility and luck together. Because if successful, gain 40 XP and you may recover a grit for each 6 plus rolled. Yeah. This feels like you're actually combining the rolls. So I'm just going to say we're combining the rolls. So she does get a grit and 40 XP. This is something I will look into later, though, because if they separated them, they'd have them actually on different, you know, different. Oh, would they? Yeah, it's a really tough one to answer on this. I'm gonna have to go. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go and check out the errata. Actually, no. Give me a second. I'm gonna look at the rules. And I'll pull out the errata tonight and give it a little thing, a little look. Skill tests. Because there's nothing in here talking about multiple skill tests in the same. It just says to make a skill test, the hero needs to make a lower 5 plus test. Okay, skill test outside of encounters. Yeah, I'm gonna rule that you're combining the 2 together. All right, so Chiyo passed. So she gained. I need to get rid of that. She gained a grit and 40 XP for that 6 that she rolled. Hosko is a 4 on his agility, 2 on his luck. He got 2 6s. So he gets a grit back, because he only can get max grit 1. And I think it's still just 40 XP, right? Yeah, gain 40 XP. So, just 40 XP. Next is Abbie. Abbie's going to get 3. And 5 luck. Could have brought her to a 6. Wow. Well, we don't have to worry about the elemental dragon right now, but she does not pass at all. So, what does she have for grit right now? I think we're good with it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. No, she needs to pass. So I'm going to spend a grit to re-roll it because I don't want a Growing Dread card. That's totally worth it. Okay, so we'll spend a grit. Why not, right? And she's going to re-roll all that. There we go. Well, she got 3. Nice, Abbie. So she's getting back 3 grit, so she's at max grit. And she's going to get 40 XP. And then finally we got Lester with a 2 and a 4. So 2, 4. He's got grit to reroll if he needs to. I just don't want any Growing Dread added to the stack. That would suck. He's going to have to reroll it. He's going to spend a grit to reroll. He does get it. Whew. All right. So he does get 1. He gets his grit back. He gets 40 XP, which levels him up. Whew, that's a pretty rough card over there. Okay. Yeah, he's ready to level now. And that's it. Wow. 4 rooms in. 4 exploration tokens in. We've only gotten 1 clue, and we're already several rooms and passages into this dungeon. This is nuts. Darkness roll. Yeah, we failed. Okay. This is gonna get rough. So the darkness does come out 1 step closer to another darkness card, and Abbie and Lester are about to take some hits because of the voices that they hear. So Abbie's gonna take 2. Lester's gonna take 1. Abbie passes 1, fails the other. Lester fails. So 1 point of sanity pop. All right. Is there anything I'm missing? There's a lot of rules on failing right now. No, we're good. Okay. Alright, so it would have actually been kind of fun probably fighting the elemental dragon. We're gonna start with Abbie. Oh, no, we're going to start with Lester. Well, not start with Lester, but we're going to level Lester up first. So Lester is going to spend 3,600 XP, finally leveling up to 5. Now, if I remember correctly, he's Soldier Marshal. Yeah. We finally did it, everybody. there it is, U.S. Marshal. Okay. Mad Arts with a cheer for Chiyo. All right. I guess it didn't trigger. Hold on, let me take a look at something. Did not find link to Chiyo cheer in studio. Make sure you update this chat setting. Interesting. Oh, I don't have the right ones on. Yeah, that's why. I didn't set them up properly. Yeah, I really need a checklist. Okay, so 1d3 back to 1d3 back sanity, health, sanity, any mix to Chiyo. I'll do that here in a second. All right, so the Marshal gets 2d6 on the upgrade chart. He gets an 8, so +1 lore luck. Also gain d6 health, sanity, any mix. Oh yeah, we're getting some sanity here. All right, so here's my thing about this, and I've been thinking about it recently when it comes to the upgrade chart. You can't re-roll, of course, the roll for the chart. You can't get a 2 and be like, hey, I want to spend a grit to re-roll this chart. But once you've actually chosen, like once you've gotten the roll, for example, we got the 8. So the D6 health, sanity, any mix, I want to say you should be able to re-roll with a grit if you have it at that time. Which would be the benefit of always holding on to a grit before you level. So that this way you could get, if you roll a 1 on health or sanity, spend a grit to re-roll. I am all about that. Okay, so we got a roll of 8. Because you know me, I roll 1s on these damn things. Now, you can't use, I will say this, you can't use the stream elements. Like if we're playing, if anybody's playing and you want to use a +1 die to add to your health, you can't do that. Like that's, I feel like that's kind of breaking the game a little. So, level 5. Roll of an 8. So, I'm going to take a look at his sheet and see what he's got. So it's lore luck. I'd probably bump up his lore. Yeah, probably gonna bump up his lore. There's no point of going on luck. I don't think he's gonna gain anything from that. So lore would be a good one. All right, so +1 lore. How much do we get back? Yeah, I'll take it. So he gets 4 back in health or sanity, any mix. I will be dumping that all into sanity. Which will bump him up. I'll put that in here in a second. So +4 to sanity. Alright, let's see. He is now Prestige Fighter. So now he gets a tier 4 ability. Well, willpower 3+ is nice and all, but nah. Oh, that would be actually good. He would be very helpful for his corruption test, though. I'll tell you that much. Your hits are +1 damage for each mutation you have. That's pretty good. +1 strength is nice. 1-man army. While you are the only hero on your map tile, you gain +1 comp. No, he's got a shotgun. He needs to be close. End of the line. Once per fight during your activation, use 2 grit to do 1 automatic hit to every enemy on your map tile that hits. Uses D8 for damage. Good Lord. but you have to have 2 grit. That can happen. That can happen. All right, let's see what soldiers got. Expert Gunner. You may use a D8 when rolling to hit for all your range to hit rolls. For using the rifle, that's nice. Oh, and +1 initiative. Last man standing is useless because I chose a new path to get the 3+ defense from the lawman. Never say die. Once per adventure at the start of the turn, you may automatically recover from being KO'd. As long as there are no enemies adjacent to you, roll to heal as normal, but do not roll for injury. That is actually quite awesome. Basically, it's like having a revive token. Nobody left behind. Use 2 grit to recover another KO'd hero adjacent to you, even if they are if there are enemies on the same map tile. Gain 25 XP, and that hero may roll 3 dice for injury madness, discarding the lowest die. That is awesome. But I kind of want to go with Expert Gunner. The problem is that the shotguns always use D8 for hits. So it's kind of useless, but when I'm using a rifle, like the Beast Hunter's rifle, that just made the Beast Hunter's rifle insanely good. Insanely good. And a +1 initiative is always welcome. Oh, man. But that Nobody Left Behind is stupid good. Yeah, I'm disappointed with the Marshal. Do I really want Prestige Fighter? I mean, the Willpower 3+ would be helpful. It'd be very helpful. Your hits are +1 damage for each mutation you have. He doesn't have any mutations. I have to force him to get him. Well, then, actually, that would be helpful. If I can get mutations on him, which is not hard. One-man army, while you are the only hero, that's useless. End of the line, once per fight, you during your activation use 2 automatic. That is actually really good. And it's once per fight. I kind of want to do that. Yeah. I mean, the other one too, though. Being able to bring another character back without having to pull them off the map is so good. That's a tough choice. It's between the two that are for KOing, for being KO'd, whether it's the other hero one or yourself. But I don't... Oh, we do have a good chance of that with Madness. But Been Around is really good also. But I'm thinking one-man art... Oh, not one-man art. That Does It is pretty sweet. I just have to keep his mutations. And that would make using a shotgun worth it. Yeah. We'll go with That Does It. Sucks I have to get mutations, but this will give him the bonuses he needs to actually make the shotgun worth using. Because if I can keep 3 mutations on him, that's 3 damage base, cutting through most defense. And +1 strength is helpful, so you can actually wear more gear. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. That does it. Kind of sucks because it doesn't really affect him right now. He has no mutations. We got rid of them. It's not hard to get them back. It's not with him. It's not hard to get them back. So that does it. So +1 damage for each mutation. Max 3. And then he's +2 max grit's pretty sweet though. +1 strength. I think that's going to be very helpful. gain extra movement each turn equal to your lore. That's pretty good. Once per turn, you may make one corruption hit to use a Darkstone in place of a grit. What? How am I not using that? Once per turn, choose another hero within 2 spaces. That hero may reroll a single defense roll. Just failed. If the reroll is successful, gain 15 XP. Focus, you no longer need to target adjacent enemies with ranged attacks, which I've already got with the soldier, so I'm not really worried about getting that. Okay, there's some pretty good stuff to jump for at level 6, which he's a long ways away. Hold on, I screwed up on the experience again. It's 3,600, so we need to remove what? 72. Remove, not add. Hello, you almost did it again. There we go. Alright. He is now level 5 and caught up with everybody. He needs to mutate. He needs to mutate. Alright, so Abbie's first. She's at max grit. Everybody's at max grit. She does not get a grit back. I was hoping to get one for some movement speed or something. I'll go ahead and have her spend a grit. And she's going to move 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Can she look through the door? Of course she can with that big 6. And she finds... Are you flippin' kidding me? A secret passage. Okay, I honestly don't remember where I put this tile. This is a special tile. So I don't know if it's here. I've seen it so many times. I've seen it actually come up. I think it comes with special cards too. Oh, well, there it is. Kind of perfect for a secret passage, am I right? Oh yeah, the cheer to heal. Thank you. So 1d3 back. Nice. Full 3. Thank you, Mad Arts. So Chiyo gets back 3 points of health. Okay. No exploration token, but I could have sworn there were some special rules to this thing. I know there's a card for it. Oh, you know, I'm thinking of the passage cards for the Belly of the Beast. Okay, we need to start moving this again. Because this place is getting huge. It's huge. Alright. Oof. She does get 5 XP. Non-stop with these passages, I swear. After her turn, we got Hosko and Lester. Lester will go first. How can I get you? Oh, I know how to get him mutated. I know how to get him mutated. Yeah, I know exactly how to get him mutated. Oh, Abbie, you're going to make your daughter a monster. Your father a monster. Yeah. Yeah. The first level 2 ability I got her was Outlaw Charm. Once per turn, cause D3 corruption hits to an adjacent hero to gain a grit. You know what? I'll say on her way by Lester, she did it. So he's going to be taking... So she gets a grit back. And Lester's taking, because of it, 3 hits. He needs 4 pluses. He fails all 3, mutating. Oh, Lester. We're going to have fun with this, buddy. All right. All right. 10th spot. let's go ahead and roll for it. All right, Lester, what do you get, bud? 24. That's pretty low. Oh, the worst. One of the worst ones. Melty skin. Your skin has become gooey and comes off easily now. Anytime you take one or more wounds from a source, you take one extra wound. So he does have a mutation. God, he's by the end of this adventure, he's going to be so screwed up in the head and mutated. He's not going to be Lester anymore. Let's see, Lester. We can get rid of those charts. We got Lester. What slots does he have open? 1. Ailments. Slot 1. Mutation 24. There we go. Take 1+ damage. Any source plus 1 damage. There we go. So source is the enemy group. If it was per hit, that would be broken as hell. Every enemy gets +1 damage against you. Oh well, you know, we've already seen that with other characters too. That reminds me of the weather lately. Yeah, not been fun. All right, so he's now down to, once again, 1 corruption. Oh, that's right, it doesn't go any higher. I should actually probably make it so that it can go 1 higher, so I can just remove when I need to. Why didn't I think of doing that before? Anyway, yeah. All right, so he's now +1 damage. On his shotgun and anything he uses, any weapon, any gun. Okay, so good job, Abbie. Next is Lester. Lester, am I gonna spend grit? He can move 6 spaces. He's good. Yeah, I don't want him in the front lines now that he can take more damage. He's gonna roll for grit, see if he can get some movement points. Oh, look at that. He does. All right, so he does get movement points. He's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we need to start moving some tiles. The area, the level's gotten really big. He finds the bell tower. The secret passage to the bell tower. It can't go any further. Give me a second. I need to move some stuff around. The world got a little too big. Yeah, it's going up the table. We're gonna have to start removing tiles. Hate to do it. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and do this. There's only one way, so we don't have to worry about rolling for that. Alright, so we found the bell tower. Next up, we've got... He gets 5 XP for that. We've got Hosko, who does not get a grip back, so he's just going to move his 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we got Chiyo, who's going to get nothing back, so she's just going to move her 6 as well, although I could have her spend some points. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, yeah, that's good. 6. So yeah, here's the secret passage that we found. Now brought us to this. Okay. So we found a room. We have to deal an exploration token. Let's see what happens. Now that everybody's activated. We found a clue token, and we found a portal on the other side of the bell. And the question is, does this only affect the fortress while on any fortress map tile? So this will go away if we go through that portal, which I'm actually kind of fine with. I'm cool with not giving +1 combat to enemies. But we do have an encounter in here. And a portal. So we get to use the portal token, everybody. Or the portal, the 3D portal. For once. We get to use the portal. I still smell like Sauvage. Alright. There we go. We're going to have to, again, start removing tiles. But yeah, there we go. Can I get a better angle? So there we go. We got the portal. That's the portal clue token. We need 4 clue tokens, so we have an encounter. Encounter. Fallen bodies. The area is littered with the bloody and broken bodies of fallen samurai. God, we've run into this one so many times. As you step over the dead, a cold shiver runs down your spine. Every hero must make a luck 5+ test. Successful, you find something of value amongst the bodies. Draw a loot card. If failed, place a corpse token in any space adjacent to you. Then, at the end of the turn, roll for corpse token, rising up as though it were a fight. I hate corpse tokens. Okay, so everybody needs to make luck tests. Oh, Chiyo. Chiyo. Alright, so Chiyo needs to make a 5+. We could use the potions. I want to avoid corpse tokens. Hold on. That was a noise. Yeah. Failed, place a corpse token in any space adjacent to you. So everybody needs to pass this. Do we have... Yeah, everybody's got a potion. Except for Hosko. But since there's no monsters on the board, he can actually steal one. So we do have 2 potions. We need to get rid of it. Yeah, we'll do the potions. Why not? So Chiyo's gonna drink hers. Hosko's gonna drink Abbie's potion. It is important that we pass this because I don't want to deal with any corpse tokens. Also, if we draw a loot card, we get an extra loot card because of the secret passage. Okay, worth it. All right, so here we go. Chiyo's now going to be a 3 instead of a 1 because of the potion. She's gonna re-roll it. Why not? Yeah. There, we got it. She got it with a 6. So she got it. She gets to draw a loot card. I'll just go ahead and put a little thing here. We get to, because we're in a secret passage, we are currently getting +1 loot whenever we find a loot. So, boom, she's getting 2. Next up is Hosko, who's a 2, but he's now a 4. He only needs is a 5+. He got it with a 6. So he also gets a loot card. Next is Abbie, who's a 5, so she should actually be able to get this statistically. Oh god, yeah, big time. That's 2 6s and a 5 right there. So she also gets 2 loot. This is a good card to have while we're doing this. And then Lester with a 4 luck, he rolled 2 5s, so he's good. So we passed pretty dang well. Worth using the potions on. Yeah. So at the end of the turn roll, so since there's no corpse tokens, we avoided it thanks to spending a grid on Chiyo. We don't have to worry about any corpse tokens problems. Now we just get 2 loot a character. Pretty dang sweet. Alright, here we go. Chiyo's gonna be first. She finds an artifact, 50 experience. She finds an artifact and a dark stone. We're in the Forbidden Fortress. So humid. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of corpse tokens. I will do anything I can to avoid them, because having them following us around can get really annoying. Especially considering they'd be divided between 3 rooms right now. So trying to stop them from doing anything would be a pain. Alright, so artifact for Chiyo. I'm gonna draw 3 cards. Who wants to choose? We are done with this, so I can go ahead and zoom out. Choose. Choose your destructor. See, now, was it you, Bishop, that was talking about Gozer in that line? Can't get that out of my head now. Choose. Alright. Anybody wanting to choose the, one of the 3? Yeah, Mad Arts. Would you like to choose the card? For a protein bar, that's flippin' delicious. I'm a big fan of almond butter. Number 1. Alright. Third one would have been... Yep, the Amulet of Heimgall. Yep, once per adventure, add an extra d6 damage. That's nice, but you can always find better gear to kind of give you a permanent buff throughout the adventure. It's nice, but still. Second one would have been Hell Scroll. Discard to unleash the power of the Hell Scroll. Roll 3d6. You must then assign that many wounds, ignoring defense and armor, to other models on your map tile, divided as you see fit. Though no model may be assigned more than 2 wounds each. Any remaining unspent wounds are assigned to you. That's a dangerous card. And then what we did find... Oh, look at that, Mad Arts. Look what you found me, buddy. A Takobake Spear. It is Darkstone. You may assign your combat hits to other models up at 3 spaces away, even if they are enemies adjacent to you. Your melee hit rolls of 6+ may double their damage roll before any modifiers. So if you roll 6, you did 12 damage. Minus the defense and everything. Then the modifiers. That is good. That's good. I kind of want to give it to Hoshorio. Yeah. Hoshorio. I kind of want to give it to him because, like, don't get me wrong. The Trun Blade is amazing. It guarantees 2 damage. Base. But if I get crits, then the damage output will be insane. I'm gonna hold on to that because he can still wield this with another weapon. He can wield this with the and I can put a Darkstone grip on it and give it +1 combat. Oh, I might give him that. I might get rid of the Trun weapon. I might actually get rid of the Trun weapon. I'd hate to do it. But I love the chances, like what the possibilities of this, because he's already getting some decent combat. I think he's 4 combat base, thanks to his tier 4 ability. But this will make him, if I get a Darkstone grip on it, that'll make him a 5 combat base. +1 damage from the drill. And I think I could upgrade this with a core, giving it +1 damage, but I think I like the idea of a grip. Oh, his lore needs to be a 3. You're right, Bishop. You're right. You couldn't have just let me, like, relish this and just You're right though. It could work on Chiyo. And that might actually work pretty good on Chiyo. But she's already got a good setup going on, so it might be worth holding on to that in case I ever get him up. We do have one item. No, we sold it. Yeah, we sold it. We had that little, it was like a little gold block or something that was giving +1 lore to Chiyo so she could actually hold the Sword of Destiny. But now that she upgraded and got her lore to level 4, it was like, what's the point? So, yeah. Because she was a lore 5 with the Void Child. We got rid of the Void Child and brought it back down to 4. That'll work on her. And it's funny that she'll be wearing Takobake armor with a Takobake spear. It's just, it would be better on Hosho because he can use 2-handed weapons as one-handed. Well, anyway, that was Chiyo's find, right? All right, so next we have there we go. We have Hosho. You can find lots of money. So 250 bucks and 40 XP. And then we've got Abbie. She might as well join the ranks. I was gonna say Lester should, because we're gonna mutate that guy up. All right, so here we go. Another $200. So 40 XP, 200 bucks, and a Darkstone. Dude, we're building up some good Darkstone here. $200 and 40 XP. And then we got Lester. Let's see what he gets, but we do have to roll and see if he actually gets them. First one, he does with a 3. Second one, he does with a 4. If he rolls ones, he doesn't. 50 XP. And 275 in gold. Dude, we're banking. I like it. It's a good feeling. All right. That was the encounter card. So we got 2 clue tokens, a doorway to another world. Thankfully, I'm dying to see another place. Are we that many in? One. There's 3 tiles there. 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should be 9 in. We got too many passageways. I'm gonna be voting for longer missions in hope of getting those question markers. Oh, we need we need 2 more to complete this mission. Well, there's 2 ways of playing the game, Mad Arts. I'm playing it with the latest rules, where we're using 8 tokens. So there's 2 sets. There's the 8 token set and the 12 token set. The 12 token set, I think it's like 6 are clue token, and the other 6, of course, are not clue token. And there's like a much more broader set of what happens. It's the original set. I actually have it right here. Or do I? Nope, that's the old set. I have it in a baggie somewhere. But anyway, it's a set of 12. So it makes the missions a lot longer. The nice thing about the 8 set, specifically when streaming, is we have a higher chance of getting through missions during a single stream. That's kind of why I kind of built the 8 set into the stream. I might actually build it into the next set for both, because there are certain missions that I want to be longer, like the Oathbreaker King. I want the Oathbreaker King, like the challenge missions, I want to be longer. I want I want you to feel the dread, the growing dread, as you will, as you're going through these missions. I'm so sorry for that. Anyway, so yeah. Eight plus roll. Ain't wrong. Okay. That sucked. Okay, so ad break. Oh, starts in 40 minutes. Sorry, 40 seconds. Sorry, everybody. Just noticed it. Okay, so we're gonna start with Abbie. She's got a lot of grit. Oh, that was a failure. Lester and Abbie need to take hits. Here's a question. Oh, I'll look at it later. No, I'm going to look at it now. I think I'm doing this wrong. This is a madness. I think we're not supposed to be getting willpower saves against these. Ignoring willpower. So we shouldn't be getting willpower saves against them. Okay, so from here on out, remember that. This is the reason why I want to change all the ailment stat cards on the actual character sheets to like scrolling text. So this way, I can actually put a little bit more in there than that tiny little line of information. I couldn't fit half the stuff in there. All right, so Abbie's getting 3, 2 for Lester. So she just took 3 points of sanity damage. Lester's taking 2 points of sanity damage. Oh, he's not looking good. Yeah, he's not looking good. He needs whiskey. He needs to drink. All right. Abbie's gonna go first. Why not? She's going to. Oh, Matt Arch with the save for the Marshal. Let's see what he can get him back. All 3. Thank you, buddy. So Lester gets 3 points back in sanity. Abbie's gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but she's gonna spend one to move faster. I want her to get to that door. I want to see what's on the other side of that portal. All right. Oop. There goes Coco. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again, she's got 14 movement points thanks to the marching boots whenever she spends grit to move. Can she look through the portal? Is she too scared of it? Abso-flippin-lutely. She does not look through the portal. Next up is going to be Hosho Rio and Lester. We'll do Hosho first. He doesn't get any grit. He is far behind. Yeah, he's going to spend a grit. I want to hold on to grit to, like, get rid of these, at least a couple Growing Dread cards. He is actually, like, a problem right now, being only max grit 1. We need to find him some way to get some more max grit. Which, by the way, Lester can wear something. I got nothing for him to wear. We need to find some wearables. Where, oh, where can we find some wearables? Alright, so he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4. I spent a grit, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And he's going to do a scavenge. He gets 4 dice because he gets +1 to scavenge thanks to the drill. No, not the drill. The Shahari Finder. He's getting +1 to scavenge, to +1, an additional scavenge card if he gets a scavenge. Oh my god, he actually did it. So the first one gets ignored because of the chills, but he does pass. And because of the laser drill he's got, this turns into 2 cards. No! Okay, so 20 XP. $50, but at the cost of a darkness card. Alrighty. Card number 2. Wave of Dread. Every hero must make a Spirit 6+ test. If successful, gain 20 XP. If failed, draw a Growing Dread card and add it to the damn stack. Oh my god. Okay, so we use all our potions, and we are terrible at Spirit. We are going to see a lot of Growing Dread. Yeah. This ain't going well. Alright, so here's Chiyo. Fail. Hosho. Fail. Abbie. Pass. So she gets 20 XP. And then I might spend... No, I'm not going to spend grit. If we fail this mission, we fail this mission. Lester. You know, it would make sense that he'd have a Spirit 5, considering every bad thing has happened to this guy, and he's still just going. He's mad, he's crazy, like taken so many injuries, and he's constantly developing mutations because he's got a bad corruption resist. Only makes sense. That's cocked. Wow, that's a... He's gonna spend a grit. I'm glad we got tonics. That's 5 dice, dude. Come on. There we go. Way over here. So he got a 6. He passed. And that's going to give him 20 XP, but we do get 2 Growing Dread cards added to the stack. Probably be wise for me to actually get rid of this. There we go. That could be 4 more dreads. Yeah, almost was. Ain't nothing gonna break his stride. No. No. Especially his daughter, who's probably gonna make him mutate again. Okay, so, let's see. Lester's next. Okay, so Lester is going to roll for grit. Oh! Well, hell yeah. He got it back. And he's going to move up. I'm not going to bother spending it. He's just going to move up. He's right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we got Chiyo rolling for grit. Doesn't get it with a 5. And she might need to spend grit to catch up. Might not be a bad idea. Oh, we still have the canteens. I forgot. So Hosho and Chiyo are currently wearing the canteens where they can get themselves. So Hosho's gonna, we'll say Hosho spent it to give himself a grit back. It's up to 2 uses. So you know what? I'm going to do this. Oh, you know what? I created an icon for this. Okay, so Hosho should have. Let's see. We're going to give him a grit back. And Chiyo's going to do the same. We'll just say that she spent that canteen grit on giving herself movement speed. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that I added some tokens specifically for certain things. Which actually I should do it right now for several characters. So we'll give him canteen. He's got 1 left. Boom! Alright, and then Chiyo also has a canteen. She also has 1 left, but she also has... What's it called? She has the Sacred Bell. There we go. Yeah, I'm actually beginning to see that I might need to add 2 more tokens per character. And then, of course, the Marshal has... Yeah, I had the hunch I was going to spell that wrong. Kind of did this so that we have the representations of everything. Okay, I know I created an icon for this. Either way, it's a Marshal's badge. So this way we can keep track of what's been used. Okay. So yeah, Chiyo's going to be spending that grit that she got from the canteen to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. She's a 6. She gets 14 movement points for double the movement speed, and then +2 for the marching boots for using a grit. And that's... Oh, no, Chiyo's going to look through the doorway. Let's see what world she finds. It's been a while since I've seen this animation. Let's see, random.
And on the world portal, clench them cheeks, then
Oh God, our favorite place, everybody.
deadly portal. I'm sure everything will be okay.
Every time. Every time. It's like we can't go anywhere else. We're always going to the Blasted Waste. Which, don't get me wrong, I love the Blasted Waste. Which means we get to play around with some features on the stream. So I'm pretty excited for that part. But I'm also like, come on, man. Give me Derelict Ship. Give me Derelict Ship. It's like the hardest place. You know what's funny was that Season 1 characters... I think they went to the Blasted Waste once. This group, it's just been this is like their home world at this point. They must be happy going back to their damn home world, I swear. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Wasteland. Whenever a natural 7 is rolled for the Hold Back the Darkness roll, all heroes in Blasted Waste take 1 corruption hit. Oh, okay, that's great. You know, Lester needs some corruption. Use the Wasteland... I don't know why I'm reading it over here. Use the Wasteland loot deck while in the Blasted Waste. Whenever a hero draws 1 or more loot cards, draw 1 extra. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. So we can go ahead and put that away. Oh, this place is actually pretty bad for us. I think we have to roll to see... Get the book out. So I think we need to roll... If we are coming here from a portal, I think we need to roll to see what time of day it is. I am, like, 75% certain on that. Look. Alright. Blasted Waste. Where are you? Oh, well, of course it's the last book in the pile. Alright. Bartertown. Cool thing is that all the missions for this are also already on the stream. Let's see. Rolling for time of day. The first time that the Blasted Waste map tile is placed during a game, the heroes must also set up the sun track and roll a d8 to determine the position of it. Okay. Luckily, the track on the stream tells us the rules as we go. So, sweet. All right. Let's take a look. Let's see. World effects. Sundial. We get to see the sundial again, everybody. And we roll a d8. So I think, yeah. Yep, dusk. I love how it changes the scenery. That was a cool feature. So yeah, we're at dusk, so that means that yes, whenever a player activates on a tile with a blue pool, they take 1 poison hit. So it's basically just a damage, one damage hit. There are gas masks that we can purchase in Bartertown that can help us avoid this. So, yeah. Okay. Let me get the Blasted Waste deck out. Time for some Mad Max action, everybody. Blasted Waste, counters, and tiles. Let's bring the artifacts with me too. Crap, the thing is, I'm missing some of the cards from the artifacts because I want to build a robot. I would love to build a robot. I just gotta find the cards. I don't know where I put them. Okay. We don't need secret passage anymore. We're pretty much done here. Unless something ambushes us out of nowhere. We're pretty much done with the Forbidden Fortress cards. I can kind of just set some of these aside. What are these? Oh, discard. We got encounters and we got map deck. So let me go ahead and shuffle these things here. Do you want to build a robot? You want to build a snowman? I forgot how that song goes. I am so sorry. All I can think about is Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Cannibal the Musical. Let's build a snowman. We can make him our best friend. That movie was hilarious. If you haven't seen, if you want to see a good cult classic, go see Cannibal the Musical by Trey Parker, Matt Stone, and all that crew. It is flippin' hilarious. Stupid humor, but hilarious. And then after that, go watch Orgasmo. Definitely watch Orgasmo. If you're over the age of 18. I really don't want to get it stuck in there. Okay. Yeah, Orgasmo is like one of my all-time favorite movies. It is so dumb, but so flippin' hilarious. Wow, it's dusk. Ugh. Alright, so the map tile for this location. Oh, look, everybody! Another passage! You see, no, we're not going to have suspicion. Because we're going to run into passages every time. Alright, where's the map tiles for Blasting Beast there? Don't see. There it is. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's got a blue pool on it. It's just so nice. Get rid of all of this. Yep. Okay. And we'll just kind of move this over here so we get a better, you all can get a better view of everything. Yes, Bishop, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, great, that means we've reset pretty much the passages, so we're now stuck with whatever is going to happen here. I was excited for a portal, but not for this. I guess, oh my god, are you kidding me? Another passage. And if we've... So not only if we fail darkness rolls, if we roll 7s, corruption hits. Okay. Okay. Well, hey, at least the music changes. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so... Okay. So that's the end of the round. No exploration or anything like that. But hold back to darkness at 8+. Or is it 9+? Hold on. We advanced it, right? Yes, we did. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, if we're gonna fail, just due to the fact that either darkness is gonna run off the table, or we're just gonna run into too many passages and we're just policy marker is gonna reach 0. Darkness is kicking my ass, bruh. I'm at 9+ now. All right. So a lot happens. That was a 6 roll, right? Yeah, so we're good. 2 characters are now taking horror hits. We're looking at Abbie. She's taking 2 hits. Well, 2 damage of sanity, and 1 sanity damage for Lester. All right. This sucks. Okay, so first up is Abbie. This is a bad place to be. Last time we did this, we got taken down by the Lizard King. Or the Serpentman King. And his flying pterodactyl jerk words. Anyway, she does not get a grit. She's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does she look through the doorway? Well, not doorway, but she's looked through. She does. Finding. Oh no. Okay. 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 It's not going well. You get a passage. You get a passage. You get a passage. Bishop, I'm not gonna lie, man, I am half tempted to take up that ruling. Although I do have to admit, I do kind of like the odds against you in Shadows of Brimstone. There's always a part of me that likes the possibilities of failing. So I'll have to look into that. But I get where you're going with it. It makes perfect sense. Because we've used the T junction already. The small passage, I don't think we used. We used a medium and a large. But that would have given us a room. So, that would have made sense. Maybe for future games, I'll look into it. But yeah. Dang. Okay, so she gets 5 XP. Good for her. She fought her fear of looking through doors. That's what counts. Oh, that's the wrong character. As much as I would like to give him 5 XP. Everybody else has a long ways to go. After Abbie, we have Hosko and Lester. Hosho's going to go first. Gets a grit. He's at max grit, so we'll spend that on movement points. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And he's going to search or look through that doorway. That's going to give him 5 experience. And what we find, a desert valley. God, I love the Blasted Waste tiles. Always been some of my favorite tiles. I just, the whole Mad Max post-apocalyptic world thing, it's just so cool. What about tentacles? Okay. We still have Lester. Lester is also going to roll for grit. Nothing. He's got 6 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll have it there. And he's going to scavenge. See if he can succeed. Nope. He needs 2 6s to at least get 1. And then Chiyo. Nothing. For grit. She's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on. Yeah, it's when we activate on that tile. So next turn we're gonna start taking. We need to get to this tile ASAP. Because these tiles here are gonna cause damage. Oh, tentacles emote. Okay. I need to create some more emotes. Although I'm thinking I might try to find somebody to create cute emotes of the characters that are in the stream. I think that'd be kind of cool. So like one for Hosko for these characters, and then like a set also for the characters on Thursday streams, and maybe some for Tuesday streams. Let's see. Yeah, cute little chibi characters or something. Chiyo moved up. She's gonna scavenge. She is always good at it. Okay, so she does find something. It's Blasted Waste Scavenge, so she gets an additional scavenge on top of the Blasted Waste Scavenge. Now I know we have a note section for this. We need to bring Dutch into the field here. Specimen jar. We need to do the specimen jar. Now that we're in another world, we need to do the specimen jar. Hold on a minute here. Abbie, Visions of Fiery End. Start next adventure at max grid. Oh, whoops. Okay, here we go. The Blasted Wastes tech. We now have 2 tech. And 0 scrap. I'm pretty sure we actually have more than that. I just think I lost the note for that. But anyway, we're looking at 30 experience to Chiyo. Who's next to each other? Oh, you know what? Abbie's gonna force Lester. Do I want to do it? Yeah. Abbie's gonna force Lester to take some corruption. She's gonna get a grip back. She's right next to him. He's taking 1 corruption hit. 4+ willpower. Oh, he gets it. I was actually hoping for him to like start mutating again, but he's resisting this time. I think that's all I can really get these guys to do. What do we have for whiskey? Before we go and do anything here. Yeah, Abbie and Lester are going to drink their whiskeys. No, Lester's gonna hold off. Abbie could use it though, so yeah, Abbie could use it. So Abbie's gonna spend her whiskey. Getting back to... I'm not cool with that. We don't have much whiskey on us. Yeah, it's a tough choice. I'm half tempted to grit roll it, because I do have ways to get grit back. Why not? Abbie's gonna grit roll it. I'm grit rolling whiskey shots. That's funny. Alright, so she's gonna spend that grit that she just got to get 3 points. And it's worth it. And then Lester is gonna spend his whiskey. We need to find more. And he's going to get back 3 as well. There. That's good. At least every turn they can heal up with their antlers on a combat turn, of course. Okay, so that room was... Where's the die? I'm missing it. Okay. It's all the way on the other side of the table. Room was scavenged. Or the passageway was. And now we need to do exploration. Oh, we got a clue token. Oh, we also got a darkness card. So two of the doorways. Okay, there we go. So, opposite sides. So, the far end is closed off. Yeah, the dampness of this apartment is seriously damaging my tiles. So, we have to go through one of these two. Okay. And we have a darkness and an encounter. So let's see what we get for a darkness card. I don't think I have any way of getting rid of it now. Could have sworn we had like a cool note. This one's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything. Next fight on adventure, +1 damage. Alright, we'll use that. I forgot we have some bonuses. We'll do that in the next fight. Confront the darkness. Abbie, here it is. Next adventure, ignore the next darkness card ×2. Ignore next growing dread ×1. I forgot we've got that. So the first card would have been ignored. We dealt with the second card. We should have ignored it, but we dealt with it. We'll just say this darkness card was ignored. And now we don't have that note anymore. So, no more... Whoops. No more darkness. But we still can ignore the next growing dread. Which we haven't drawn any yet. I mean, we've got 5 to draw, but we'll ignore the very first one. So we do have a way to ignore growing dread, so that's good. Okay, so we'll just say that darkness was ignored. Encounter. Forgot we had that bonus. I need to turn off the autofocus. Okay. Oni guards. Oh, look, the Oni, everybody. We just love running into these guys. Stopping in your tracks. You motion for the others to be silent. Up ahead, you can hear the grunting and snorting voices of 2 brutal Oni guards. It sounds like they are watching over some sort of treasure or prisoners. You can choose to either sneak or surprise them. I think we're going to end up fighting these guys no matter what. So, yeah, it's a fight. We're fighting them. We're going to do cunning. We're going to do surprise them. Let's see if we can deal some damage. Because I don't think we have the agility on this team. No. We got 2 characters that'll fail it. Oh, it's a 4+. If successful, gain 15 XP if any hero fails this ambush attack. And I don't want an ambush attack. So we're going to just go ahead and surprise them. So cunning 6+, which we are definitely better at. If successful, for each 6+ rolled, gain 25 XP and add D6 wound markers to one of the Oni at the start of the fight. Your choice. If all heroes pass this test, both guards are killed before they can react. Otherwise, attack 2 brutal Oni. We're going to be fighting. Well, since it's saying 2 brutal, we'll say they get a lead ability since we're already doing brutal. I've now split my attention between 2 streams. Have you been taking your poison hits? Well, we have yet to really activate on this tile yet. It's at the activation of the player. So next turn, we'll be taking those hits. By the way, your daylight tracker was available in I know, right? It would have been cool if they would have done that. Just a spinning tracker, just like this. That would have been pretty slick. I mean, I could always make a 3D model print of this with the wording and everything, and have it so that it just kind of clicks into each other, and then you can just spin it. And it's like, maybe it's got like those little threads inside of it, so it's like click, 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 click. So this way it stays nice and tight when you're spinning it. Oh, that's okay, Bishop. Like, I was even questioning it myself too earlier. I was like, do I need to take tests? And I was like, oh, we were on the other side of the door before we came in here, and we checked out 2 different doorways. So yeah, we have yet to activate in the blasted way. So once everybody will be taking hits next turn because we're all on blue pool tiles. All right, so cunning tests. I wish I had potions for this. I wonder if she wants to come in and hang out. Want to say hi? Come on. Hey everybody, look who's been barking at the door. It's Coco. Hey, say hi to everybody. She hates being on camera. She hates being on camera. Hey, sweetie. Hey, say hi. Look over here. Coco. Yeah, she does not like this. Look, hey, Coco. There you go. Okay, yeah, she wants out. You can go down. She's cool. She loves her little spot right behind the television, but she does not like being held up. Oh. You can hang out, little girls. You know when you want to go out, I gotta close the door. She's got a favorite spot, but it's a little hot in here for her. Okay, so yeah, she was nervous. She was shaking a little bit. She does not like being, I don't know, it's like she does not like being held. I'll just come out and say it. She does not like being picked up. She does not like being held. She won't fight you. She'll just start shivering. She does not like it. I remember when we first got her and I used to like throw her up. I was like, after that, I was like, yeah, never again, because she was fidgeting wildly. I was able to catch her, but still, even today, when I walk around with her and I hold her and I bring her anywhere, she's like fidgeting and freaking out. She just does not do well with being suspended. But anyway, all right, so I need to roll 4 dice of cunning for Chiyo. We need 6 pluses. She does not get any. I'm not going to bother re-rolling. We can take these 2 Oni on. Cunning 4 for Hosko. He gets a 6. He gets a 6. All right, so that's already 1. And it's D6 wounds, right? Yeah. So that's already 1. Next up is Abbie. Ooh, at the end of the fight, each hero gets to draw 3 loot cards. Oh, dude, yes! Alright, here we go. This is totally worth doing. No extra wounds on Abbie's. And good old Lester. No, totally not. He just runs in there. right, so how much damage do we do to the Onis? 2. 2 whole damage. That's okay. We need the XP. Okay, so we're taking on Oni. This should be fun. All right, just regular, brutal. Oh, well, not regular. Brutal Oni. We'll give them elite ability since they're already. It's supposed to be an upgrade from a normal fight, so I'm like, let's give them an elite ability because we're already fighting brutal. You can go down. Oh, that's why. Their initiative 4, so they do go last. I like that. Holy crap, they have 20 health. Let's see. Yeah, they got 20 health. What elite ability are they gonna get? Oh god, why? I always roll the worst possible. Legendary Menace. For each hero on the map tile, not including the KO'd heroes, only are +1 combat and +1 damage. We're not in the passageway, so they're not getting... We're not in the secret passage anymore because we're not in the fortress, so they're not getting +1 combat for that. They're not void enemies either, so... Okay. That's fine. We can deal with this. So we rolled a 6 for each hero on the same map tile as the Oni. Oni are +1 combat and +1 damage. There we go. I need to fix that. I think the spacing on the card needs to be fixed. It is actually one of the things I like to polish up too on the stream. Is I want the elite chart to look a little bit better. It was one of those like just for now kind of things, touch-ups that I put together. The Oni came from this. The Oni guards. So we chose to try to surprise attack them, but we failed. So now we're fighting 2 elite brutal Oni characters. Yeah. I'd like to paint them. I might make them my next paint job. I might pull them out for Tuesday. Let's see. So we're fighting 2 brutal Onis. They're getting +1 combat, +1 damage. I'm pretty sure this is for void. Yep, void enemies, so we don't have to worry about that. Oh, they're immune to crits. That's fine, because we got somebody who doesn't care about crits. She just hits a lot. They're not in ambush, because we got the surprise on them. So, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab 2 Oni, and we'll start this fight. Go down. It's only a matter of time, so she's had enough of the heat in this room. Alright, so here's the Onis. They are a large base model. Pretty cool looking. Yeah, I think I want to make these guys my next paint job. They do have really old primer on them, so I'm like, it's probably best to do it as soon as possible. Alright. They're not in ambush. Are they? Do they have any rules for this? So they have Terror 2. The hero starting their activation on the same map tile, of course, takes 2 horror hits. They have Bash. A hero that takes 1 or more wounds from the Oni combat hits during their turn is knocked back 3 spaces directly away from a random adjacent Oni. Interesting. Moving through any models in the way, if the hero would end in an occupied space or off the board, instead place them in the last empty space, and they take extra d6 wounds ignoring defense. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, these guys hurt. but they don't have any ambush rules, so they are just at the very end of this room. The camera's being a little sensitive. I'm not gonna lie, I do miss the overhead camera, but I love these angled shots. I feel like you get a little bit more of a dramatic feel for the stream. Especially being able to see the models better. And their bases. But when I'm trying to point things out, it's a little difficult. Okay, so we're gonna start taking some poison hits. We got a lot of bad things happening. Alright. And the Blast of Waste combat music. And alright. Let's do this. Everything is set up. We did the encounter. That's what caused this. We got a clue token. We're one clue token away from completing the mission. So we're at 9+. Oh my god, we got a 9+. We got a 9. Oh my god. Alright. So they're not in ambush, so they're not getting +2 to their initiative right now. Abbie is technically a 10 initiative because of Gunslinger. So she's got an ability in Gunslinger where she makes her an initiative 10 first turn of any combat, any fight. Also, she's getting +1 shot because of that ability. But since we passed that... Oh, it's the beginning of a fight, so Hosko should actually have gotten... He didn't kill those guys. Vigilance for the raid!
Sexy raiders to TNT tabletop. Tony, it's in a lance give that man a steamy. Shouty, make sure to slap them keys in hard. Thank you for stopping by.
Welcome, Raiders, to TNT Tabletop. Lance, how you doing, buddy? How was your stream? Oh, no, double raid.
Give different materials. And like, you can see what materials each item is by clicking like the required resources to build.
I like how Dennis is trying to instruct us and we're just constantly screwing them.
Following each other, yes.
Well, everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. Raiders, welcome to TNT Tabletop. Sean, Lance, thank you so much for the raids, bros. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. I hope you had a good stream. And yeah, were you playing Diablo? Yeah, Vessel of Hatred.
That scared the shit out of me! Oh my god! That scared the fucking hell out of me! Oh my god! Ah! Stay away! Get the fuck away from me, bro! Oh my god! No, God, Jesus,
Yeah, everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. Here we primarily play a game called Shadows of Brimstone. It's a tabletop board game that is dungeon crawler, and right now we've got my Season 2 team going up against some brutal versions of some Oni. Should be actually a pretty simple fight. They hit pretty hard. They take a lot of damage, but I think we got this. But anyway, guys, good to see you. I hope you had a good stream, and I'm pretty sure you did with Diablo. Diablo is always a good time. I would love to get back into it, but it's an addictive game, a bad addictive game. Like, not bad as in being a bad game, just like a game that you'll be badly addicted to. That's where I'm going with that, if it makes sense. Probably doesn't, but that's okay. We'll run with it. Going to get bed. Love you. Oh, love you too, man. You and Lance, good to see you guys. I hope you get some good rest before tomorrow, man. And if you're still up for Tuesday, make sure you let me know, because the bros want to continue playing the Viking campaign, and we'll have to create you a character. We've already got a Jarl, so I think you can play as one of three, like the Huskarl, the Raider, which we don't have yet, and the Berserker. So we got Dustin as a Berserker, I'm as a Huskarl. But anyway, thank you guys so much for the raid, Raiders. If you have to get raid and run, totally understandable. Thank you so much for raiding and for hanging out. If you want to stick around, that's cool too. We're currently, like I said, in the middle of a battle. Well, starting a battle with an Oni. and we're going to try really hard to finish this mission tonight because we need to get rid of some ailments before we start taking on the forces of hell. Kind of hell. In this game, it's basically hell. They just call it Cinder. Alright, anyway, let's see. Brutal Oni. Alright, we're good. We passed the test, if I remember correctly. We're taking hits, though. Oh, and Hosko should be at, actually, he gets D3+1 at the start of a fight. He's at max, he should be at max Fury. Please help if I was in the right screen. There we go. Yep. No matter what, he'd be at 5 Fury, because it'd be D3+1, so no matter what, I'd roll a 1. He's at max Fury. Now he can start rolling some extra damage. Or extra attacks. Really, now that he's level 5, I need to find him some more battle tactics. Okay. We love you, Hosko, but go back down, bro. Alright, so Abbie may have to spend some grit. So she would move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She'd be far away from him, so she needs to spend grit. Let's see if she gets any, but first she needs to take a hit of poison being on that map tile. She's a 4+. Defense fails, so she does take a point of damage from the poisons of those blue pools that are on the board. That's okay. She's going to roll for grit. She needs a 6+ on one of the two, and she gets it. So we're just going to go ahead and spend that on movement points. So she can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, actually, right here. Right here's good. Actually, yeah, right there's good. She has both of them in her laser pointer sights. They're also demon. It's important. Their defense 3. She's going to be getting 4 shots base with her main hand. 4 shots with her offhand, getting +1 shot, and I'm electing to put it on her main hand because of the benefit I'm going to get. So she needs 3 pluses with these bad boys, 4 pluses with these bad boys. Now that she's level 6, she's got her ability to where if she rolls any 6s, it turns into double hits. Yeah, she was powerful before. Now it's just ridiculous. She does have grit to reroll. She needs 3 pluses with these, 4 pluses with these. Damage-wise, she's got a lot going on. So she's got them in her laser sights. So that's 1 damage right there. She's got Yeehaw. Grin! Well, I tried to get my raid to work for you, Tony, but gave the hell up on me. Oh, that's okay, bro. It's good to see you, Dren. By the way, you ought to, like, join us on some of these Shadows of Brimstone games, man. So we're getting +1 damage for Yeehaw, +1 damage for the laser pointer. We're also getting +1 damage for them being demon. So all these shots, you'll be down? We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about what would be a good time, because I'm thinking about opening up a new slot on Saturday or Friday. Thursday's kind of taken right now. Tuesday, I'm playing with Shock and the Bros on the Viking campaign. But I can always kind of step back and someone can take my slot on Tuesday. It will only be a 3-hour stream. Thursday, I think, will be 4-hour stream. And then the one I'm going to open up on Saturday or Friday can be as long as whatever. I'm willing to work with people's schedules on that one. Okay, so I'm getting 3 damage base on these attacks. Yes. Okay, so we're cutting through the defense. So it's like having crits on everything. So here we go. I need 3 pluses on the gold, 4 pluses on the blue. It's some absolute horrid rolling. Okay, 1 hit. I'm re-rolling all of these. Coco's sleeping. No, she's staring at me. All right, so here we go. Re-rolling. Whoops. Friday would be easiest on me, honestly. Okay, cool. I'm cool with that because I'm happy with keeping my Saturdays open for other things, but it was either gonna be Friday or Saturday, and we also let's talk about a time and see if we can get some more people involved. But anyway, here we go. We need again 3 pluses on gold, 4 pluses on the blue. We did get a crit, so that's 2 hits right there. We'll just say that those are 2 hits. 4 pluses on blue, 3 pluses on gold. So we actually got 2 misses. But luckily that crit turned into 2 hits. So we did get... I'm a little disappointed, but that's okay. I'm going to save all my Deadeye shots, though, because I want to make sure I can use those as bonus damage against whatever we're fighting last. Because we're fighting in an epic monster. So it's going to be whatever I roll for damage on these. Oh, that's right. We did 2 damage. We'll say they both have... I like putting all the damage on one target and whittling them down. So we'll just say the ambush that we did on them, it did 2 points of damage. So it's going to drop one of them down. 18 health. We'll say it's this guy here. And now we just start rolling damage. All right, so the first one, again, because of all her bonuses, it's just whatever I roll for damage at this point. So on a d6. First one does 3 points of damage. Crits don't matter when it comes to Abbie. She does not care. 2 points of damage on the next one. 3 points of damage on the next one. So we're looking at 8 points of damage so far. So he's down to 10 health. Next one. Another 4. So we're looking at 6 points of health left. Yes. No. Am I mathing right? Hold on. So we're looking at 12 points. Yeah, I'm right. Okay, so we're looking at 6 points of health left. We just need to do 2 more damage and he's done. He's dead. All right, cool. So that did 2 points of damage because that's all he had left after all that shooting. Man, she just unloaded into this dude. All right, I'm gonna come a time for me. Sam comes quick. Have a beautiful night. Oh, thank you, Jen. I'm glad you guys had a good time. Did you beat the Vessel of Hatred? Or were you just, like, getting close to beating it? But anyway, if I didn't catch you, man, I hope you have a good night's rest. It's coma time. I'm sorry, I read that all wrong. She still has 1 shot left. So, he's dead. And you need to take a terror test. No, she didn't because she wasn't on that map tile. Yeah. Alright, so she took him down. Experience-wise, she's getting a lot here. So we're looking at 20 plus 5 for each wound. Yeah, we finished Vessel. Lord is next week. That's right, the Vessel of Hatred was the first expansion, and I forgot. The latest one's the Lord. I gotta watch that. Actually, I gotta play it, but I'm always scared about getting addicted to Diablo. To me, that game's like an MMO. I won't stop playing it. So what we're looking at is, for experience, I'm going to get a calculator. Because I don't have the memory to remember every single bit of experience that we're going to be getting here, because she's getting a lot. Alright, so she's got a 4. So we're looking at, 20. It's 20 base thanks to the elite ability. So we're looking at 20 plus 20, so 40. So we're looking at 80 already for the first 2. We're looking at 35 for those 2 3s. So that's 70. And then we got 2 2s. That's 30 apiece, so it's another 60. She just gained 210 XP. Yeah, Abbie levels very quick. And for good reasons. And then she's got 1 more shot at the other guy. Again, with all the bonuses she's getting, it's whatever I roll for damage. 3 points, so it's going to drop him down to 17 health. We'll just reuse this guy here. Remove a point. I'm actually reaching over looking for the token that's on the screen, the digital token that's on the screen. Hello. That's gonna be 20 plus 15, so 35 points of experience from that. Aww. She's so cute. Alright, so... Alright, one dude down, one dude to go. After Abbie, it's either Hosho or Lester. I would like Lester to kind of catch up, but he is level 5, so I guess Hosho won't make it to him. Neither will Lester. Lester's too far away. Well, anyway, let's see what happens. Hosho's going to roll for grit. Nope. And he moves up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. That's all he can do. Yep, he has nothing else that he can do. But he was on actually the same map tile as the Oni, so he is taking terror hits. He needed 4 pluses. He got 1, failed the other. Abbie and Lester should have gotten a point of sanity back for their antlers. There we go. During combat, they get that. Alright, oh, and Hosho also takes a hit from poison. He passes because he has a 3+. Next up is Lester. Lester's gonna be on that map tile, so he does take a poison hit, which he passes. He needed a 3+. He's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but he is gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to pay more attention about my characters. Damn. Yep, this time I'm not going to pass it. He has his shotgun, so he moved up. It would have made sense for me to pull out the Beast Hunter's rifle for several reasons, because definitely not going to be in range of any of those Onis with 2 spaces. But I guess my screw up. I need to learn my lesson. Alright, so he moves up, and that's it. Next up is Chiyo. Grit roll. She's not on the same map tile, so she's not taking any terror. Yeah, she's just gonna move up. 1, 2, 3. We really need to kill him. We really need to. 5, 6. Or was she? She was right here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, she was right. She wasn't behind Hosho. Oh, should I spend a grit? No. I really do need to get her something with range. The spear wouldn't be enough, though. That's the problem. Alright, that's her turn. Next. Oh, actually, the Oni should have gone first. Okay, the Oni should have gone first. Alright, so the Oni would have chosen a random character. We'll pretend that Chiyo's not there. 1 or 2 would have been Hosho. 3 or 4 would have been Abbie. What's his movement speed? 5? Could he 1, 2, 3? Yes, he could. And then 5 or 6 is going to be Lester. He went after Hosho, so he just kind of moves up 1 space. And he's going to attack Hosho with 3 combat, plus 1 for the elite ability. Yeah. Alright, here we go. He can do a lot of damage. Ooh, those all hit. Hosho gets a 3+ defense against this. Hold on 1 second. His legendary ability should actually let him re-roll. I think it's the whole roll, though. Let me check. Alright. Flashing Steel. When holding a blade, which he is, +1 damage. That's the reason why I want to keep the Tron weapon. If I can get 2 blades, that's +2 damage. Well, anyway, +1 damage in combat. Once per turn, reroll all failed defense rolls. So it's all failed, not the whole roll. So he can reroll this one. Which he, oh, good God, yeah, he passes. So none of those hits actually manage to hit Hosko. He just dodges out of the way. That's awesome. Using his giant Tron metal sword and his laser drill. So that was the Oni's turn. He didn't manage to hit Hosko, so nothing really happened there. That's it. Chiyo moved up, did her thing. She was supposed to do that after the fact. Here we go. 9+. My God, we got a 10. Okay. We're getting lucky here. Okay, so with that being said, everybody's taking those hits. What else? I think that's it. The pass doesn't really give us anything. Hosho's at max. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so Abbie's first. She's going to take a... Actually, we're on a tile that does not have a pool, so no damage. But she is taking terror hits. Fails one, passes the other. On willpower. Actually, people should have gotten an additional point at the start of the turn. So she actually should be at 10. Hosko should be back up to 11. Dude, those antlers were the best investment I ever put on these characters. It is saving them. Okay, so she is gonna roll for crit. Doesn't get it. She's getting 4 shots with her main, 4 shots with her off, 3 pluses, 4 pluses. Any crits are, you know what? I'm gonna have her actually move a little bit right here. So I think we're gonna go this direction. She's getting 3 pluses and 4 pluses, and damage rolls are going to be whatever I roll because we're still getting all those bonuses. Any 6s rolled is double hits. Okay, we did get... Ooh. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not going to bother re-rolling those. As a matter of fact, those 2 are basically hits because these 2 are 6s, so I'm getting extra hits for those. I'm sure this Oni Warlord's dead. Again, whatever I roll for damage. I might as well roll them one at a time. I have to. This way, the reason why is because of how damage and experience work. So, first hit does 6 monster points of damage. Next one does 3 points of damage. So we're looking at 9 points of damage. 1, I do like that. That's more XP. 3. So we're looking at what? 12, 13 out of 17. If I can get some more 1s, I'd be happy. That's a 5. Damn. I know it's weird. I'm asking for less damage, but the beautiful thing about that is that every hit is giving me experience, and the lower it is, the more XP I'm getting. I think he's dead. Hold on. That's 12, 13, 18 points of damage. He's a goner. That would have done 4 wounds. And 3 extra shots are just sitting on the side. Man, she's good. She's good. Dead Oni. He only had 17 wounds. She still has 3 shots left. She did 18 points of damage out of 17 on those 5 hits. She's not even critting. She can't crit. Okay, so we're looking at experience-wise. Get the calculator out again. looks like a little fox. All right, so we're looking at 20 plus 30, so we're looking at 8 points experience on that 6. On the 4, it's 40. And then 15 plus 20, so it's 35, 70 between those two 3s. And then the 1 is going to give 25. So 185 points of experience. Good. Okay, so 185 experience. Dude, she's a leveling machine. Yeah. Wow. If she was Bandito, she'd be able to ignore the crit rules. But with the ability that I gave her, it was either or. I had to choose crit or that, and I'm guaranteed to have that, so I'll take it. I'm wondering if she can solo missions. Nah, she couldn't. Well, she could. Low-ranked enemies might be able to. Alright, everybody. That's a victory right there. The beautiful thing about this is because of the card, we get 3 loot for defeating these guys. That's pretty slick. Pretty slick. Alright, let's see what we get. Well, first things first is, let's do Catch Your Breath. The only person who activated this turn is Abbie. So Abbie gets the base version of Catch Your Breath. Everybody else gets the full-blown version. So obviously, Chiyo and Hosko are going to get grit back. And then Lester's going to get back 1d6. He's at max everything. So, never mind. Abbie's going to get 1d3 back. Oh, give me 1 second. Alright. So we got 3 loot apiece. I rolled a 1 for Abbie, so Abbie got 1 point back. We'll put it in sanity. We do well enough on health. Sorry, I just got some ideas looking at the screen. Anyway, I'm thinking, yeah. Well, either way, let's go ahead and do the loot. So, Chiyo. What are we gonna get Chiyo? Chiyo gets 3 loot because we defeated the two Oni, brutal Onis from this card. So its base rule is that if we defeat them, we get 3 loot instead of just the 1. So, let's see what we get. So, 3 loot cards. It's Wasteland loot. Whoops. I think I've been doing it wrong. Anyway, Wasteland loot. Something shiny. Alright, so we get a Blasted Waste artifact. First thing is, I'm thinking that's 45 experience. 45 experience for Chiyo. She gets a Dark Stone. And she gets 1d6 times 25, 25 bucks. We're in the Blasted Waste. I'm not expecting to find any money here. And a Blasted Waste artifact. Anybody here want to choose an artifact? Although I'm thinking I might just from here on out roll just to get this thing just to get the stream rolling and done. Yeah, I might just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and roll for it. So we got 3 cards. So it's gonna be card number 2. Well, we would have gotten Blood Paint. Discard to use. Until the end of the adventure, you gain keyword tribal, and all of your melee to hit rolls or melee attacks are +1 damage. That's actually pretty good. I'll make a discard pile for that over here. The other one would have been... Oh, yep. The Wasteland Survival Gear. Ignore weather effects and the poison and all that crap. Well, that's actually pretty good. Once per turn, use 1 grit to heal D3, once per turn. That's like having a permanent... Oh, you know what that is? That is 100% the Fremen armor from Dune. Yeah, it's using your sweat to make water and everything. And it's healing you. That's pretty awesome. That's actually a really, really good item. I kind of want everybody to have that. Oh, the Scorpion Claw Blade. +1 combat once per turn. It's got 2 upgrade slots too. Once per turn, you may ignore an enemy's armor ability for one of your combat hits. And it's a one-handed item. And it ignores armor. That is really good. And in one of the hits. So a crit, you can ignore armor. It's really, really good. Alright, next up. Wasteland loot for Hosho. Oh, God. So first off, 45 experience. The first one he gets, a 6. Random world artifact. Just put that over here. And then the next one, a mine artifact. And then we get a blasted waste artifact. Alright. Random world. Let's see what we find. I'm just gonna grab a random world and call it Forbidden Fortress figures. And then a mine artifact. So I'm just gonna grab. I'll go ahead and grab. Sorry, I forgot the artifacts are right here. Okay. I'll grab 3 random ones from that as well. And 3 blasted waste artifacts. Okay. We found a lot of stuff fighting these Oni. Alright, first one. Number 1. Second one. Number 2. Next one. Number 1. Alright. So, the blasted waste we would have found. Oh, the jagged blade. +1 initiative is nice and all. And once per turn adding damage to your combat hits. That's actually a pretty sweet weapon. Actually, it's a really good weapon, especially with the upgrade slots. The Shahari Finder, we've already got one of those on Hosho, and actually, to be honest with you, it would have been awesome if we could have found another one. The artifacts for the fortress, a healing stone, which we've got one of those, and actually would have been nice to have another one, to be honest with you. The Oni Skull, which would make perfect sense. Once per adventure, since we defeated them. Once per adventure, cancel Darkness card and recover D3 grit. The only problem is that it's a 2 weight item. The mine artifact, Void Canary. Once per adventure, cancel Darkness or Growing Dread card on a d6 roll of 3+. On a roll of 1, however, the Void Canary succumbs to the Void energy and bursts. It just pops. That's hilarious and sad at the same time. And then the next one would have been an Otherworld artifact from the Caverns of Cinder. I'm not going to bother seeing what that would have been. Alright, so what we found in the Blasted Wastes. What we found in the Blasted Wastes. You're making a mess, Tony. Is a Bone Blade. +1 combat. When you assign a melee critical hit, you may make an Agility 6+ test. If successful, give the target a bleeding marker. That's pretty sweet, actually. That's actually pretty sweet. Bleeding markers are nasty on enemies. It's actually kind of better because you technically are dealing damage. I mean, if it's already got damage on it, it kind of sucks. But if you can use this weapon, like, properly, you can pretty much make regeneration useless. Forbidden Fortress. Oh my god. The Oni Club. -1 to initiative. Your melee attacks use D8 to hit and are +2 damage. Hosho, what is your strength? You gotta bump that strength up, buddy. D8 hit with +2 damage. That's better than the Tron weapon and upgrade slots. It sucks that it's the Tron weapon's also a 2-weighted. I'm gonna keep this, and I'm gonna find a way to get Hosho strength +1. That is insanely good. All right, Bone Blade's pretty sweet. I like that. But let's see what we got from the mine artifact. Okay, so we have to go through the Targa Plateau. Okay. I wasn't expecting every single artifact card to be like, hey, drop from another area. Watch this one do the same. Alright. The first one. Key Fragment. Discard to recover a grit, and until the end of the turn, all heroes roll 2 extra dice on skill tests. That's pretty sweet, actually. Oh. A Tase Malice. The free attack, once per turn, use 1 Darkstone when an enemy ends its move adjacent to you to do D3 wounds to it, ignoring defense. A medium-sized or smaller enemy wounded by this is also moved back 1 space directly away. Oh, that is awesome. So you can actually, like, very threatening enemies who are about to attack you, you can potentially push them back. It's sick. It's pretty cool. I like that. One we found, the Dark Wave Gun. I think this is where you actually get the freeze gun too. Aim rate shots, question mark, or asterisk. Use 2 Darkstone to fire, roll once to hit using a D8, no critical hits. If hit, the target in each adjacent model takes peril dice wounds, ignoring defense and armor. And it's a one-hander. Oh my god, that's so good. I might actually keep that. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep that. I'm going to give that to... Because this is basically dynamite. But better. Better. It's dynamite, but better. Oh god, that is good. That means I can have Abbie still have her main shots with one hand, and then she can use... Wow. It's really good. Yeah, I'm going to be giving that to Abbie. And that's it for Hosho. Next up is Abbie. Good. Oh my god. Random world artifact again. Okay, so we got 40. Who would have known these Oni would have given us so much stuff? Okay, so we got 45 experience for Abbie. We get 2 tech, so I'll add that to the notes section. We now have 4 tech and 0 scrap. Does that have upgrade slots? It doesn't. But we also are drawing a random world artifact. I'll just go ahead and pull a random card out here. Blasted Waste, perfect. Oh. Hello. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to make sure it's random. Alright, so here we go. Number 2. So the first one would have been... Ooh, the Life Water. Discard to fully heal your health, or discard to heal a single injury, madness, or mutation. Oh my god, we need that. We're gonna hang around in the Blasted Waste for a while. The third one is... the Kraken's Nectar. I think that adds damage to ranged shots. Or I think it's just, in general, adds damage. And... the Faded Blade. It's a legendary item. Your melee to hit rolls of 1 let you heal 1 wound each. Your melee to hit rolls of 6+, add a bleeding marker to the target on a d6 roll of 5+. It's actually really good too. No upgrade slots. I don't know on that one. It's a good weapon, but can't beat the Sword of Destiny, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Final set. There we go. So 2 more tech, which is awesome, and a scrap. So we now have 1 scrap. You know, I just realized something. I actually have icons for this. And I'm wondering if I should use them. I think it would be cool. We can free up note sections for this. So we'll go ahead and just add it. Check. We now got 6. Sometimes they go off screen. Okay, I'm gonna have to reset it. Okay. Tech 6. There it is. So we'll say the team currently has 6 tech. And then we'll do scrap. Now we have 1 scrap as a team. There. That works pretty damn well, to be honest with you. Which makes me further want to add more icon, or more tokens to the system. And 45 XP. Okay. I'd say we still have a couple hours of streaming. Don't think we'll pass this mission, considering everything that's going on. Because we are already way too far down the line. I'm using the +1 roll. No, I've got a button for this. I don't know why I'm not using it. +1 roll. Okay, so we'll say the blue die is the +1 roll, so I'll just add 1 to it when we finish rolling. I'm glad we did. That would have been a double 4. So that's technically a 5 since it's +1. we got a 9, and we didn't get doubles. So, big shout out for the +1 roll to, I think it was Gonzo. Okay. This is a very, very close mission. Alright, so start of the turn. We are not on a tile that has a blue pool on it, so we're good when it comes to taking damage or poison damage. So we're going to start with Abbie. Abbie is nowhere near her dad, Lester, so you can't corrupt them. Is it adjacent here or the same map tile? I'm pretty sure it's adjacent. Because I want Lester to mutate. He gets more damage on mutation. Adjacent hero. Yeah. Alright, so she's going to make a grit roll. She's a 6+. Nope, nothing. But she's going to move this direction. She got
Being freaking raided, everyone. Welcome you sexy raiders to TNT.
47 for the raid!
Tony, it's Steph and Michael. They are raiding your stream. Pay them tribute with a shouty. Do it, you. Thank you for stopping by.
Steph, Michael, how you all doing? Welcome, Raiders, welcome to TNT Tabletop. I hope you had a good stream. I'm sure you did. You always do.
Holy crap! A follower.
Give me 1 second to do
Everyone,
a...
we got a freaking follower.
Tony Titty Flash for the follow.
There we go.
No? Yes, you should. Fine, go back to hosting, you freaking tease.
Yeah, you all always
Anyway,
seem to have a really
thank
good
you
stream.
and
Is it
welcome,
working?
follower.
So let's go to France. Blorp. Man. Yeah, you all have like a really awesome stream when it comes to like the variety of games that you play. I'm very jealous of that. Because as you see, all I do is play Shadows of Brimstone. Which again, everybody, thank you so much, Steph, Michael, for the raid. Always a pleasure. And everybody who's raiding, if you have to raid and leave, it's totally understandable. If you want to stick around and see what the stream's all about, we primarily play a game called Shadows of Brimstone, which is a dungeon crawler. It's the Old West, feudal Japan, Vikings, conquistadors taking on the horrors of Lovecraft, and as well as different types of sci-fi. As you can see right now, we're kind of in a Mad Max setting, post-apocalyptic world, desert world and stuff. Everywhere we're going, we're taking poison hits from all these different things. But yeah, again, everybody, thank you so much for the raid. And again, if you have to raid and leave, it's totally understandable. But right now, yeah, we're currently in... If I can get my mouse to work here. Currently in a in the Blasted Wastes, which is again a post-apocalyptic world. Just finished fighting 2 Onis. These bad boys right here. We took down 2 of them, and now we're about to move on and see if we can actually beat this mission tonight. But so far, it's not looking good. Cosmic! Yeah, we do have guests. Isn't that awesome? And none other than Board Gamer Steph. Gotta love them. They're great. Oh, thank you, Cosmic. But yeah, so did I miss anything? Sorry, I'm like a little bit burnt out because we're 6 hours into the stream and I've been doing math and playing 4 characters and trying to remember rules. I got burnt out like probably 2 hours ago. Yeah, Cosmic's the best. Been around since I made just before I made affiliate, I think, or when I made affiliate. Dennis, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. So yeah, so right now we're currently in the Blasted Waste. There's all this crazy stuff happening in this world. So yes, post-apocalyptic. We also have this dial that's over here that as we progress, sometimes an encounter card will pop up, and that encounter will force that dial to rotate, and it'll change the day and night cycle, and more horrible things will happen. So yeah, this area is a lot of fun. And as you can see on the screen, again, if you're not familiar with Shadows of Brimstone, there's all this stuff that's happening while we're playing. There's this depth track over here that's telling you how far into the dungeon we are, which we are this little yellow notch right here. We started at 16, we're at 5. So if we ever reach 0, we're in trouble. This little purple one is the evil that's coming out of this world and into our own. And it started at 0 and it's working its way up. It's at 7. But it's now become a little bit more difficult for us to actually get through the area. But, yeah, we're in a lot of trouble. Because we've got these clue tokens that every time we find these rooms, like this one right here, we have to flip these tokens over. And we have to find these little red exclamation points that basically indicate that we found the next clue to get us closer to our objective. We need 4. We're 1 away right now. So, yeah. So there's a whole bunch of things that happen on the stream. We have redeems as well that kind of help the stream, whether you're giving us negative or positive dice, like up here at the top of the screen. You pay redeems, you can give us negative dice, positive dice. Don't feel bad if you give us negative dice, because in the end, if we spend them, it helps us. If we don't spend them, well, that's on us, and it comes around and hits us. Cosmic, yeah, there you go. Cosmic using the -1 die. Exactly. So we can actually spend that to give us 1 less die on a skill test or attack or something. But when we spend it, it actually gives us bonus points that go into these little bars on the side. The blue bar will give us permanent ongoing effects. The red one will give us negative ongoing effects as we go through them. Thank you, Cosmic. Oh, you're going all out. So we got 1 each. So yeah, usually what we do is as a team, we'll get together and be like, should we use a +1 die, -1 die, +1 or whatever. We'd start choosing it when we get to use them, but we can't use them if it's anything against us, like monsters doing their attacks or something. It'd be kind of cheesy if a battle with a monster happened and we're like, oh yeah, we'll just keep removing dice from their attacks. But nah, it's only on our rolls. Okay, so Abbie finished her turn. Oh no, she didn't. She was gonna roll to see if she can even look through this doorway. So Abbie has, in Shadows of Brimstone, your characters can get injuries, madness, and mutations. Abbie has a madness that is, anytime she's trying to look through one of these doorways, she actually has to roll to see if she can do it because she's paranoid. She needs a 4+ to do it. No, she goes to the doorway and she's too scared to look through. So next up is going to be Hosko and Lester. We'll elect Hosko first. Hosko's going to roll for grit, see if he can get a grit point back. He does. He got a 6. So Hosko's going to... No, he can't. He's at max grit. I guess we'll spend that on movement points, which wouldn't really matter because he can only go to there. And he's going to search through that doorway. He does not have paranoia, so he can. And what he's going to find on the other side of that doorway? A broken freighter. The last time we saw this room was the final boss fight room, and it was against the legendary Serpentman King, and he wiped us off the table. Yeah, go figure. There's the one right there. We'll just kind of reposition everything. Come on now. There we go. So Hosko moves up, looks through the doorway, finds a broken freighter. We don't need it out because it's only got one doorway. Okay. Next up, he gets 5 XP because he looked through the door. I'm hoping this is the final room. It's a 50-50 chance. We've already got 3 clue tokens. We've got 6 exploration tokens on the board. Half are clue, half are not. It's a 50-50 chance that this is what we're looking for. And please, 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 please. Okay, so moves up, got 5 XP. We'll get an exploration token out for that after we do the rest of everybody's turn. Because usually you have to activate everybody before you flip an exploration token. Normally, if you're playing this without all the graphics and everything that I built into this, you would actually slap one of these guys in the middle of the room, and at the end of the turn, we do that. I'm kind of wishing this was the token. Anyway, next up is going to be Lester. Lester's also going to roll for grit. There is a blue pool on this tile. That sucks. Ooh, he gets a grit. He's just going to spend it on movement points. He's just going to move up here. But he's going to do scavenging. Since he wasn't able to do anything else this turn, you can do two things when you're not in combat. That is looking through doorways and scavenging. So scavenging, looking through doorways is what you just saw. You're looking through, seeing what the next room is all about. Scavenging is literally your character walking through and just searching, lifting rocks, whatever. What's in here? Problem is that he's got the chills, so searching is a little difficult for him. He actually ignores the first search he gets. You roll 3d6, and any 6s are scavenge. Nothing. He doesn't find anything. That's his turn. Next up is going to be Chiyo. Chiyo is gonna roll for grit. She's at max, but might as well do it. Doesn't get it, but she is gonna move up. And why not? She's gonna scavenge as well. Should I? Yeah. She does not have the chills or any madness that would cause any problems here, I think. She does have paranoia, though. Which would mean she would have to roll to see if she can do this. She does. So she does pass. She gets 1. She gets 1 scavenge. She finds nothing, but she does get 10 XP. Nice. All right. Okay, with that, everybody's activated. So we now move on to exploration. I've already been drawn. The stream is not perfect.
Token to help guide you on your
Okay, there it is. If it allowed me to use a raise, I'd be able to actually tell it to that certain icons have already been used, but I can't do that without a raise. So we get ambushed. That's fine. That's fine. We're fighting brutal enemies. So we get ambushed. Who do we get ambushed by? 2 doorways, but there's only 1 doorway in this room. So the next room is definitely the final clue token. Yeah, we went through every clue token. And we do fall 1 further in because we found another room. What do we find in here? Oh no. Feral Dice Lumia vampires. So that's what that P. I mean, it doesn't look like, it looks like a gem shape or like a hex shape, but it's really a die. Feral Dice in Shadows of Brimstone is you kind of remove the 1 and 2 on a die and you replace them with another 3 and another 4. So you can't roll any less than a 3. So no matter what, we could get 3 Lumia vampires. They are awful, by the way. A full party of 6. Oh my god. Okay, so we are taking on 6 brutal Lumia vampires. Oh, they're initiative 6. Isn't that nice? Oh, are they in ambush? They're in ambush, aren't they? Yeah, that's not good. They're initiative 8. They're initiative 8. Oh, at least they don't have much health, but they don't get any elite abilities either. They're currently just brutal 1. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and set up for the battle. I need to grab 6 Lumia vampire models. Ooh, they're defense 4. Are they demon? They're void? No, they're not void. Okay. They're undead, vampire, old world. Okay, so I don't think we have anything that will do anything to them. Except for maybe the shotgun. We do have a shotgun. Oh, that Oni club is so good. Yep, the Hunter's Vampire Rifle. So we do have this. Range 6, shots 2. Uses D8s to hit for damage. Crits on 6, 7, or 8. Plus 1 damage against undead or beast enemies. Or plus 2 if you are holy. So we could have Lester carry that and use that instead of his regular shoddy, which would make more sense. If they were beasts, I'd use the Hunter's Rifle, but... Oh, they're in ambush. Yeah, the vampire... Well, they're vampires. Vampire Hunter's Rifle. Shotgun. Makes perfect sense. So, he'll be getting plus 2 damage on these attacks. Yeah, that's sweet. Alright, yeah, I'll have him use that. So, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab some models, and we'll start this battle. We would roll all 6 of them. Okay. I would use the overhead cam. I do like the overhead cam a little better, but I don't know, that side action, that angled shot, I just love it. Alright, so here we go. We got one here. One there. Oh, it's ambush. Yep, they are not starting there. So, in Shadows of Brimstone, when you get into a fight, typically a regular fight, or warping, a typical fight, you would normally checkerboard pattern your enemies from their lowest initiative to their highest. So lowest initiative enemies would start first, and then you would start adding higher initiative. So they would be like in checkerboard pattern like this. But these ladies come out in ambush thanks to the token, this guy right here. So they are actually going to be starting adjacent to their target right off the bat. Now, luckily, we only got 4. They can't attack from here because they can't really reach anybody diagonally, but only 4 vampires are actually going to be able to do anything. Unless they got special rules, so let's go over their rules. So first off, their initiative 6 on ambush, that's going to bring them up to an 8 on the first turn. They have flights, they can move through other models and change targets each turn. Hex hits, Lumia Vampire's combat hits are hex hits, using willpower to save against instead of defense. That sucks. Because I have characters here whose defenses are really good and their willpower is not great. Vampiric Fight, Lumia Vampire to hit rolls of 6, ignore defense, willpower, and roll a further d6. If this roll is a 6+, the hero is get a bitten. Here's a good chance for us to actually use those bitten markers built into the stream. We've already had this happen before to Chiyo. She turned into a vampire. It was cool, but her sanity was so low. I'm glad we got rid of that. That was bad for her. Won't stay dead. Regeneration. When killed, place a black cursed body marker in the space at the start of each turn during a fight. Roll a d6 for each Lumia Vampire and cursed body marker. On a roll of 1 or 2, it heals that many wounds. A black cursed body will flip to its red side. A red cursed body will convert back to a Lumia Vampire with 1 or 2 health. So they can regenerate. Yep, they regenerate. Wow, they're combat 4 damage, combat 5 damage 4. With 3+ melee. Alright, well, to be honest with you, this is how it's going to look no matter what. So we're going to have 2 in the back, well actually 4 in the back, and 2 in the front. These 2 won't be able to reach anybody because they can't attack diagonally through a wall. So let's see who's going after who here. So the one in front of Abbie, the purple character, is going after. You can only reach one of those 2 characters, so it's either Hosho Ryo or Abbie. So we'll do evens for Hosho, odds for Abbie. Abbie, next one next to her is going after either one as well. So Hosko. So they're both going after the characters that they're right in front of. Same thing here. These two have options. It's either going to be Chiyo or Lester. We'll say evens and odds. So the first one in front of Chiyo is going after Lester. The one in front of Lester is going after Chiyo. We'll just say that these two are just going after, again, their adjacent hero. Okay. They're set up. We're good. I think we're good to go to the next turn. Which means we need to hold back the darkness roll, which I might use a +1 roll on. Yeah, Cosmic, I'm going to use that +1 roll. Helped us out last time. So I'm going to use the blue die as the +1, so we'll add +1 to it when we finish rolling it, and that's going to be the regular die. So what's happening here is at the end of every turn, we have to roll to see if the lantern bearer, who is Chiyo, it's the little icon next to her name that represents who the lantern bearer is. I'm going to make a better version of it. I want to make a swaying lantern. But anyway, so that person needs to make a roll against the darkness that's trying to escape the dungeon, which is currently on level 7. That's cocked. Let's see. So it's now a 4. That's 9. We got it. So we had to make a 9. So as long as we got over what the roll is supposed to be, our current space in the depth track is a 9+. So there's 3 different sections. There's this section here, and this section here. Divided amongst each other. In the first section, as we're going down, it's a 7+ is required for this, 8+ required for this, and then a 9+ required for this. So the further you're going into this dungeon, the much more difficult it is to actually make these rolls. And we've had the bad luck of finding passageways instead of actually advancing the mission. Okay, so they don't have horror checks. That's so weird for vampires. Who is on this tile? Abbie is, and Hosko, so they're gonna have to make damage, poison checks. What are we gonna do? I'm surprised they're not demon. I need to declare who's carrying what. So, Abbie's got her dual pistols. I'm gonna give the Vampire's Hunter's Rifle to Lester. Hosko's going to be using what he normally has, the Trun Blade and the Laser Drill, and then I'm going to have Chiyo with her typical getup. I think it's the Trusty Axe. Yeah, Trusty Axe and her Monk's Staff. And let's switch over to battle music. Okay. I really do want to build an animation, though, that pops up battle. That'd be kind of cool. At this point, I'm just kind of at the polishing stage of the stream. I'm not adding anything special anymore. It's just polishing the stream, making things a little more exciting. Okay. All right. Abbie's gonna go first because even though she's lower on initiative than them, with them being 8 on their first turn, she's technically a 10, and the reason why is because she's a gunslinger, and she's got an ability that makes her, on a first turn, initiative 10 with +1 shot. So first thing that she needs to do is since she's on a tile that's got the blue pools on it, she's going to have to roll for a damage roll against it, because she's taking in the noxious gases. So here we go. She needs a 4+ against this. She fails, so she does take a point of damage. Next, the combat fight. They all have these items called antlers that are attachments to their gear that gives them 1 point of sanity at the start of every fight turn. So she got that. Hosko's at max fury, Chiyo's at max. Yeah, everybody's up to speed. Okay, so Abbie is going to roll for grit. So grit rolls, this is originally supposed to be a movement roll, but I'm using advanced rules in the back of the book because I'm notoriously bad at rolling. I normally roll 1s and 2s, so I'm like, if the advanced rules in the back of the book say you can roll a 4, you get 4 movement every turn. It's just now, instead of rolling for movement, you're rolling for grit, which was, if you ever rolled a 1 on movement, you would get a grit back, which is kind of allowing you to the grit allows you to re-roll attacks, allows you to use abilities and stuff like that. So this is what's called the grit roll. I need 6+ to get 1. Oh, nope, nothing. Okay, so she's now going to take her shots. She's getting 4 shots base with 1 of her outlaw pistols. She's getting an additional 1 because of her gunslinger ability. And her offhand is going to be -1 to the rolls, and that's going to be an additional 4 shots with her other outlaw pistol. So we're looking at 3 pluses with these, 4 pluses with these. Now, as far as damage output is concerned, they're not demon, but they're all in range in the defense 4. Being defense 4, she's got an ability called Yeehaw. So she gets 2 damage from Yeehaw base, and then they're all in range of her laser pointer, so that's another damage. So we're looking at 3 damage already. So I am half tempted to put the Flag of Conquest on more damage, because there's all 6 of them. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so with that, what I'm doing is I'm popping a feat that she's got. She's got a flag called an item called Flag of Conquest. Yep. Once per adventure, heal 2 sanity from every character. Everybody's max healed on sanity. And then every hero is +1 damage on all their attacks they're on their next activation. So she's activated. She's getting +1 damage with this. So what that means is whatever I roll for damage is what I get for damage. So here we go. Golds, I need 3 pluses. Blues, I need 4 pluses. That kind of went off the table. Okay, there we go. All right, so those are hits, crits actually. Or wow, I gotta re-roll all these. I'm re-rolling these bad boys. So we got those. These count as 2 crits a pop. Any 6s count as as 2 hits. All right, so I'm gonna spend a grit to re-roll these. This is where grit comes in. You get grit, you can spend it to re-roll dice just rolled, unless they've already been re-rolled. Now there are some characters that have special rules for that, but let's see what we can get. Oh, nice. Still misses. We got some extra hits, and we got another that's adding extra hits. So we are adding 3 additional hits thanks to these 6+ rolls, thanks to her shooting ability. I'm going to say it again. Outlaw Gunslinger is an insanely good class selection. So I'm playing as journeyman characters. The base game, it's always been you just choose 1 class, level up, and all that as you progress. I'm playing journeyman, which is a new thing that came out with last year, where you can combine 2 classes. You get the benefits, almost all the benefits of both classes. So we got 10 hits here. They don't crit, but we got 10 hits. That I deal whatever. All right, so first hit. She's going to be going after the ones that are in front of her first. So the first one's taking 2 points of damage. It's now taking 3, so it's 5 points of damage on that one, and they got 7 health. All right, 2 points of damage. So that is gonna take down that one Lumia vampire. Now the reason why for everybody who's fresh, you have to separate your damage, because experience on this monster works differently than typical small monsters. You kill the monster, you normally get the experience for killing it. And these guys, the way they work, probably because of defense and being legendary or whatnot, they actually generate XP based on how many wounds you do, or how many hits and how many wounds you do on that hit. So as you see here, it's 15 plus 5 each. That means that for every hit, it's 15 XP plus 5 for every wound for that hit. So it's a good way. They did a really good job at balancing how you can build XP for your character. So that Lumi is dead. The next one in front of Hosho took 2. Then the next shot did, oh, there we go. So it's a 6, but technically it's only 7 wounds that they have, or 7 health that they have, so only did 5 instead of the 6. That one's dead. They don't have armor, do they? No? Okay, we're good. But we do have to put down tokens to represent their chances of coming back. So I'll just do this. Alright, next sets of shots. I'm half tempted to use some of the Deadeye shots. Nah. First shot is going at the one behind Chiyo. I should have probably done it. Next one. Oh yeah, no, I should have been doing it. Still has 4 wounds. I'm gonna go ahead and pop a Deadeye shot. So Deadeye shot for the gunslinger adds +2 damage to your roll. And sorry, I'll go ahead and remove this so you can actually see what it is. So these little tokens at the bottom of the screen represent what the character's carrying in their side bag area. And these are the actual tokens of the game. These are her special Deadeye shots. So she has 5 now after spending 1. That's going to turn this die into a +2 damage because we are already cutting through defense. There, that's enough. That straight up takes him down because he had 4 wounds left, so that did technically only 4 wounds. So that Lumia is gone. And we'll put a token there. Once they're all off the board, they're done for. Yeah, once the battle's done, there's nothing left on. It's kind of like how corpse tokens work. Once there's no enemies left on the board, they go away. Okay, next one, I'm going to go ahead and spend another Deadeye shot. I want to make sure that we take as many of these down as we possibly can. Hate doing it, but we got to. So +2 to this roll. So 5 points of damage. 2 wounds left. That's the one that's next to Lester. Dead. So Abbie just did a ton of damage. Took down 4 Lumia. What to do? Well, this is... we're at experience at this point. So we took down 4 Lumia with Abbie. Abbie's about to get a ton of XP. So I need a calculator for this because I'm not going to be able to do all this in my head. Abbie's going to get... it's 15 plus 5 each. So we're looking at 25 for the first, going down the line here. Whoops. So we're looking at 25. Might be easier just to pull them all apart. Yeah, we'll do 25 times 5. And 25. And then we got... was it 20 for this one? And then we got a 3, a 4, and 2 5s. So we got 30 for the 3. We've got 35 for the 4. And then 25 plus 15. So we're looking at 40 for each. So 80 points of experience. 290 points of 290 points of experience, which she just gained for taking those guys down, those Lumia vampires down. Yeah, she is, like I said earlier, an XP sponge. Look at her; she's already over 1,000. She's gonna be level 8 before Marshall even, the Marshall even gets to 6. All right, so that's her turn. That brings us to the Lumia with their initiative 8. There's only 2 left. The start of the turn? Hold on. Start of each turn. Okay. So this one's going to stand over here. Actually, they move through targets, so they will actually choose randomly. We got 8 heroes. So we'll say 1 or 2 is Chiyo, 3 or 4 is Hosho, 5 or 6 Abbie, 7 or 8 is Lester. So the first one is going after, that would be Abbie. So she just kind of like hovers over the characters gets right in front of Abbie and starts attacking Abbie. And then the other one probably didn't like what Abbie did. The other one's going after Chiyo. So she kind of hovers over to Chiyo. They're going to be making 5 combat. If they roll any 6s, 2 hit rolls of 6. So they do hex hits, so we're using willpower instead of defense. And then Lumia Vampire, 2 hit rolls of 6+, ignore defense, willpower, and roll a further d6 on a 6+. The hero gains a bit marker. Okay. That's trouble. Alright, here we go. We got 5 combat. So this one's gonna be going after Abbie. So 5 combat at 3+. No crits, 3 misses. So Abbie still gets her defense, actually willpower. Abbie's got a 4+ willpower, so she needs to use her willpower against this. She doesn't have armor. Now you still get, hold on. Doesn't say anything about the hex hits using going through armor, so I guess we still get armor. Failed both, so she's taking 8 points of, hold on. Yeah, she's taking 8 points of damage. That hurt. The next one is going to attack as well with 5 against Chiyo. Chiyo at least has armor. Good armor, too. Oh, that's poor Chiyo. Okay, well, at least she's got a good willpower, but these suck. So I have to replace those, because those ignore, oh no, those ignore willpower defense. Chiyo's about to take some serious damage. She might actually go down if this doesn't go well. So 2 misses, a hit, 2 crits. These ignore, dealing 8 points of damage. And she also needs to roll these again and see if she gets a bitten marker. Oh, thank God. Okay, so bitten marker would be 1 step closer to becoming an actual vampire. Now, it sounds cool, but it's not. I mean, it is and isn't. You can do some serious damage. You have a ton of health, but your sanity drops by a lot. All right, so she does get her willpower against this. She's a 3+ willpower. She gets it, so she's good there. These go through, dealing 8 points of damage. She has armor saves against these. So, anybody fresh with Shadows of Brimstone? How defense rolls works are, you have different stages. So, enemies, it's simple. They might get their cover save, or they might have just their defense, and you remove their defense from your attack damage and roll. If they have armor saves, then they would roll for armor saves. Their armor saves work the exact same as the hero in 1 too. But how heroes armor, defense, and cover works is it goes in 3 different stages. If you have a cover save where your character's behind their shield, if they have a shield, or if they have like cover, environmental cover pieces on the board, they would get a cover save first. Then after that they would do a defense save, which is basically them dodge rolling the attack, like trying to dodge out of it. And then after that's armor. So basically, if you didn't dodge any of the attacks, all those attacks get through to the armor. You take all the damage that's accumulated from those attacks, and you're now rolling against it with your armor save. Chiyo has a 4+ armor save. Problem is it's Takobake armor. Mutant armor. So if she saves any more than 2, she takes a corruption hit. She needs a 4+, and she rolled poorly. But she does save 3, so she will have to take a corruption test. But she takes 5 points of damage. could grit roll it. I should have done better than this, but I'm just going to take it. 5 points of damage. She can heal herself. She's a really good healer. And these are ignored, but she does take a corruption hit because she saved more than 2. Whoops. That's a fail. So she does take a corruption point. If your corruption meets your corruption resistance, which is hers is 6, Lester's is a 3. If it ever meets that, your character mutates. We're getting close to it. That's their turn. They did some damage. They didn't need health or anything. No. Okay. We got lucky with the bitten marker. Alright, after them, it's now basically the rest of our team. We have Hosko and Lester. We'll have Lester go first. Why not? See if we can get rid of some of these guys. He's got the Vampire Hunter's pistol, rifle anyway, or shotgun anyway, so he didn't move. So he's getting 3 shots because he's got what's called rapid reload from the soldier class. He's gonna get grit roll first. He gets it, which is kind of a waste because he's at max grit. Alright, so he's going to get... Hello? Please stop doing this. Alright, so range 6, 2 shots, 3 because of rapid reload. Uses D8 to hit for damage and for damage. Okay, so he's actually getting... This is such a better gun than the regular shotgun. +1 against undead. Oh, look at that. Undead. So he's getting +1 damage. I need to get him whole. I need to get him blessed so he can have holy. But anyway, we're looking at +1 damage against these ladies, which is awesome. Oh, +2 damage because of the Flag of Conquest. So here we go. Let's see these rolls. We need 3 pluses with his ranged attack. That is 2 big crits. Do they ignore crits? These are other models and changes targets. When we have vampire combat hits or hex hits. No. I don't see anything there saying they ignore criticals. So these are crits. We're going to see some dead vampires with this, and that's a regular hit. Yeah. So what we're looking at here is the crits are going right through their defense. So we're looking at +1 damage for them being undead because he's using the vampire shotgun. That's so cool that we found that before we came here. That's awesome. D&D bros, how you doing, guys? Excited for Tuesday's game? I think Shock's ready for it. I'm probably gonna be adding another stream of this on either Friday or Saturday. I got a few more people interested. Let me give you a shouty. Is this Dust or Devin? Oh, I gotta give Dren one too.
Right now. Start now. Do it good.
I had to sneeze!
I'm actually probably gonna drop that to a chiclet down at the bottom right hand side of the screen. So this way we can continue playing. Because I didn't mind it when I was streaming paint jobs and stuff, but I'm like, when we're playing together, it gets... Yeah, we need to have it on the bottom right hand side of the screen or something. Anyway, bros, good to see you, good to see you. Alright, so we got 2 crits and a regular hit. We roll d8s for damage too, so these are gonna hurt, I hope. So the first one's gonna be... I'm gonna use the Gunslinger's Gun Belt on it, giving another +2 damage. This is an item that Lester's carrying. That once per fight, I get to add 2 damage to an attack. So I'm gonna be adding 4 damage to this roll. That is a dead vampire. Definitely the one that's near him. So she's a goner. So we'll just put one of these here. And then the final one, again, +2, final crit, +2 damage to the roll. I saw that coming. I could grit roll that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to grit roll it. Could be worse, to be honest with you. So we'll spend a grit to add 2 damage. Or re-roll that hit. What am I saying? It's getting late and I'm getting tired and hungry. That's a 6. So 8 points of damage because we're ignoring the defense. 8 points of damage, 7 health. That's a dead vampire. There's no more vampires on the board. No more enemies on the board, actually. So that means the combat is over. We defeated. Oh, we need to do experience. So the first one did straight 7 damage. And the other one did straight 7 damage as well. Yeah, this is important. I can't forget this. Alright, so that means Lester gained 35, 45, 50. 50 points of experience for each, so 100 experience total. $100 XP for Lester. He still had an extra shot left. There's nothing on the board. There was no pool on his side of the table, so we're good. Wow. Vampires Hunter shotgun. We're keeping that, and we're using that. That's it. It's over. Oh, this mission's taking too long. And I'm thinking we might call it here after this and just kind of finish this up on another day. Possibly tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But anyway, so, what to do? So once you finish a combat session, the next thing you need to do is what's called catch your breath. And what we do is we're rolling every character to see... Sorry, I am getting lightheaded. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it after this fight. So, in catch your breath, your characters are kind of sitting down, catching their breath. And they're basically healing up. So all the characters who have activated, which is Lester and Abbie, are getting the base version of it. People who haven't activated get a better version. If you've activated during that turn, that prior turn before finishing the mission, or finishing the fight, you get back 1d3 health sanity any mix. If you, which Abbie needs. If you didn't activate, you get 1d6 back, or you get a grit. So what we're looking at here is Abbie's getting 1d3 back, getting 2 points back in health. Again, it's any mix, but Abbie is, of course, in danger here. Lester is maxed out on everything. He can't get a grit back, and he did activate. Coach was at max grit, but let's see what he gets back. 1 point with a d6. And next up is Chiyo. She gets 1d6 back. Since she's at max grit, but I'd rather her heal up anyway. Oh, look at that. Nice. 5 points. Now, healing in this game, I'm going to make you all aware, this isn't really affecting a lot of what I like seeing in the game, which is healing other characters. When you are spending bandages and whiskeys to heal yourself and other characters, of course you're rolling 1d6 to get back any points. But if you're healing another character, and this is like best practice when you're healing in this game, is have another character heal you. It's a good way to distribute XP, because you can't get XP if you heal yourself. And like for right now, catch your breath for not getting XP for. But if you heal another character, you get 5 points of experience per wound or sanity you're healing on that character. So always good to share the healing, so that this way you all are sharing XP with each other and helping each other level. So we're done with that. We fought one monster group, so we're all getting 1 loot up top. No, hold on. Let me pull up the card. We get 1 extra loot card. We did not get the extra loot card on the last one. We need to do that. I forgot we're in the Blasted Waste, and in the Blasted Waste we get bonuses. we haven't rolled any subjects. We've actually been kind of passing recently, so I guess I'll go ahead and draw 4 additional cards. You know what, actually what we'll do is we're only getting 1 apiece. We forgot to get the extra card on the last boss fight, or the last monster fight, so we'll just say everybody gets 2. So after Catch Your Breath, you're basically, your characters are looting the enemies that have fallen. So Wasteland loot. Since we're in the Wastelands, we actually are just getting Wasteland loot. So Chiyo's first. She's getting 2. Again, because we forgot to do one the last time. Last Waste artifact. So 30 XP, first off. 1 Darkstone. And a Blast of Waste artifact. We'll draw 3 and we'll roll for it. That's a 3. So the first one would have been Scorpion Clawblade. Apparently they have several of these in the game. The Dune Rifle would have been the second one. Oh yeah, I think this is the one where you're shooting scrap. No, it's not. Critical hits only ignore 1 point of defense. Probably because of the shot bonus. And the slots are pretty nice. The upgrade slots are great. And then the third artifact we got... Oh, there we go. Perfect. Some survival gear. Basically, again, the Fremen gear from Dune. That's pretty sweet. I might actually equip that to somebody. It doesn't take up a slot either. Hold on a minute. I think somebody already has this and I keep forgetting about it. No, that's Lester with the Wasteland Wrap. Oh, hold on a minute here. He is +2 initiative. He is +2 initiative being here. He's a 7 initiative because of the Wasteland Wrap. Yeah, somebody's gonna be getting that armor or that survival gear. We can find us some good loot. All right, next is Hosho Ryo. What does he get? Oh my goodness, okay. He gets a gear card. He gets 30 XP. Yeah, I'm definitely going to call it after this. I am getting lightheaded and hungry. So he's getting 30 XP. He's getting a Blast of Waste artifact. And a regular gear card, which I'm actually happy with. I love gear cards. So the first one. And then gear card, he's getting the third one. So the second one of the artifact would have been junk bot pieces, the projector beam. Sand boots. Once per adventure, you may double your movement for a turn. The +1 luck's nice. Upgrade slots are awesome. But honestly, the marching boots, you can't beat the marching boots. It's really hard to do that. And then the other gear cards would have been shoulder armor. Once per turn, gain +4+ armor against a single hit. That's pretty sweet. Criticals and stuff would have been nice. 4+ armor against a single hit. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Bandages, 2 bandages would have been nice too. The artifact we found? A Jagged Blade, +1 initiative. Yeah, there's a lot of these in the book. So another Jagged Blade. And then we got matches. Discard to prevent up to 3 sanity damage you are about to take, or to add +1 to your damage rolls for a dynamite just thrown. That's actually really good. And we've got dynamite. We've got dynamite, so that might be worth using. Okay, next up is Abbie. We got a tech. That icon number is that 14? No, 15. So we now have 7 tech. 30 XP for Abbie. And she finds another gear card. I just want the Gunslinger's gun belt, that's all I want. I'm trying so hard to get it. So we would have gotten the Scafford bandana, +1 to movement. Oh, it doesn't cost any. Oh, that's awesome. You gain the keyword outlaw and it's +1 movement and it doesn't cost weight. Cracked helmet. I think we've seen this one before. Once per fight, prevent up to D6 wounds you're about to take. After each use, roll a D6, breaks, and discard on a roll of 1 or 2. That's pretty good. What we did get are traveling gambler's boots. Come on. I'm gonna have to fix that. Whenever you roll a natural 5 or 6 for move, choose a number from 1 to 6 and roll a d6. If your chosen number was rolled, recover a grit. Additional chances to get grit. I might actually raise that up. Oh my god. That's real good. Who could use that? Abbie would probably be the best one because she has the most grit of the team, but she also has so many ways to get grit back. We'll hold on to it and we'll figure that out because everybody's already got +1 movement for the marching boots. I think so. Yeah. +1 movement. These will just take that slot, but that +1 grit. Next up is Lester. And then we'll go ahead and raid out. Ooh, okay. Choose one of the following. We've been drinking whiskey and using all our whiskey. I think whiskey is something that we're going to take. So we'll go ahead and give Lester. Give him a whiskey. And D6 times 25 in gold. Kind of a rare card in this world. 100 gold and 30 XP. God, we are sitting on some money. And yet we're going to the Blasted Waste, which doesn't actually... They want this stuff right underneath me. Tech and scrap. That's what they use to barter. Oh, man. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and end it here. This is on a good note, because once we were done with all this, we would go back to the beginning of the round. What time is it? Let's just see if the next room is a room. If it's a room, let's see if the next doorway leads to a room or a passageway. If it's a room, we'll go ahead and end it, because that will be a good starting point for the next stream, the final battle. That away. Oh, I hate the idea of rolling for this, though. Alright, back to the Blasted Waste. I kind of want to use the +1 die, but I'm not going to. Yeah, no, he failed. So nothing happens with the card for the Last Waste, but we do have 2 characters that have to take some terror tests because they hear voices anytime we fail on the darkness roll. Chiyo's still at maximum, her key. Darkness comes out a step, meaning a darkness card comes out. Yeah, a darkness card comes out. We have no way of ignoring it. We can ignore a depth event, but that's it. So here we go. We need 1d3 of sanity damage to Abbie and Lester, ignoring willpower. Ooh, Abbie just took 3. 1 for Lester. Oof. Oh God. Okay. Oh, that hurts. And we need the darkness card. I forgot. Okay, so what happens is, as you all saw, that purple moved over one space. That was the failure. That's the darkness that's, again, trying to come out. If it reaches 16, it's game over. Just like if we reach 0, game over. There's a lot of ways to fail in this game. All characters KOing at the same time. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways. So, when it lands on these marks, and I don't have the actual depth tracks with me, but I kind of built my own here. But whenever it lands on these marks that are red, you have to draw a darkness card, the purple. If that purple one ever lands on the yellows, we have to add Growing Dread cards to the game. Right now we're at 5. Now luckily we had a neat little thing that happened in town that we get to ignore the first Growing Dread card. Growing Dread is bad. It's really bad. And it doesn't get drawn until the end of the final fight. And that's the Growing Dread card. Terrible things. Terrible things. Okay, so darkness. Let's draw one. We've already got one that's still in play that if we ever run into an avoid enemy, they get a +1 combat. So let's see what this one's going to give us. Remains in play. Embolden. Place D6 grit here. Anytime an enemy would be killed, remove one of these grit and prevent that damage. And instead, heal 2d6 wounds from that enemy. Are you kidding me? So 1d6 grit. Oh, this sucks. Okay, so let's roll and see what we get. Please be low, please be low, please be low, please be low. They get 1. That's actually not bad. I'll accept it. Okay, so that's all done with. Abbie and Lester took their damage. Who is on this tile? Abbie and Hosko, so we need to make tests when it's their activation. As you can see, anybody who wasn't here when we brought the track out, there's this little track over here that decides night and day while we're here in the blasted waste. Unfortunately for us, we're on the night cycle. Or dusk. And then it turns to night. When we're on the day cycle, nothing really happens. On night cycle, all these little tiny things happen. For example, when a player activates the tile on a tile with the blue point, blue pond or whatever pool, which is this tile right here, they take a poison hit. Now, that gear that we just found, I'm gonna put that on Chiyo so that she can ignore it. Doesn't cost anything in weight, but this will ignore that. Is immune to poison markers, so that means, or poison, which means in general poison markers don't happen. Another thing too is poison hits don't happen. She also will now ignore weather effects, and once per turn can use 1 grit to heal D3 + 1 wound sanity anti-mix. One of the best cards ever. So I'm gonna give that to Chiyo. So this way she doesn't have to worry about those tests. Abbie is starting her turn on that tile, and she doesn't have anything that's ignoring this, so she does have to take the hit from the poison, as she's taking those gases. She needs a 4+, because her defense is a 4+. And by the way, everybody, I'm sure you've all noticed by now, but yeah, we have all the stats and everything down here that you all can follow along with. Figured it kind of helps you all as we're adventuring. So she passes. Takes no damage. She's a 6 movement. She's going to roll for grit first. Double ones is not going to work. You're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And zoom out so you can see her. Yeah, so originally we were in the Forbidden Fortress, went through a portal, and then came out of the Blasted Waste. So, Abbie is needs to make a test on this because she's got paranoia as a madness. She needs a 4+ to see if she can look through that doorway, which she does. She got a 5, so she does look through the doorway, and she finds perfect. this is the final room. This is the boss fight. Sucks that it happens to be a pool, though. So we found the sinking Hulk. We're gonna have to get rid of some tiles. Because that's gonna be going this direction. Yeah, we gotta get rid of some tiles. We'll get rid of these guys, the portable and all, which actually this kind of makes sense. So it will be here. You know what time is it? Yeah, we might be able to do this. Yeah, this is the final room. You know what we'll do? We'll kind of twist it. Ah, yeah, all warping. I need to fix that. Okay. So she finds the final room. So we're going to be ignoring... Remember correctly, I think it's encounters and attacks. So any attacks or encounters that happen on the exploration token are ignored. But if there is darkness or depth event, which we've already gone through them, not a big deal. Alright, so she moves up, she does that, she gets 5 XP. It's insane how much XP she's been gaining. You can borderline solo missions now. After her, Hosko and Lester. Hosho's gonna start. He needs to make a poison check. He fails, so he does take 1 point of damage. And he's going to roll for grit. He needs a 6+. Oh, look, he got it. He's just gonna spend on movement points. He's at max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right next to Abbie. I'm not going to scavenge. It's too late in the game. I don't want to add any more growing dread. We're going to have to deal with them. But we do have ways to get rid of them. We got tonics. We do have the canteens. We still have 1 slot. I think we still have... We'll take a look here in a second. I know we've used 1 each. Okay, next up is Lester. He didn't activate on a tile that has a pool on it, but he is going to roll for grit. Nothing. Oops, he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, this would be a better spot. He gets a better line of sight from there. Here, if I can find my line of sight marker. Yeah, so we got this cool little thing. It works better if I use the overhead. You can actually see it better on the overhead. But anyway, so he moves up. Courtesy of Bishop. Thank you so much, Bishop, for telling me about it. Army Painter, if you ever need a line of sight laser pointer, that thing works miracles. Yeah, he's not going to scavenge. Next up is going to be Chiyo. She's, again, same thing. No, she didn't activate on a tile with a pool in it. So she's going to roll for grit. Gets nothing. But she's going to move for 6 spaces. 3, 4, 5, 6. And what is she going to do? She moved her 6 spaces. And she's going to... Who's she near? They'll all get 1 health. Oh, she needs to heal Abbie. She's going to spend Yeah. Still has one canteen shot left. She's got her. Yeah, she's got everything going on. Alright, so she's going to spend one of her bandages. And she's getting +3 to this because she's a she's got her doctor's bag. Ooh, 9 points. Abbie needed what? 8 points of health. So that's gonna give. So again, here we are with how healing another character works. Heal another character. If you're a dedicated healer, this is a good way of getting XP. And that is getting the XP from healing another character. So how it works is you get 5 points of XP per wound that you've healed, or sanity. So she's getting, she did 8, so she's getting 40 points of experience. Excellent. Ah, she has all those key points too. She doesn't really need to do anything else. At the end of this turn, everybody around her is going to heal 1 point of health. I should have done that earlier. So I think I'll do that. No, I'll just keep forgetting to do it. We'll just go ahead and give everybody 1 point. She doesn't get a point, just adjacent heroes. Okay, so she did that. Is there anything else that she needs to do before we start this? We might be able to get rid of 3 cards if we do this right, because Growing Dread is going to own us. If we get rid of 3, we should be okay. Alright, so Chiyo. Yeah, that's going to be all she's going to do. So everyone adjacent to her heals 1 point of health for her monk staff. But at the beginning of the turn, depending on what we're fighting, she might switch to the Sword of Destiny. So Hosko is going to get back 1 point of health, giving Chiyo 5 experience. That'll be it. So let's see what the exploration token is going to be. That could actually make some changes here, but okay, so that would have been the last one. So ignore the encounters, ignore the doorways. So that's closed off. That's closed off. Because this is the final room that we've been looking for. Anything I'm missing? Nope. The final clue token. Okay. Taking on an epic threat. If we fight an XXL, this should be interesting. XXL is the extra large monsters. There's several different categories of monsters. There's small, medium, large, extra large, and then XXL. There was a moment in a manual that actually said XXL plus, which made me a little bit worried because I'm like, oh, does that mean we're going to be seeing triple XL monsters? Jeez. Alright, so let's see what we're going to be fighting. Epic threat, oh my god.
Draw a threat card of enemies, then hit the tip because this foe will handle your balls like a game of croquet.
I have never fought them. Oh, actually, I think I fought them, but I've never... Did we fight the Broodmistress? We might have fought the Broodmistress in them Season 1. So what we're looking at is a Broodmistress and 3 Nuriona vampires. Wow, this place is littered with vampires. This team... Okay, so this team has been having problems with vampires and Oni. At the beginning of the season, with these characters in particular, we had non-stop problems with vampires. So I'm thinking the vampires are coming around again. We might have to do the vampire mission. Alright, so we're looking at... Let's go ahead and do the mission. Let's do the fight. Let's do this. Alright, so we're going to take on a Nure vampire brood. So we have a blood mistress. Oh, they're brutal. They're brutal. Oh my god, they're initiative 8. They get a brood as well. Question is the brood mistress just a card? I'm gonna check something out. Narrate. How did I type that in the first time? Okay, so I did do it that way. I'm trying to remember how I set this up. Nure, Ona, brood, mistress. I don't think she's in the book. No, I think she's a card. And when I say she's a card, is there's a trait card or a character card that usually reflects or represents a specific. Well, not in here. Is it because I'm typing it in wrong? No, I don't know. That's got to be a card of some type, like a trait card or something. I'm missing something here. Take a look at the original cards. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out. So I'm gonna say, let's go ahead and re-randomize the card. Because I'm beginning to think there might actually be a specialty card that I don't have organized well. It's not in my players section. It's not in my factions. It might be under the trait. I'm not sure. I'd have to figure out how this works. Because the blood mistress is going to have a little bit more to her than everybody else. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just re-roll. They really need to give us the proper name of the monsters because that's not what they're called. I think are they specters? Just regular specters? Let me take a look. Not gonna lie, the epic cards are kind of a pain in the ass when it comes to how my system works. I'm just gonna, you know what? We're taking on the Burrower. Now, how's that? It makes sense. We're currently in the friggin' Blasted Waste. We'll take on the Burrower. He's brutal. God. I've actually never fought the Burrower, so I kind of want to fight him. And it'll definitely be more of a challenge than 2 Spectres. There we go. That's a lot of rules. Okay, so he's initiative 1, so he goes last. He's going to be 15 health per hero, plus 30, so he's going to be... Really? Okay, so he's 90 health. We'll get rid of this card. There we go. So he's going to be 90 health. Initiative 1. What does he have? No elite abilities yet. There we go. Might have to rescan these because they're a little hard to read. A little blurry. Okay, so writhing form. When placed, add 2 peril. Oh my god. Also add peril dice tentacles to the fight. So we're gonna have tentacles as well. And they're gonna be brutal. Initiative 3. I should use card 1. Whoops. Alright, so also add peril dice tentacles to the fight, or 6 tentacles with 5 or 6 heroes. So how many are we adding? Oh, why not? All 6. So 6 tentacles in ambush. At the start of each turn, if there are fewer tentacles in play than there are heroes, roll a d6. On a roll of 4+, add an extra d3 plus 1 tentacles to the fight in ambush. So he's priority. While the Burrower is in play, tentacles do not get elite abilities. If the Burrower is killed, all tentacles are removed from play. Endurance 5. This enemy cannot take more than 5 wounds from a single hit. Unspeakable Terror, 3 terror. So how Unspeakable Terror works is there's 3 phases of horror. There's fear, which is if you're adjacent to the model that has fear, you're taking a fear test. And what's in parentheses is how many you're taking for that one model. Then there's horror, or no, terror, which terror is same map tile. So if you're on the same map tile as that model, you're getting a horror test for it. Unspeakable Terror, if you're on the same map tile and adjacent map tile of this creature, you're taking whatever's in parentheses, which is 3. Felling Mouth Tentacles. Heroes do not need to make escape tests to move away from the Burrower. Instead, anytime a hero enters a space or starts their activation in a space within 2 spaces of the Burrower, they must make an escape test against the Burrower's escape value. If failed, the hero takes d6 hits that do 2 damage a pop. So once he's got you, he's got you. You need to make an escape test. Oh, so its tendrils are just constantly attacking you. World Eater. At the start of its activation, roll 2d6 on the chart below to see how the burrower moves and attacks this turn. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. That's why all its stats are different. That is so cool. Okay, cool. I'm excited for this. We're gonna do this right now. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some models. Probably all the tentacles, because there's a good chance we'll be fighting all of them. And I'll grab the burrower. I have been dying to fight the burrower. I've never fought him before. I've had the models since the game came out, but I've never fought him. So I'll be right back. We'll start the round and fight. We might go ahead and end the stream, but let's go ahead and just set everything up for fun, so this way you all can see what we're about to deal with on the next stream. So we got the burrower, this big bad boy right here. I want to paint him so bad. I might actually make him my next paint job. We'll see. My next big paint job. Yeah, that's how big he is. He is the slowest, so he will not an ambush, so he'll start the furthest point. And we rolled 3 tentacles, right? So at the end of the turn, we do have to roll to see. Let's see who they're going after. So yeah, we got painted tentacles. We got like 3 different colors, I think. 4. We got 4. We got a purple, blue, red, and green. Okay, so let's see who they're going to be going after. So this guy here, the blue one, is going to be going after. I'm going to go ahead and roll a d8 again. Per usual, how I do it is on a 1 or 2, it's going to be Chiyo. 3 or 4 is Hosko. 5 or 6, Abbie. 7 or 8 is going to be Lester. So it's going to be Abbie. So we got 1 tentacle on Abbie. Next one is going after Chiyo. And then the next one is going after Chiyo. And I just want to fight him right now. What time is it? Let's do it. Let's fight him. I am probably going to try to force this little thing to just be on a tentacle. But we'll see. There's a lot happening here. Okay, so I just want to see the tentacles for a second. They just got smashed. That's all they got. Okay, so on 6s, they ignore a hero's defense, which sucks. But they don't get an elite ability, so that's good. All right. And their initiative 3. Let me just make sure. Yep, they're initiative 3. So they go last. They all go last. That's it. I like the odds here. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just do this. I'm excited for this. I've always wanted to fight this guy. While the ad break is going, I forgot to mention that, I'm going to take a short recess. I'm going to hit the bathroom. And once we get back from the ad break, which is in about 2.5 minutes, we'll start this fight. So I'll be right back. Y'all don't mind holding. Hey everybody, welcome back. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do this. I'm excited for this. A little bit scared, a little bit nervous, but we're gonna make this happen, and it's gonna be awesome. Alright, so we're taking on the brutal burrower. Wow. This has been a crazy mission. Oh, that we should be down 2 rooms. We were close to failing this mission. Actually, just 1 room. Yeah. We're at the point. It's the end. I'm going to use the +1 die. Add +1 die to this roll. It's risky because I might get doubles, but I will almost take doubles over this. So let's see what happens. Also, we have a chance to ignore. We can actually ignore one depth event, but first we got a lot we gotta do. First thing we need to do is the growing dread. Okay, so as I said earlier, most of the time when you reach the final stage of an adventure, you have to do the growing dread, which is basically taking, as you can see over here, we have 5. Normally you would take a card and add it to the stack, like randomized deck and add it to the stack. I'm like, I'll just have a little tally that adds up as we go. It's a little bit easier to deal with. So, although it's kind of fun to see a stack growing, it's scary. But anyway, we already have a chance to get rid of 1. The only way to get rid of growing dread, we can get rid of 1 growing dread, I think. I think the first growing dread card we can ignore. Oh, we're also getting +1 damage on Chiyo. I keep forgetting about that. Yep. Confront the darkness, next adventure, ignore next growing dread. So the first growing dread in that stack is ignored. So let me go ahead and randomize it. So we would have 1 card. And, well, you know what? We would have had 5 cards. That's what we would have had to deal with. And these are bad. These are bad news. So the whole point of growing dread is, as kind of self-explanatory. As your adventurers are going through the dungeon, they're building this dread, and eventually when they finally get to the final stretch, it just hits them and bad things happen. So first thing that happens, we ignored the first one because of Abbie. Luckily, when we were in the last town, I think it was the monks told her about the coming dread, and this card stopped that. Next, we're all going to another way to get rid of dread is to spend grit to get rid of the card before it's drawn. So I'm going to do that. Everybody needs to pool their grit together and spend 1 grit each to get rid of 1 card. So we get Chiyo. Everybody's got 1 grit at least right now. So we'll go ahead and spend 1. That gets rid of another card. We got 3 more to go. Hosko still has the canteen. He hasn't used it yet, so we're going to go ahead and spend the canteen to give himself an additional grit. And everybody now is going to spend a grit. There we go. To get rid of another growing dread. Now we have kind of hit a problem. We do have 1 shot left of the canteen on Chiyo, so we'll let her do it. So she'll be spending that canteen giving her a grit. I'm going to try my best to get rid of as many of these cards as possible. We still have a tonic, too, on Chiyo, so we'll spend that tonic. Tonic is basically grit in a can. So she's going to spend that tonic. We'll give it to somebody. She's going to give it to Hosko, probably. Yep, there we go. I'll bring this up here. Oh, we got plenty. We can get rid of one more growing dread. And so that's going to give Hosko 1 grit for the tonic. And then we got a tonic on Abbie. We'll spend that. Giving her a grit. And we'll spend a grit on everybody for that. Getting rid of another growing dread. We don't have enough grit to do one more. We got 2 tonics that we could use, but we don't have any more. Yep, no, we don't have any. Ooh, wait, hold on. Abbie is going to force Lester. She hasn't done it yet. She's going to force Lester to take... nice. She's going to force her father to take some corruption. She's going to get a grip back. Lester's going to have to take the 3 corruption hits. 2 corruption hits. He's a 4+ willpower. He makes both of them. So, he took no corruption, but Abbie did get a grip back. That leaves us with 2 tonics that we can put on Chiyo and Hosko. So, we got rid of all the growing dread. But we used all of our grit. That gives 1 grit to Hosko Rio. And I need to get rid of that option. Some of the original pieces of this stream are still built in. They're kind of useless, and I need to just turn them off. It's a simple, like, removal of a line of code. Everybody spends a grit. We have no growing dread. So tell you what, let's take a look and see how awful these would have been. So, let's zoom in on these bad boys, and I'll show you what they would do to you. So, the first one, dread. You shudder to think of what lay before you. Move the darkness 1 step forward in the depth track. It would have brought it to 9. Horrific dread. The darkness seethes with evil as the shadows all around you begin to take on nightmare shapes, twisting the forms of your worst fears. The darkness moves 1 step forward. It would bring it to 10, giving us another darkness card. If this moves onto a blood splatter space or growing dread space, every hero takes 2 hordes to do 2 sanity damage a pop. I'm glad we got rid of these. The next one, Time's End, foretold by ancient calendars and the prophecies. The spiraling galactic cycle of the stars is nearing the end of its journey across the heavens. For the rest of this adventure, whenever the growing dread moves forward on the depth track, every hero takes 2 sanity, ignoring willpower. Oh, that's bad. There's 2 characters that would have been very poor on. Shadows from the Depths. The deepest places of the world hold the darkest secrets and the deadliest foes. The darkness works tirelessly to dredge the darkest shadows from the deep. During the next or current fight, the enemies gain +1 health while the darkness is in the lowest step. So right now, the darkness is in the middle step. Every enemy will be getting +2 health. Then finally, Archaic Madness. The horrors of this place assault your mind with the weight of countless ages gone by and the dark depravity of mysteries beyond time. The hero party as a whole immediately takes a number of sanity damage equal to the current position of the darkness on the depth track. So 8. Ignoring willpower. If only 1 or 2 heroes take half this amount instead, rounding up, these sanity damage can be divided however if the heroes see fit. However the heroes see fit. Okay. So everybody would have taken 8 horror damage, 8 horror hits. Did ignoring willpower? Ignoring willpower. Man, that would have sucked. That would have been a nearly... Chiyo might have died. Might have KO'd. Not died, but KO'd. You can't really die. Well, you can die in this game. The only way you can die in Shadows of Brimstone... Goodbye, Growing Dread. Oh, actually, I do need those cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those can go into discard. So, if your character ever reaches 0 on sanity, 0 on health, you are KO'd. Your character drops. Now, another hero can definitely bring you back. There are ways to do it. But the main way is, if it's not during combat, you can do it pretty much just about any time. It's during combat, your character has to literally drag that character off that map tile. If there's any enemies on the map tile, you can't do it. If there's no enemies on the map tile, you can do it. So you have to drag the hero to another map tile that doesn't have enemies, and then you can res them right there. Now, when they come back, they get 2d6 back in health, sanity, any mix from where they were. But whatever they dropped from, whether it was sanity, health, they now have an injury if their health was down to 0, or they get a madness if their sanity was down to 0. If you ever get 2 of the same injury or madness, your character dies. Same thing goes for mutation. Crazy. All right. We are done. We need to do the darkness roll. All right, here we go. Did I do the darkness roll already? I did not. I'm going to go ahead and elect to use the +1 die. I'm going to make a better animation for that, because now that the player plates are where they are and they lift up a little bit higher, it's hard to see it sometimes. So I'm going to make a different version of it. All right, here we go. We'll say that's the +1 die. We got doubles, but a good doubles. All right, so again, everybody, whenever you're doing roll back the darkness, hold back the darkness, whenever you roll doubles on your dice, a depth event happens. 1 through 5 suck. 1 is typically an ambush. 2 is usually adding a growing dread. 3 is typically not drawing. It's making your darkness go 2 further. The other ones are usually doing damage on sanity or health. 6 is typically really good. So I'll go ahead and pull up the chart so this way you all can see what happens. We are in the Blasted Wastes. There it is. So we're in the Blasted Wastes. We need to do sampling. I've been forgetting to do sampling. We have these sample jars that if we collect them and we go back to town with them, we get money. Lots of money. I forget to do that. But anyway, I think I'm going to make an icon for that just to remind me. I feel like more visual aids will help. Alright, so Otherworld, Blasted Waste. We got 6s. So, weather the storm. All things must pass, even in the battle. Even the hostile and barren wastelands of the deadly alien prison world. Discard any weather or storm currently in play. Every hero may recover a grit. KO'd heroes immediately recover, rolling for their injury and madness, and healing 2d6 wound sanity, any mix, for recovering. I'll usually get more health back, but I'll take the grit. Everybody could use it. Usually you get a little bit more, but I guess this is good. So everybody is getting. Everybody should be at 0 grid. Hold on. What happened? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I think I messed up. Everybody should be at 0 grid. I think I might have found a bug. And Hosko, you should be at 0. Okay. This depth event is giving everybody one grid. There. Also, we're fighting an XXL monster, so Chiyo is giving us a lot of bonuses. So there we go. Is it a beast? It is a beast, and it's void. It's getting +1 combat. Oh no. Okay, so it's getting +1 combat because of this card that we got at the beginning of the adventure. Void enemies are +1 combat. That means tentacles too. Great. Oh, that kind of sucks. So whoever does combat attacks, it will be getting +1. I should probably note that just in case. Oh man. Well, it's combat. Okay, so some characters are getting +1 sanity because of their antler attachments. We passed the roll. Well, we didn't. When you do a death event, it's not technically a pass or a fail. It's just a death event, so nothing really happened there. We can get rid of the growing dread markers. Trying to think, what else do we have? I'm going to declare who's wearing what. So Abbie, of course, is using her pistols. Hosko Rio is going to be using his... What does the Oni Warlord weapon do? We found so much good gear. -1 to initiative, but melee attacks use D8 for hits and are +2 damage. But he does need strength 4 and he's got a 3, so no. Can't use it yet. The Beast. I'm going to say Lester's using his rifle. He's going to use his rifle. He gets +3 damage on rifle shots. So he's going to use his rifle. And Chiyo's going to use the Sword of Destiny. So she's getting... What is she getting? Oh, Chiyo's in another world. She's actually initiative 5 now. No, she's not. No, we got rid of the Void. We got rid of the Void Child. She had a Quado that grew on her during a mutation that gave her +1 to her, yeah, because I think it's gone now. Yep, she's just paranoid now. Okay, so I guess she's still a 4, but she's going to be using the Sword of Destiny. Which is really good, because it's going to be her level in damage. Yeah, oh, that's so good. Sword of Destiny, +1 combat, +1 to agility, +1 max grit, so she's at a 3 grit instead of a 2. And her damage is equal to her level against XL monsters and XXL monsters. And it's got a Void Core, so it's +1 damage on top of that. So she'll be 6 damage base with this thing. So crits are going to do the maximum 5 damage because it's got Endurance 5. This is going to be interesting. Oh, okay, so let's see what our characters have. Because we're using everything that we have. First things first, Chiyo's popping the bell. That's this little token I'm about to remove off the screen. So, the Frontier Dock has a special ability. Not Frontier Dock, the Traveling Monk has special item that when you ring it for the rest of the fight turn, everybody's next activation they get, or till the end of the fight turn, they get 4+ cover. So again, earlier as I was saying, when it comes to defense, it goes cover, defense, then armor saves. This just gives us an extra layer of defense against any of these attacks, which we're gonna need. Next, Lester, the icon's not working, but I'm gonna use it. He's got the Marshal's badge. There we go. The Marshal badge, what that does is it grants everybody +2 combat, +2 range for the rest of the turn, or their next activation. After that, that's pretty much it. I don't think we have anything else that we could use to give us bonuses. So we already used the Flag of Conquest. We used to have a whole bunch of other items that give us bonuses, but that's all gone now. Okay, so we're getting cover saves and extra shots. Alright, so... Press the wrong button. So Abbie's gonna go first. Because she's technically initiative 10 right now, being first turn of combat. She is on a tile that has a pool of acid on it, so she needs to make a test against that. She's a 4+. She fails, so she does take 1 point of damage. And then she's taking... Yep, Unspeakable Terror 3. 4+ on that as well. Which she does phenomenally. She gets rid of it. She doesn't take any terror. She's not scared of the burrower. Alright. She's going to roll for grit. Nothing. But she's now going to start taking shots. Like missing anything? I don't think so. We do have some extra shots left over though. Yeah, we got 4 Deadeye shots. So first things first. She's getting 4 base shots with her main hand. 4 shots with her offhand. She's getting 1 shot for the first turn of a combat. Or a fight, and then she's getting 2 shots from the Marshal's badge. Ooh, this is gonna get crazy. Okay, so let's roll these out. She needs 3+ on the gold, 4+ on the blue. Not a single crit, but I'm seeing some hits. Miss, 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 miss. So we get some decent hits. I am definitely going to spend grit to re-roll that. I actually forgot something too. But I'm going to spend grit to re-roll that. We're fighting an XXL monster. And we have a legend of the Dragon War, who is Chiyo. So legend, or is it hero of the Dragon War. So when in a fight with an XL or larger monster enemy, every hero on the same map tile, which is everybody, because they share right now they're sharing the same map tile, recovers a grit on a d6 roll of 4+ at the start of every turn, and she's +1 combat. That's +1 combat's for Chiyo. So everybody actually needs to make rolls for this. So Chiyo on a 4+ gets it. She got a grit. Yeah, once these characters became level 5, they got crazy. Hosko can't do it because he's at max grit. Abbie is a 4+, nothing. Man, that's a bummer. And then Lester does get it. Alright, so Lester does get a grit. Alright, so I spent the grit. There we go. To re-roll these misses. Okay. Miss. 2 hits. This counts as 2 hits for being a crit. Damage. That's a lot of hits. Damage, we're looking at Beast, Void, and Massive. The benefits she's getting is that it's defense 3, so she's getting +1 damage for Yeehaw. +1 damage for it being... Oh, she's got a guy next to her. She needs to attack that first. So she's getting basically +2 damage base against these guys for the laser pointer and Yeehaw. So it's gonna be -1 to all her rolls. That's fine. He's maximum of 5 damage and 5 damage endurance anyway. So unfortunately, she is adjacent to a tentacle. She has to attack it. So let's bring up the tentacles first. So it's going to be -1 to these rolls, and it's only got 5 health right now. So first shot, -1. So 3 damage. -1. 3 damage. That's a dead tentacle. So now she's free to attack the burrower. This one does not count being adjacent because it does not have line of sight to her. So that is 40 points of experience. And she's going to get 9 shots that she's got left over against the big guy. I'm going to use all my Deadeye bolts on it. So she's got 4 shots. And we'll kind of have it represented by color. So we'll say the blues are the ones that are the Deadeye shots. The rest are just regular hits. So we're going to spend all 4 of those. Cosmic! +1 grit or focus. Oh. Thank you, Cosmic. You're the best. So 1 grit to Hosko. I'll say that can kind of carry over. Even over max grit. But good night, Cosmic. You have yourself a great hope you get some good rest. And thank you so much for being around, and also just being you. You're like the best. So thank you so much. Okay, so what am I looking for here? Let's go ahead and do the +2 shots. So since we're -1 because of the defense, this is adding 2 damage, so it's a 4 damage attack. -3, we're looking at +1 damage to each of these 4 hits. Again, we can only do a maximum of 5 damage each, which is perfectly fine. So here's the first one. 5 points of damage on the first one. Next one. 3 points of damage on that one. 5 points of damage on that one. 4 points of damage on that one. Now we're at the -1s. 3 points of damage. Like you just see Abbie just unloading into this behemoth. So another 3 damage. Another 2 damage. 2 damage. There it is, 5 damage. So we're looking at some pretty good damage here. Okay, let's do the experience. Actually, first let's add it up. 15, 19, 22, 28. Did she just do 32 points of damage? So it's 15, 19, plus that's a 28. Yeah, 32 points of damage. Yeah, she's strong. She already did 2/3 health in damage. God, she's good. Alright, experience-wise, that's gonna be a lot of XP. The beauty of nickeling and diming a monster instead of outright destroying it is you get a lot of XP. So for characters like her, it makes sense why she's leveling up quickly. She gets more shots. more hits. All right, so we're looking at. Oh, hold on. That first one that did 5 points of damage. Hold on. We got to do this. Anytime an enemy would be be killed. Okay, never mind. We'll say that was for the tentacle. Tentacle would have come back. She would have killed it with the first shot, which was this one. There you go. Forgot about that. So this is gone now. Now we're going to this. Yeah, so that tentacle basically wasted a hit. So she didn't do 32 points of damage. Let's add 5 more points of health to this guy. So he's at 63. So we're looking at, experience-wise, that is still a lot. Yeah, wow. So 100 on the first 2 5s. We're looking at 20 plus that, so another 45. We have 15, another 40, another 80. Might as well just add them together. And then we got, let's see, 35, so 75. 340 XP is what she just gained. We're gonna have to start doing some XXL monster fights, because this is insane. Okay, she did a ton of damage and gained a ton of XP. I think her next level is 6,000. I think it's 6,000. It is. It would be 5,000 plus another 20%, so it would be, yeah, it would be 6,000 as her next level. First time chatter. Radic Chaos. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. Sorry, I can barely see the screen. It's not bright enough. Kinda. Katie. Oh, okay. Katie Chaos. Wait, Katie? Oh, Katie, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh my god, I didn't recognize your name for a second there. Good to see you. Kinda D&D. It's a game called Shadows of Brimstone. It's a board game. It's a, oh, you played Diablo, right? It's basically Diablo, but on a board game. And it's the Old West, feudal Japan, Vikings, conquistadors taking on like Lovecraft horror and sci-fi. Like right now we're kind of in a Mad Max kind of scenario. We're in like a post-apocalyptic desert, and we're fighting this giant worm creature. Oh, you haven't played Diablo? I figured you probably would have. Well, basically any dungeon crawling game. So that's basically what this is. Your characters gain experience, level up, all that stuff. And you really should, Katie. Diablo, especially now that they got that new expansion that came out, it is all the hype right now. I want to play it, it's just, it's too addicting. But it's a lot of fun, though. It's a really, really fun game. Yeah, it is. It's really cool. But yeah, no, Shadows of Brimstone, it's made by Flying Frog Productions. It's a, like I said, it's a board game. But like right now we're on an adventure. We're on the final stretch. We're fighting the final boss, which is this guy here, the giant worm. Once we're done with it, we can go like back to town, sell all our stuff, level our characters up, all that good stuff. So it is kind of like D&D, but you take away the game master, and you have these cards that are just randomizing like every little thing happening in the game. So, but yeah, so that's what's going on. How you doing? Good to see you. Haven't jumped in on your stream in a while. Actually, I think I saw you jump back into Fortnite or something like that the other day. But anyway, so yeah, we're fighting the Burrower, and this character here, Abbie, just finished her turn, pummeling, what, 27 points worth of damage into this guy. Yeah, Abbie's a badass. Impulse. I haven't heard of that. Yeah, there's they finally released the full version of, what is it called? The Gnome game. Sorry, it's late. I've been doing this for 8 hours now, and I need to finish this fight. So I'm like, Burgling Gnomes. They finally released Burgling Gnomes, and they added like a few new levels, and they added, I think, a few new threats and items. So it's really, really cool. Upgrades too. But there's another game that's out recently that I've been seeing a lot of people playing, and it looks awesome. And it's like you're playing as these little people, like these really terrible looking stick figures, and you try to position yourself inside a room, and you actually paint over yourself, and like other people are running around trying to find you and shoot you. So it's like a hide and seek game where you can actually paint yourself onto the walls or stuff. It's really, really cool. Definitely check that out. I've been wanting to play that with the crew for a while, but we've been kind of busy with Diablo and everything else that's releasing, because per usual this time of the year, every flipping game is coming out. Mecha Chameleon, yes, that's it. Yeah, it is. It looks so much fun. So highly recommend checking that out. And then of course Repo's update was pretty cool. There's another game that's out right now where it's like Phasmophobia, but it's like I don't know, I watched a group play it and it looked pretty fun. I forgot what the name of it was. It starts with an E, I think. I mean, I'm always up for people joining in. Sunday streams I tend to do by myself because I have this. I have my 4 seasonal characters that I play as, and I like playing. I like bringing them out and letting them level up and advancing their story. But I do have sessions on Tuesday with a couple other streamers, Thursday with a couple other streamers, and I've been getting requests for more. So I'm thinking about Friday or Saturday I might be doing that as well. So if you're interested, let me know too, because this is actually quite a lot of fun. You create a character and level up and all that. It can be a lot of fun. Words are hard for me right now. I'm tired. I'm gonna eventually get this over and done with Mr. Popular. Nah, not so much. It's just like building this whole, like I built this, like I didn't design all the graphics. The background images I did not design, and of course the characters I did not design. But all the all the plates, the game itself is, again, Flying Frogs, all this stuff is theirs. But I designed all the stuff, programmed it, animated it, so that this way it gives a nice visual to everybody watching the stream. For sure, words, right? So, but anyway, I'm going to go ahead and continue with the characters' turns. So Abbie she finished her turn. Next up, I think it's Hosko and Lester. There we go. Yeah, it does initiative order and everything, so it kind of moves around based on the initiative in the center of the screen. So as this goes up and down, so do the character plates. All programmed to kind of work together. So, let's see. I'm going to have Hosko go first. Unfortunately, he is on a map tile that has the blue pools on it, so he's going to have to take some damage. He gets a 3+ save against it. Fails it, so he does take a point of damage. And then he's going to take 3 unspeakable terror tests because of the burrower. This is basically him seeing this giant behemoth worm with tentacles, and it scares the hell out of him. Abbie just did not care. Him, on the other hand, yeah, he cares. He failed every one of them. He needed a 4+. So he not only took some damage, mentally he is not stable after seeing this burrower in front of him. But it's not going to stop him from going in there and attacking it. So, after that, I think he's good. He's going to make a grit roll. He's at max grit. Yeah, can't do it. Alright, so he's going to move up and start attacking this thing. Now, base, he's a combat 2. Every character is a combat 2. He's going to get +1 for the laser drill, +2 for the marshal's badge. I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. And I think that's it. Yeah, okay. So since he's using the Trun Blade, he is getting +1 damage because of his ability called Health, the Flashing Steel. So he's getting +1 damage for that. He's getting +2 damage for the Trun Blade, +1 damage for... Do you have any Void Crystals? No. So he's getting +4 damage base against this guy. And +5 damage if he gets any crits. And I think that's it. Yes. Alright, so here we go. He does have grit to reroll if he needs to. He does get 2 crits. That is awesome. Alright, these 3, I'm going to reroll them using his grit. That's nice. That's all 3 hits. He needed a 3+ with his melee of 3+. So we've got 3 regular hits that are going to do 4 points of damage apiece. These 2 are doing 5 damage apiece. And ignoring defense. I don't think it ignores... I don't think it ignores crits. He just gets endurance 5. So these just straight up do 5 points of damage. No point in rolling because... Yeah, there's no point in rolling because I can't do any higher than 5 points of damage. So these will do 5. These guys, on the other hand, still need to cut through the defense because they're not crits. But I'm getting +1 on each hit. So, here we go. First one. That's a 6. So that's 5 points of damage because of endurance 5. Next one, +1. So 4 points of damage. And then the next one, 2 points of damage with that one roll. So, still, that is a solid... What would that be? 21 points of damage? It's 15, 19, 21 points of damage. God, I can't believe this team has already brought it down that much. But we are level 5. Okay, so we're looking at, for experience, again, I'm going to need the calculator because I won't have the memory for this. So we got 3 5s, so that is 50 each for each of those, so that's 150 experience right there. And then we got a 4, which is going to be 45, and then 2, which is going to be 35. So that's how. So Katie, if you're still here, that's how experience works in this game. You're not making it on kills; you're making it on how many wounds you're doing on these guys, and it's listed right down here at the bottom. 25 plus 5 for each wound. So this way, if your character's not good at dealing damage, you can still get a ton of XP. So we got 230 XP for Hosko. He did plenty of damage. And he got some good XP off of that too, so that's awesome. Next, we're going to go to Lester. Lester, unfortunately, has a tentacle next to him. Let's see if he can get out of its grip. I see some characters taking some hits, though. Oh, no, he doesn't have to worry. He's using pushback, or pullback, which allows him to use an escape. He doesn't have to worry about escape tests. Moving himself up 1 space, now he's no longer adjacent to that guy. If he was, actually it wouldn't matter. He can shoot targets that are... He can shoot even when enemies are adjacent to him, so... Whoops. Okay, so he gets a grit roll. He's at max grit. Okay. Anyway, he's using the Beast Hunter's rifle. The Beast Hunter's rifle does 3 damage against beasts. So we're looking at... Okay. So he's getting 2 shots base, 2 shots for the Marshal's rifle. Not the Marshal's badge. Is that all? +1 for the rapid reload. for his soldier's ability, the rapid reload. He needs 3 pluses to hit. Yeah, he needs 3 pluses to hit. He can elect one of the damage rolls to be a D8, and he still has the Gunslinger's gun belt for +2 damage. Oh, he's got a mutation, so he's +1 damage on these. Okay. Okay, not bad. Chiyo's also +1 damage, I forgot. Alright, here we go. That is some really bad rolling. He's gonna spend a grit to reroll these. Come on, there we go. Whoops. So he did get a crit. That's a miss. He got 2 hits. So he's got 3 hits total of regular hits and a crit. I'm gonna elect the crit to be a D8. So it's ignoring the defense. It's +1 to the roll, but he's using a D8 on it instead. Nice. So 5 damage base on the first one. He's gonna do the Gunslinger's gun bell on this. So it's -2 to the roll, right? Gunslinger's gun belt's gonna turn into a 0. So it's whatever I roll on this hit. I need to make him mutate. 2 points of damage. So -2 on these. 3 points of damage. 1 point of damage. So he's doing a solid 5, 10, 11 points of damage to the beast. I screwed that all up. That's more. We do more than that. Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. We do more damage than this. I was saying -2, right? This was +2 to the roll? Or just base roll? This was just base roll. The beast for Hunter's Beast Rifle's 3 damage against beasts. That's 5 points of damage. These were going to be not -2, +1, so 4, and then 2. There, that's better. Okay, so we're looking at 5. I forgot it's the Beast Hunter's Rifle. It does a lot more damage against this guy. So we're looking at 15, 16 points of damage. I need to get rid of that. He's already well under half health. And as far as experience is concerned, we're looking at 145, and then... oh my god. 180 points of experience. Dude, he needed this. He needed more hits. Alright, once he's done, we've got Chiyo, who's kind of stuck. Yeah. What does she need to get out of its grasp? 4+? Well, first, she's going to take... Lester needs to take pool damage as well. 3+, he's good. Chiyo needs to take pool damage. She fails, so she does get our armor save of 4+. Fails. So she's taking 1 point of damage. And she's going to take... oh, Lester needed to do it too. Lester needed a terror test. Yep. 4 pluses. He did fail. 1. I forgot to do this at the beginning of his turn. I'm so sorry. And then there's terror tests on Chiyo because of the burrower. Passes all of them because she needed 3 pluses. She did good. Now she needs to make an escape test of 4+. She gets it. Oh, thank God. She is hauling ass over here with that Sword of Destiny. She's getting 2 combat base, +1 for the Sword of Destiny, +2 for the Marshal's Badge, +1 for the, +1 for the, she could kill him. She could kill him. Yeah, she could. If she does, the tentacles go away. I think we need to start putting elite abilities on people. Okay, so she's getting +1 combat also for her Hero of the Dragon War. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so she's getting base damage. Oh. She needs a grit roll. Wouldn't matter. She's at max grit. So she's gonna need 4 pluses to hit. Her damage output is going to be ridiculous because she's level 5 using the Sword of Destiny. It's 5 damage base, +1 because of the Void Core that's on it. So she's 6 damage base. She is cutting through that defense. Alright, here we go. God, she's good against XXL models. Here we go. 4 pluses. That's a crit. That's a crit. That's a hit. That's a hit. And we've got 2 hits that we need to reroll. One hit. So if she does deal max damage, it will be at 1 health at the end of all this. Dang, that was close. Oh well. She is base 6 damage on a crit. That's 5 damage. That's 5 damage. No point of rolling. -3 to these. So she's base 6, so she's going to be getting +3 to her rolls. So the first one, 5 points of damage. Next one, 5 points of damage. 5 points of damage if we had only gotten that extra hit. That's 25 points of damage. This is typical. They tend to have 1 health in the end. So let's take a look. We'll go ahead and remove the 25 health. He's got 1 wound left. That's okay, we got cover saves. She's getting a ton of XP. So we're looking at... Let's get rid of this. We're looking at... Plus, let's see, they're 5, so 50 points apiece. That's 250 points of XP right there. Dang, that's awesome. Oh my god. Alright, so after that, I'll make sure everybody's on their spots here. After that, it's the Tentacles' turns. We got Tentacles. They already did choose targets. They're both going after... Who was there? It was Chiyo, wasn't it? They were both going after Chiyo. So, do they move through other targets? Let me take a look. Doesn't say that they do. So I'm guessing... Yep, they would need Eruption. They can move through other models. Okay, so they're choosing new targets. So we're going to say the only ones that are actually available are going to be Abbie and Lester. So they are going to choose who to go after. Evens are going to be Abbie. Odds are going to be Lester. So the first one, Abbie. Move right over here, goes after Abbie. The next one, Abbie as well. I guess they didn't like her shooting. They're voids. They're getting 4 combat. Oh god. We might be getting hit by every single thing from the burrower. 1 health away from death, and it's still going to be able to do all that stuff. They're just 5 damage. So 4 attacks on Abbie. It needs a 4+, or they need a 4+. Oh no. Okay, so this ignores defense, but she does get cover against that, so that's going to reflect, the blue die is going to reflect that one. Needed 4+, so the other ones did not hit. So Abbie needs a cover save of 3+ against this, thanks to the bell that Chiyo rang at the start of the turn. Did not make it. She's taking 5 points of damage. She has no armor, so she's just taking 5 points of damage. Ouch. Next up is the Burrower. Okay. Flailing mouth tentacles. Heroes do not need to make escape tests to move away from the burrower. Instead, anytime a hero enters a space, starts its activation, within 2 spaces of the burrower, they must make an escape test against the burrower's escape value. Okay, so that means that 2 characters who moved up, it's 2 spaces, so two characters should have taken some hits. That's Chiyo and Hosko, who both have armor and cover save, so we're good. So they had to have made escape tests. Otherwise they take damage. So you don't have to take escape tests against this guy, it's just taking escape tests for moving into his zone. Okay, so here we go. First one. It's gonna be on Chiyo. Chiyo takes 5. Hosko takes 6. Of course I rolled high on these. Alright, so 5 and 6. Chiyo needs cover saves, because we got cover saves of 3+. He does pass a big chunk of them, so fails 1. Defense of 4+. She's good. Hosko needs 6. So again, cover save of 3+. Fails 3, saves 3. He needs a 3+ defense. Passes 2, fails 1. He gets hit by, how much damage is it? 2 damage each? 2 damage. Armor saves of 5+. He takes 1 point of damage. And that cover save is amazing. Alright. Now, World Eater. Okay, here we go. At the start of its activation, roll 2d6 on a chart below to see how the burrower moves and attacks this turn. 9, that's pretty high. Lash out. Every hero immediately takes peril dice hits. Each tentacle and burrower within 2 spaces of them. Peril dice number. Okay. I need another peril die. There we go. So peril dice are 6-sided dice that you remove the 1 and 2 and you just add another 3 and 4. So you can't roll any. You have 2 sides that are 4, 2 sides that are 3, and then a 5 and 6. Peril dice equal to the number of tentacle and burrowers. So we're looking at these 2 characters getting 1 each, 1 set of peril dice each. These 2 are getting 2 sets of peril dice each. Basically what happened is this guy just, the tentacles and everything just went crazy on these characters. So we'll start with Chiyo. Chiyo's taking 4. Next is Hosko. 4 as well. Alright, now the big numbers. Abbie. Oh, God, she's taking 11 hits. Abbie's taking 11. And then we got Lester, who's taking 7. Sorry, my throat's getting really dry. Oh, ad break in 30 seconds, everybody. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're in ad break. So, Lester's taking 7. What's the damage on these? Hey everybody, welcome back to the ad break. So far, we did a lot of damage to the burrower. He's down to 1 health, but he managed to actually get off some pretty big hits. So what you're seeing at the bottom of the screen right now is Chiyo's getting 4 hits, Hosko's getting 4 hits, 11 hits on Abbie, and from the look of it, 7 hits on Lester. The only thing is I'm trying to figure out what the damage of these are. I'm thinking if it says... Yeah, the damage seems to be different or varying. So it's if it says they take hits and they don't say anything about damage, it's typically 1 damage. So luckily we have cover saves. So Chiyo needs to make 4 cover saves, then defense rolls, then armor rolls against these 4 hits. She needs 3 pluses. Passes 3, still has this one. She needs a 4+ defense, fails it. She's taking 1 damage. She has an armor save of 4+. She does take 1 point of damage. So one of those tentacles did manage to get through. Hosho's taking 4. Again, cover saves of 3+. Passes all of them. Abbie is taking 11. So we're looking at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You get her cover save 3+. We're on the same tile, thank God. Alright, so 11 at 3+ cover saves. That is some misses. So that's 5 misses. She gets her defense. This is Abbie, 4+. These are all misses. She has no armor, so she's taking 4 points of damage. And then Lester was 7. So he needs to make 7 3+ saves. Oh, what am I doing? Those were the failures. These are the saves. He needs 3+ defense. Sorry, I should be bringing up the stats so you all can follow along. So he's got a 3+ defense. Passes 1, fails 2. He does have armor of 6+. Fails both. Takes 2 points of damage. So that was some pretty heavy flailing that he did. That's actually a pretty cool attack, though. All tentacles around the heroes take damage. He's done for, though. Seriously, he's like a pinch away from dying. That's it. Everybody's activated. Probably gonna fail this. We need a 9+ on 2d6 to see if we can stop the darkness from moving. That was almost an ambush. I saw this. I was like, that was almost an ambush. But yes, we failed. That sucks in several ways. 1, this moves down a step. We also have... Where is it? We did not roll a 7, so we're good there. Abbie and Lester are now taking some sanity damage because of their madness. Abbie will be taking 1. Lester will be taking 2. So they just straight up take that. Somebody needs to drink some whiskey. Alright, so we got that down. Everybody's going to be continuing to use their same weapons they had before, actually, except for Chiyo. I'm confident that the barrel will be done before at the end of Abbie's turn, so I think Chiyo's going to switch over to her standard weapons, which is the trusty axe and the monk's staff. Lester is going to use the Beast Hunter's rifle. Hosho's going to be using the same. Hosho will never change his weapons. Abbie, same thing. She'll be using the pistols. Before we start, the burrower creates some more tentacles. So, how does the rule work? When placed, also place that many tentacles, or 6. Starting an ambush, also... Oh, that's right, everybody's now... different initiative. Okay. On a roll of 4+, roll a d6. So there are less tentacles than there are heroes, so we have to roll for it. No, 4+, there's more that are added. Yep. So d3 + 1. 3. So 3 tentacles are added in ambush. Is it an ambush? Yes. So these 3 new tentacles, you know what I'm gonna do? This will help me know who is in ambush, who's new, and who's been around. So we got the red ones out there that have been out, purple ones. Who are they gonna go after? So they can go after any character at this point. So again, 1 or 2 is Chiyo, 3 or 4 is Hosko, 5 or 6 Abbie, 7 or 8 Lester. Lester? Chiyo. And the other one can only go after Chiyo. So we got more tentacles on the field. This kind of gets in the way of what Abbie can do. Okay. Because she has to attack all those tentacles. Alright, start of the turn, it's going to be... Everybody's going to roll to see if they get a grip back, thanks to Chiyo. Chiyo's first. She gets 1. You know, I'll just roll for everybody. Hosko gets 1. They all need 4 pluses. Abbie gets 1. Lester gets 1. Everybody got a grip. The Traveling Monk is really good. So Abbie's turn. He first takes poison damage from the blue pools of acid. That is a save, so she gets it. And then she's taking Unspeakable Terror because of the Burrower. He needs 4 pluses. Fails 1, saves the other 2. Now it's her turn for real. She's getting 2 grit rolls. She gets a grit back. And now she's going to make her shots. All her bonuses are gone. She's getting her 4 base with her main hand. And 4 with her offhand. So we're looking at 3 pluses for these, 4 pluses for these bad boys. And we got grit to reroll. I see a crit. That was a 2. That's a hit. That's a hit. I'm going to reroll these with a grit. Did not mean to rhyme that. We'll reroll these. So we did get 2 extra hits. And this crit added an extra hit. So there we go. We got 8 hits total. God, she's so good. All right. Let's roll these out. See what we can do. We need to take care of the tentacles first. She's surrounded by tentacles. So she is... Yeah, she's... Laser pointers +1. +1 for Yeehaw. And that's it. That's it. Okay, so here we go. So -1 to all these rolls. So she's her main goal because of these damn tentacles is to get rid of them. Yep, they all spawned around her. Unless I can somehow get away from I can't. So we're stuck. She's firing into the tentacles. She's gonna be firing at the ones. The ones in front of her. So the one directly in front of her that she's pointing at. So here's 1. So -1 to the roll. 1 point of damage. 4 points of damage. I think that kills it. So that's a dead tentacle. The one that was next to it. That's 5 points of damage. That's a dead tentacle. The one's behind her, because she has to attack adjacent enemies first. That's 4 points of damage. Dead. The one next to her, 2 points of damage. Dead. Yeah, that would have been 5, so that's a dead tentacle. She's got 1 shot left, and she's aiming it at the burrower that has 1 health. Did it have regenerate? No. It might, but it does not. -1 to the roll. She rolls a 2+. She ends the burrower. That's a 6. 5 points of damage. She just whirlwinds her shots at all the tentacles around her, and then her last shot blasts it right through all the tentacles coming out of its mouth and right into its head or whatever it's there, killing it. That's 4 dead tentacles. That's 40 points apiece. 160 points of experience there. 190 points of experience total. God, look at her just level. She's mad. That is a dead burrower, everybody. Oh! That's it. Once the burrower is dead, all the tentacles are gone. They retract. That's it. It's over. We finished the mission. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. That's awesome. Although I think we're going to have some vampire issues in the near future. Well, you know what that means. Victory. We're done with the world effect and put that away. We fought 2 monster groups, so we get 2 loots a pop. Oh no, we get 3 loots because of the Blasted Waste bonus. Awesome. Next, we don't need to do Catch Your Breath because it's the end of the adventure. What do we need to do? Yeah, it's the end of the adventure. We don't do Catch Your Breath. We just do the loot rewards. So this is a special mission, and I'm probably going to create a special mission for this. We decided to do the 4 clue token mission. So this gives a guaranteed removal of an ailment of your choosing. We're getting rid of some madness because we got a lot. Paranoia, Chiyo, Dong. So slot 2. Hosko, coming for you. He should have been taking some too. I did not know he had that. Alright, well he's gonna get rid of it. I'm just glad we're getting rid of some of these because it gets exhausting to remember what they have as one player using 4 characters. Abbie. Well, we were 1d3. It could have had some effect, but we still had some like ways to get our sanity back. We didn't have to do it. Abbie, coming for you is going away. And then Lester, he's got a lot of problems. Oh, he hasn't been taking any damage. He's been doing good on his rolls. But Itchy Skin, starting each turn, should have been taking some damage. We'll get rid of Itchy Skin. Yeah, we'll get rid of Itchy Skin. Hopefully we can find a shrine or a church or something to get rid of some of this stuff. That sure would be nice. Okay. So that's done. And then we also get the reward, which I think is 75 XP. Let me pull the chart. This was the basic mission. So 75 XP is what everybody gained. I need a do all button for XP, I really do. So X75 for Chiyo. 75 for Hosko. 75 for Abbie. 75 for Lester. And now we move on to... Oh, we've been doing good on everything. I keep forgetting. Like, I look at the grit and I'm like, how do we have so much grit? And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. We have a character who is allowing us to get grit back easily. Alright, so next up is loot time. Alright, so let's see what we get. And once we do the loot and the darkness roll and everything, that's what I'm going to call it stream. And we can do travel hazards next time. Alright, so everybody's getting free loot because we're in the wastelands, or the blasted waste. If I remember correctly, that card should be giving us some bonuses. Yep. While in the blasted waste, whenever a hero draws one or more loot cards, draw one extra. So we got 2 loot cards apiece because we fought 2 monster groups. This is this gives us an extra loot. So we're at the max of 3 loot, which is awesome. So Chiyo, what you getting? Oh, nice. I'm not going to bother doing the rolling and the 3 cards thing. I'm just going to pull cards out from here on out. So we got 1 scrap and 1 tech. And we got 1 scrap. She gained 45 experience. And a blasted waste artifact, to which she gained the junk bot power core. This item may be used to construct a junk bot. Did I actually add everything back into the game? I think I did. Well, anyway, we got a power core. We can, I know we can build a junk bot. We found a lot of stuff here. Alright, so next up is Hosko. Oh, you got a lot. 45 XP. A 1 and a 2, so you get 75 gold. Kind of low rolls on that. So 75 gold. And a gear card. Interesting. 1 shot, D8 damage. Nah. That's gonna be fodder. It's gonna be barter fodder. Next up is Chiyo. Not Chiyo. Abbie. We're gonna choose the whiskey. Whiskey's hard to come by in this area, so we are going to choose the whiskey. Worth having. Okay, so she got the whiskey, she got 45 experience. 15 per card. Blasted Waste artifact. She found the Kraken's Nectar. And then, ooh, a random other world card. I guess this is what the burrower's been eating. What world did he find it from? Caverns of Cinder. All right. Maybe we'll find that sweet armor. So, what Abbie found in the burrower's body is the Fire Whip. Cool. Free attack once per turn, 1 combat, uses D8 for damage. If target is wounded, they also gain a burning marker. Requires agility 4. Who has agility 4? I think it's Hosko. I might actually have him wear this. Yeah. Hosko can wear that. I'm gonna have to make room. Free attack once per turn. Yeah. Hosko's gonna be wearing that. D8 for damage. It's an extra combat. Why not? That is really cool. That is really, really, really cool. Yeah, awesome. Fire Whip. Love it. Flippin' love it. That's it. Then we have the Marshal. Problem is with him, we have to see if he actually gets to keep it. All right, here we go. First one, does he keep it? Nope. Second one, does he keep it? He does. If he rolls a 1, he does not get it because it freaks him out, but he is going to take some damage. He's good. He does take wounds. One sanity damage, no will, and he loses the card. So he does take a sanity damage, which isn't going to matter. At the end of this, everything's going to be good. So he does get these 2 cards, though. So this one's ignored. The other 2, that sucks. We need tech. So he does get 30 XP. We're going to the Blasted Waste. We can't find a damn shrine. We can choose to go back to the Forbidden the feudal town, though, if we wanted to. So, 30 points of experience. How much money? So that's 150 bucks. And a Darkstone. There we go. So that's all over with. We need to do Darkstone. We are currently carrying 17, 27, 32, 34 pieces of Darkstone total. We can carry, I think, 46? I really need to add that, how much we can carry using our items. So we do have one Darkstone box. We have 3 of them. Four of them. So that's 8, 32. Now I know that somebody has a side bag piece. One of you can carry a lot of stuff. I think it's you, Hosko. Hosko Rio has Spirit Armor 5+. Whoops. There it is. +6 to Darkstone carry. That's the Nuriona Satchel. So 38 items, or 38 Darkstone pieces and items, unequipped items. So we're looking at, again, 17, 27, 32, 34. We can carry 2 more items inside that before taking corruption. We currently have 1, 2, perfect. So that's all good, but the items the characters are wearing corrupt them. So let's see what happens. We've got, let's see, Abbie has 2 outlaw pistols that are upgraded with Darkstone stuff, and the Scabbard hat. So she's taking 3. Hosko Rio is getting Really? None. Lester, got the Darkstone inlay, the Earth emblem. He's taking 2. And then Chiyo is getting a whopping 1 from the Sword of Destiny because of the Void Core, 3 because of the Takobake armor. Okay, so what's happening here is that as the characters have been carrying this Darkstone equipment and the Darkstone itself throughout this mission, it's been corrupting them on their way. Since we have Darkstone boxes, Tansu boxes, and satchel bags that actually can hold it without taking the corruption, we were able to whittle down 38, actually no, not more than 38, 36 plus whatever we got here, 6, 8, so 44? Sounds about right, 44 Darkstone hits. So anyway, what we're doing here is we're taking corruption hits and we're using our willpower against it. We can't use spirit armor, so it's just the willpower test. So I need 3 pluses with Chiyo. She passes 2, fails the other. So she does get a point of corruption. Next up is Abbie with 3. She is a 4 plus. Passes all of them. Good lord. Okay, so she did good. Then there's Lester. What is up? I kind of want him to mutate, but whatever. Alright, so that's it. That's the end of the adventure. We did the loot. We did all that work. We did the Darkstone tests, and now at this point we would decide, do we want to go back to the feudal town, go back to the portal and go back to the feudal town, or do we want to keep going into the Barterlands, into the Blasted Waste and go to the Barter town, sorry. I don't think there's anything for my characters there anymore. Yeah, I don't really think so. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But anyway, we'll decide that the next time we do a stream of Season 2 characters. So, we're going to go ahead and call it right here. And we'll start a raid. I'm not sure if anybody's playing right now. Oh, we've been at this for 8 hours. Okay, so let's see what we got. But yeah, before I decide, oh, we got Metal Leopard. We got Metal Leopard. What's he playing? Oh, he's playing Peak. Cool. We've got Bond All Day. Who do we have in the same category? I'm seeing Big Gun TV is playing a board game called Who's a Better Dungeon? Well, I guess that might not be the name of the game. It might be something different. It could be. Let me take a look. No, I'm not familiar with this game. What is this? Well, you know what? We'll go ahead and raid into them. But yeah, okay, so everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. Big shout out to Shockblazer, Rancy Lance, and Dren, and of course, Board Game Steph and Michael for raiding today. Thank you so much. Cosmic, thank you so much for always being here, and Bishop as well. Mad Arts Treasures, love you all. You are wonderful, wonderful moderators. And everybody who's been here sitting through the stream and watching, and who's been picking up on YouTube and everything, thank you so much for attending. You know, it means a lot. Build this stream, build all these assets, and kind of develop this, you know, all the action and everything that's happening. And I'm hoping that it works, and that it really builds like a cinematic experience, a slightly cinematic experience for you for a board game. I'm hoping to add more. I am working on another version of this stream, but it's going to be for generic board games, because I kind of want to pick some other games up. As much as I love Shadows of Brimstone, and as popular it's becoming people watching the stream and everything, I do kind of want to play some other games like Arkham Horror, and I kind of miss them. So if I can bring that in, that'd be great. So anyway, thank you all, like every one of you. You know, like you all coming in and watching the stream makes it worth continuing. So thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and raid, and yes, we're gonna raid into Big Gun TV. So I'll see you all on Tuesday. We're gonna do a paint session. I'm hoping to get it ready for 2 o'clock so we can start painting some models. I kind of want to do these guys. The Oni, we'll see. I'll bring them in and I'll let you all decide when we come into the stream. And then after that we have a session with the Bros and Shockblazer for the Vikings campaign. So until then, you have yourselves a wonderful Sunday evening. Actually, at this point, Monday morning, and a wonderful Monday. And I will see you all on Tuesday.